Ember Gods. Kilenya Chronicles Book 2 by Andrea F. Pearson. Copyright 2017 Andrea F. Pearson. To receive a free box set of ebooks, join the author's newsletter by clicking the link in the description. We hope you enjoy this audiobook. Dedication. To my parents. For always being there. Chapter 1. Jacob Clark shut his bedroom door and kicked off his shoes, glad to finally be home. His first day of school had been rough, mainly because he hadn't been ready to jump back into normal life so quickly after one of the most insane, difficult, and incredible trips he'd ever been on. He glanced at the knapsack he placed on his nightstand the evening before, and his heart twisted. Aloren. A knock on his door startled him. Matt walked in holding his old cell phone. He shut the door, grabbed the chair at Jacob's desk, and sat on it backwards. He leaned over and pushed the phone into Jacob's hand. Here. What do you want me to do with it? You fixed the hole in the table, which was freaking awesome, and I need you to fix the screen. Jacob raised an eyebrow. It's cracked. I don't think I can do anything about that. Plastic's way different. Oh, come on. At least try. All right. Jacob sat up. But if I make it worse, don't blame me. Having power was incredible. He'd fixed the table, the kitchen door frame, and his mom's favorite vase she'd broken months ago, but didn't have the heart to throw away. And to think Jacob hadn't even known about his ability to make weak things stronger until a couple days ago, when his dad and sister had been kidnapped and he'd been forced to travel, on foot, to a completely different planet and rescue them. Insane. He held his thumb over the screen and felt the hard material warm. He did his best to smooth the blemish, but the plastic clouded over instead. Jacob growled and blew on the device until it had cooled, then put his thumb over it again, reheating it. The surface became clear. Oh, good. But the relief was short-lived, because as the plastic cooled, it became wavy and clouded. He gave up, handing the phone back. I've never done something so detailed before. I'm not sure how it works. Sorry. Oh, well, it was worth a try. How about I practice on other things for a while? Why would a phone screen be different from the vase? Then Jacob realized Mom's vase was white already, so no clouding would have been visible anyway. Matt shoved the device in his pocket and took a step toward the doorway, about to leave the room, when a knock sounded at Jacob's window. Excitement flashed across Matt's face. He pointed. Look, it's that fly! Jacob jumped from his bed and opened the window. A small, wingless creature, a minya, about 2 inches tall, zoomed into the room. Early looked happy, her white dress and dark curls streaming as she flitted to Jacob. Early, Jacob said. It's great to see you. How are you? How's my dad and Akeno? Are they awake yet? Kenji says your dad won't be better for a couple more days, but Akeno's awake. Come see him. Awesome. Jacob shoved his feet in his sneakers, glad he still had on his socks. He was anxious to see Akeno. The Makalo had been unconscious and near death last time Jacob had been with him. Now, Early insisted, tugging on Jacob's shirt. I'm coming, but not through the window. He glanced at Matt. Want to come with? Sure. I don't work today. Work. Jacob still needed to go talk to his boss. Sounds good. Let's go. The brothers headed down the stairs and ran into Jacob's mom as she came around the corner. I was just coming to talk to you, Mom said. You were so tired last night and so stressed this morning about school that I didn't bring it up. She put a hand on Jacob's shoulder. I know you love working for Mr. Fulcher, but I think you need to talk to him and see if he'd be okay with holding your job for a while. With everything going on where Aloren is concerned, you won't have time to do the greenhouse, school, and help the Makalos find Aloren. Jacob half smiled. I could drop out of school. Not on your life, Mom said. She squeezed shoulder, then dropped her hand. Give it some thought. Jacob promised he would. Thinking about quitting made his stomach turn. He'd loved working there, and Mr. Fulcher really needed the help, but there was no way he could be a reliable employee with everything going on. Where are you two headed? Mom asked. Taga Village, Jacob said. Akeno's awake. Mom's eyes lit up. Any word on your dad? Jacob felt his stomach drop. Didn't they tell you? Mom took in a deep breath and let it go. Yes, it's hard not to hope, though. Relief that Mom hadn't seen what Dad looked like flowed over Jacob. The Makalos had predicted it taking possibly a week, but most likely 2 before Dad woke up. Jacob would never forget what his dad had looked like. He hadn't even been recognizable as human. The Lorkon king said they'd broken every bone they could reach without killing it. And knowing that one broken bone took several hours to heal, Jacob agreed with the Makalos. It would be at least 2 weeks before Dad woke up. You could always go hang out in the village until he wakes up. Mom, Matt and I would take care of everything here. Mom shook her head. There's nothing for me to do there. I'd go insane with worry and boredom. Besides, I need to maintain as much of a normal life for Amberly's sake as possible. Jacob nodded. His poor sister. She'd been kidnapped alongside his dad, and though he knew she hadn't seen the Lorkon torture their dad, he was positive she'd still been scarred from it. How's she doing? It's so hard to tell. She's always been so quiet. I'm going to start taking her to a child counselor in Logan, though. That's a good idea. Jacob's heart ached for Amberly. Where is she right now? Soccer practice. I'm so glad she has soccer. It'll help get her through her trauma. Mom glanced at Matt and back at Jacob, her worried expression disappearing. She folded her arms and tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. And with that, normal Mom was back. You two have chores to do. That lawn still hasn't been mowed. Jacob and Matt glanced at each other. We'll do our chores together, Jacob said, deciding not to bring up the fact that he'd been gone for several days. Mom was too stressed already, I promise. The minute we return. Fine. Let me know if anything happens I should be aware of. Jacob blinked. He'd totally forgotten. His mom was a queen, and he was a prince. He pointed at her. We're going to be discussing that whole royalty thing, Mom. The minute Dad's awake, you have so much to explain. I know. We'll talk over everything. Jacob gave her a quick hug. Then he and Matt left through the back door. Early waited impatiently near the trees. Go tell them we're on our way, Jacob said. Okay. Early disappeared with a flash of light. She came back a moment later and sat on Jacob's shoulder as he headed down the trail. He felt weird for a moment having her there, but adjusted quickly. And this path leads to some other world? Matt asked. How'd we not figure that out years ago? Who knows, honestly. Jacob kept his eyes on the trees, waiting for them to switch to the ancient, tall ones on Aloren. The bushes and branches started growing much closer together, and the trail was nearly overgrown. Jacob looked back. Matt was struggling with the underbrush. Are you keeping up? I'm coming as fast as I can. These bushes are murder. The distance between Jacob and Matt grew until Jacob, not wanting to lose his brother, had to stop to wait. He wasn't sure Matt would find the way without help. But he didn't catch up. Jacob waited for a moment longer, then backtracked and found his brother stuck in the brush. Working together, they were able to get him loose, but just as soon as he started forward, he got stuck again. What's going on? Matt asked. It's like the stuff doesn't want me to get anywhere. Jacob tilted his head. Maybe that's how they keep people from finding the link. He looked down at Early, still on his shoulder. Hey, go tell the Makalos that Matt is coming too, and to let him through. Early flitted off again. Moments later, the brush around the brothers pulled away, leaving the trail clear. Relieved, they kept walking. The trees around them changed from young to old maples. Soon, huge oaks and birch filled the forest, marking the passage from Earth to Aloren. The smell of rotting wood assailed Jacob, and his heartbeat sped up. We just entered Aloren, he said. Chapter 2. The two brothers burst into a clearing where a huge, magnificent tree stretched skyward, leafless with twisted branches. Canyon walls rose on either side of the clearing, and stone Makalo dwellings were built in crevices in those walls. Jacob watched Matt, appreciating his reaction to their surroundings. Matt kept pointing out different things, his eyes lighting up at all the new stuff to see. Things Jacob hadn't noticed either time he was in Taiga Village. Like the huge tree had windows and a lookout on top. And the Makalos had no eyelashes. How had Jacob not noticed that? And the fact that there were only older and young Makalos, but no one in between. Jacob couldn't help but wonder if the huge Lorkon war had something to do with that. But the coolest thing of all was how the Makalos lighted their rooms. When they first got to the village, Ebony, Aquino's mom, found them and took them to her house, a small red and blue sandstone dwelling. She strode to the door and opened it, waving the others to enter ahead of her. The front room was dark, the only light coming from under one of the doors at the back. Ebony touched her left ring finger to the wall, and a strip of gold, silver lit up in the rock. The light raced upward, where it was soon one of many streaks that crisscrossed the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. "Wow," Matt said. "That was awesome," Jacob said. Ebony grinned broadly. "Thanks, we like it." The room was clean, stone floors with a few grass-type rugs here and there, but it smelled musty and old, like the home of the elderly lady who lived next door to Jacob's family. He wrinkled his nose. Ebony invited Matt and Jacob to have soup, and they gladly accepted, taking a seat at the large table in the middle of the room. A door in the back opened, and Akino entered the room and limped to the table. He grinned when he saw Jacob. "You're awake," Jacob said, sitting next to the Makalo. "And you got us out of the castle." Jacob nodded. "Only because you kept your finger lit. I'm so glad you're okay." He ate his soup slowly, his excitement giving way to contentment. Akino was better, and Matt was with him. If Dad were awake and Aloren there, the scene would be perfect. "Did they tell you?" he asked Akino. "Aloren's still in Myvril City?" Akino nearly dropped his spoon. "She is." "No, they did not tell me." Akino stared at his mom. "What's she doing there?" "Who's Aloren again?" Matt asked, leaning forward. "Is she hot?" Jacob rolled his eyes and turned back to Akino. "I didn't have a way to bring her without leaving you and my sister somewhere. There just wasn't time. You would have died." "Is she still with Ekan?" Jacob shook his head. "Don't know. I hope so." Akino shut his eyes and didn't say anything for a moment. "What's being done to get her out?" Ebony sat at the table. "We need to talk about that later. In the meantime, go ahead and show them you're sore." Akino lifted his pant leg. "It's much better. Only hurts a little now." Jacob frowned when he saw Akino's leg. The wound was still clearly there, pinker than the sand around it with yellow toward the center. "It's not completely healed." He looked at Ebony. "Didn't you use a very powerful potion?" "Yes, but Lorkon wounds aren't normal. We're lucky the fat lady found a potion that will even help. Kaede sap does next to nothing. It'll be a while before Akino is completely ready for normal life. Just so long as he can help me get Aloren. I hope it won't take too long." "He probably won't be able to go at all." Akino looked very disappointed, and Jacob frowned. How fair would it be if the Makalo had to stay behind? Matt looked up from his soup. "I want to help. When are we going?" "I hate to say this, but probably not soon," Ebony said. "We can't make any decisions until we've had a chance to discuss this as a group. We'll need to prepare so we don't rush in blindly. It would be terrible if any of you got stuck there, especially Jacob." Jacob shook his head. He met eyes with Akino. The Makalo looked just as concerned as Jacob felt. Leaving the decision of when to get Aloren up to a committee was an awful idea. It would take forever for everyone to agree on a plan. If only he knew Aloren better, he'd sneak out on his own. Matt finished his soup, his eyes drifting to the pot on the stove. Ebony chuckled and ladled more in his bowl, and Jacob, remembering his own soup, finished it. The din of clanging alarm bells sounded through the air. Ebony put the bowl and ladle down and ran and opened the door, making the bells much louder. The noise from the bells was so loud, Jacob felt as if his head would split. Men and women ran from building to building, and Kenji was racing down the path toward the house, waving at the people inside. "There's an army coming." Kenji pointed to Matt and Jacob. "We need both of you to come help seal the entrance." A harried-looking Makalo rushed into the house. "The reports are correct," he said to Kenji. "The army will be here in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Kenji asked. "How's that possible? They've barely left foreign call." "Yes, but they have Sindens." Kenji's eyes widened. "Oh no!" "What's a Sinden?" Matt whispered. Jacob shrugged, shaking his head. He'd never heard the word before. Kenji straightened and motioned to the brothers. "Come quickly, we have much to do. I'll explain on the way." He ran down the path and lowered himself over the ledge to the meadow. Jacob and Matt raced to catch up, hurrying down the stone steps. Early flitted through the air, talking to Matt, but he tried to shoo her away. A group was assembling near the path that led to the entrance to Taka. The loudest of the group was a Makalo around Akino's age with a ton of facial hair. He was very animated, jumping up and down and waving his hands as he said something to the others in his group. He was the youngest one there. Kenji passed them, yelling at them to follow. He spoke to Jacob as they ran. We've kept a constant lookout from the trees since you left Taga village, searching for any sign that the Lorkon were coming after you. Good thing we did. Not an hour ago, the guard noticed strange activity in Forncall and alerted Brojan. Who's Brojan? Matt asked. The head guy, patriarch, over the Makalos, Jacob said. The trail wound upward through the thin forest. Kenji's words came in gasps now. We feared an attack. The wood planks over the entrance won't withstand much. He stopped talking, probably to focus on hiking, his breathing heavy. After several feet, it looked like the Makalo wouldn't make it much farther. Jacob had forgotten Kenji's aid. In fact, everyone struggled to continue, except for the Makalo with the beard, who Jacob began referring to in his mind as Butch. Butch looked extremely excited. Finally, Kenji stopped and bent forward, hands on knees, taking deep breaths. He pointed at Butch. You, go. Use early. Jacob, mold wood. Jacob, Matt, and Butch left the older people behind and raced up the trail in silence. They rounded a large boulder and the forest ended, revealing the entrance. We've got about 10 minutes, Butch said, pulling at the beams on the entrance. We have to get rid of the old stuff first. Matt and Jacob joined Butch, ripping the wood off the tunnel and tossing it over their shoulders. The Makalo motioned to Jacob. Do your thing! And hurry. He then scanned the skies, found Early, and had her report to Kenji and Brojan. Jacob frowned. What do I do? Butch waved his hand. Mold it together, mold it together. Make it into a sheet big enough to cover the entrance. Jacob fell to his knees and grabbed the first 2 pieces of wood, noticing absent-mindedly that the grains reflected the same gold-silver glow of the light in Akano's walls. Holding his palm over the crack, he waited for the grain to heat. When that happened, he pushed the edges together. He nearly dropped the board, though when a bright flash of light burst from the seam, almost blinding him. The entire board glowed brilliantly in gold and silver. Butch dropped the wood he held and stared at Jacob. What do you do? I don't know, Jacob said and grimaced. Had he ruined things? Was that possible? Were his powers destructive? He hoped not. Well, you should keep going, I guess. Sweat trickled down Jacob's back and on his face under the hot August sun. He wiped it off his forehead, glancing through the tunnel to the withered trees on the other side. He dropped his eyes, focusing instead on putting the panels together, while Matt and Butch gathered other bits for him to fuse to the large, growing sheet. Early returned. The army stopped. He doesn't know why. Brojan will tell us when they continue, he said to Hurry. She disappeared. Kenji and the other Makalos came around bend, looking exhausted. Any sign of the army? Kenji asked. No, sir, Butch said. They stopped. Good. Kenji faced the Makalos behind him. We need more wood. You 3 gather what's left on the ground and take it to Jacob. He turned to Matt. You any good with an axe? Matt nodded. Yes. Kenji pointed to one that was leaning against the canyon wall near the entrance. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. Take that. Chop up the large pieces. Make them as flat and square as you can. He motioned to a group of Makalo. You 4 help him. Kenji turned, rubbing his shoulder. I'll keep watch for the sentence. We can expect them to continue their advance soon. Jacob grabbed another piece, heating it until the seam disappeared with a flash of light. He was used to it by now, but Kenji jumped, staring at him. Give me that, he said. He inspected a section, his expression turning thoughtful. Then surprise crossed his face. That's unexpected. Not only have you made it into one piece, as if it had always been this way, but you've recharged the resin. He looked at Jacob. How'd you do that? I'm not sure, Jacob said. It didn't feel any different from the other times I've molded something. The ground trembled, and everyone paused to look toward the entrance. Early reappeared. The army is coming. Don't stop. Hurry, people, hurry, Kenji called. Jacob raced to put more wood together, but he struggled to keep up with the constant supply of broken boards. He was the only one doing this, and there were many people chopping. He did his best not to pay attention to the others who urged him onward. How could he force himself to go faster when it took time for the wood to heat up before he could seal it together? His hands started to blister, and he bit his lip in frustration. Why'd he have to be the only one who could do this sort of thing? He breathed a sigh of relief when Kenji told him to stop, but the frustration poured over him again like hot oil when the Makalo had him start another sheet so they could double up the covering for the entrance. We can't take any risks. 2 will be better than 1. I can't keep up, Jacob said, jerking his hand back when a large sliver pierced his skin. Do your best, and hurry. The ground shook again, harder this time. A flurry of activity surrounded the entrance as everyone hurried to complete their tasks. Jacob darted around the growing slab, piecing it together, no longer able to feel the wood he molded. His speed at warming up the grain increased, perhaps because he was so focused on the task, or maybe he was imagining it. Questions raced through his mind. What would happen if they were too late in covering the tunnel entrance? He didn't even want to think about that. He jumped up to grab several boards, tossing one away when part of it crumbled in his hands. The ground quaked much more forcefully, and Jacob fell to his hands and knees. He glanced at the tunnel, the disease forest again visible, and found himself enchanted by the motion of the trees. They were bending away from the entrance. Horrible memories jumped to his mind as he remembered the last time that happened. The trees had been trying to reach the female Lorkon. Was she on her way? Was she part of the attack? His hands became cold and clammy despite the heat as he thought about encountering her again. He doubted he'd get away this time. Another tremble, this one violent and lasting several seconds, knocked everyone to the ground. They all turned to face what was coming. Chapter 3. Nothing happened. At first. Then everyone gasped when hundreds of long, thick, snake-like arms started to appear, zipping quickly through the trees. The hands latched onto trunks and other solid objects. Seconds later, the trunks bent away, as if they were being pulled. Several were ripped from the ground and disappeared in the forest. The sharp whip of leather reached Jacob's ears. The ground trembled again. With a roar, huge, magnificent beasts crashed through the trees, propelled forward by the strength of their grip on the trunks near the entrance. Their legs seemed to struggle to keep up. Hundreds of much smaller creatures clung to the scales on their sides. Mogs rode on top bearing bullwhips, which they flicked at the beasts, causing more splitting roars and ground tremors as the beasts reared up on their hind legs and landed again. "Sindons!" one of the Makala men shouted. "Kenji, they're here!" The Sindons pulled themselves to a location only 20 yards from the canyon wall. The beasts were amazing. 30 feet tall, at least they resembled hippos, their jaws stretching as they roared, with teeth at least 4 feet long flashing in the light. Their 4 thick legs were sturdy, and they each had at least 10 of the long arms on their chests. The army holding onto the sides of the Sindons jumped to the ground and formed around a Mulg who appeared to be the leader. This Mulg was incredibly large, over 6 feet tall, maybe 7, with swords strapped to his back. He had 6-inch long teeth growing downward and out from his jawbone. His face had bright red paint in diagonal streaks across it. He pulled out a sword, lifted it in the air, and the army around him roared in excitement. "There's no time to finish," Kenji called. "Put the plank on top of each other. Jacob, seal them together." The group of Makalos ran to Kenji's side and lifted one slab on top of the other. Jacob jumped forward and sealed the edges of the wood, finishing right as the first line of the army charged, passing the huge Mog and the Sindons. "Everyone, carry the wood over to the entrance." With much grunting, the group raised the boards, pulling them to the mouth and covering the tunnel just as several of the Mogs reached the other side of the tunnel. The creatures raced forward and pushed, trying to get through. The wood shuddered and shifted several inches. "We can't hold them, Kenji," one of the Makalos yelled. "There's no choice. Use your resend." The Makalos' left ring fingers began glowing blue, and the wood shook. Jacob prayed his work wouldn't be undone. Matt joined the Makalos in holding up the sheets of wood, and Jacob watched helplessly, not knowing what to do. The panel started to tremble violently as forces from both sides pushed against it. With a grunt, a huge Mulg, at least 6 feet tall and much bigger than the one Jacob had fought in the cave, squeezed through. He fell to the ground in his rush, and the Makala slammed the wood back into place before more could come through. Jacob's jaw dropped when the Mulg got to its feet and stared him in the eye. It roared, lifted a huge axe, and rushed forward, jumping back against the canyon wall. Jacob searched for something to defend himself with, finding only a stick. Right before the Mulg could swing his axe, 2 Makalo men stepped into the path of the Mulg, holding their own large sticks, joining the fight. Kenji yelled through the noise, pointing at each Makalo as he commanded them. "You, stop the Mulg! "You hold the board down! Jacob, get over here! Seal the panels!" Jacob ran for the canyon entrance. He could hear Matt and the McCullochs fighting the Mulg behind him. He pressed his palms on the wood where people weren't already touching, willing the heat in his hands to go through both layers. The McCullochs struggled to keep the thing in place. The wood shook, knocking almost everyone to the ground, and Jacob realized something he wished he'd thought of earlier. The panels wouldn't be effective unless they were attached to the walls of the canyon. But now only Jacob and two other McCullochs were holding the wood in place. His legs started shaking, barely holding him up now. Two more McCullochs joined them. Jacob yelled when his legs were whipped out from under him. He fell to the ground, the wind knocked out of him. The Mulg started dragging him away from everyone. He fought for air, unable to do anything. Matt jumped forward and hit the Mulg across the head with a board. With one swipe of its hand, the Mulg knocked Matt several yards away. Jacob kicked and punched as hard as he could. He squirmed, trying to get away. The Mulg released Jacob and fell backward, revealing Matt, who was wielding the Mulg's axe. He dropped to his knees, gasping. "It's not dead," he said. "I think I knocked it out." Jacob jumped to his feet. McCullochs were unconscious everywhere, and those who weren't struggled with the panel he had formed, trying to keep it in place. Racing to the tunnel, Jacob pulled dirt and loose rocks away from the board, trying to find a solid surface on the canyon wall. His hands throbbed. He doubted they'd ever be normal again. The barrier shook so violently some of the McCullochs were forced to let go, and the wood slipped. Jacob helped lift it back up again, scrambling to continue pushing debris aside. Finally, he moved enough dirt out of the way and found solid stone. He warmed up both surfaces and jerked away when the wood flashed much more brightly than it had earlier. Like the snapping of a Lego, it suctioned onto the stone, stilling the vibrations. Jacob, seeing spots from the bright flash, jumped forward and sealed as much of the rest of it to the tunnel wall as possible. All the edges now in place, the group hesitantly pulled away. A roar of frustration on the other side let them know they'd been successful, and everyone cheered. At Kenji's instructions, one of the men shrank the Mulg. Jacob sighed in relief, so glad that the McCullochs could shrink things. The man held the Mulg, still unconscious, in his open palm. Kenji had Early bring him a tiny wooden cage, and they put the Mulg inside. Then he had 4 of the strongest men set up camp near the entrance and called another Minya, this one a male named September, to come stay with them in case they needed to send for help. Jacob's legs almost refused to carry him anymore, and Kenji ordered Butch and Matt to help him. They hurried back to the village. No one said anything. Even Matt had nothing to say, though Jacob was sure he had a lot of questions after seeing a Mulg get shrunk. Kenji thanked the group, asking them to go home to their families, then invited Jacob and Matt to the top floor of the tree. They found Brojan there, watching through a telescope. Brojan sighed in relief, turning to Jacob and Matt. "That was alarming, and a close call. Good work, boys. I doubt that is the last we'll see of this army, but at least the entrance will stay sealed this time." He passed a hand over his eyes. All the creatures were united in the attack. Even the female Lorkon from the forest came. She's in her manor again, and it appears the rest have given up and are now heading back to Forncall. He motioned to the telescope. "Would you like to see what you were dealing with?" Jacob stepped forward. The height of the tree still amazed him. The fact that it was tall enough so he could use a telescope to look over the canyon wall was pretty awesome, and he found himself wondering at the strength of the spells that kept the tree invisible to Minden. He peered at the valley on the other side of the canyon wall. It took him a moment to focus the telescope, but when he did, he shook his head in wonder. How'd they ever get the entrance sealed in time? The Sindons were the freakiest creatures he'd seen since entering Aloren. Their long arms zipped forward through trees and across hills and latched onto earth at least 200 yards away. The beasts propelled themselves forward so fast he had a hard time keeping the telescope on them. How did their legs keep up? The Mulg's whips were just a blur, and he could see the Sindons' huge mouths open in perpetual roars. Occasionally, all the Sindons would rear up on their hind legs at the same time, and when they landed, Jacob felt the tremors, even from this far away. They were like dinosaurs. They barely noticed the army attached to their sides, clinging to their scales. Matt jabbed Jacob's shoulder. "My turn." Jacob moved away from the telescope, turning to Brojan and Kenji. "How long will the seal on the entrance last?" "A lot longer than the original," Kenji said, and Brojan nodded. "With your abilities, it's most likely foolproof. The temporary seal we put up a few days ago didn't last even a minute against their spies." Wow, spies. What happened to them? Did you guys have to kill them? They were Yuns. The Kayade trees took care of them. Yuns? Creatures about a foot tall who have no use but to find their way into magically sealed locations. Their own magic breaks down barriers, allowing much larger creatures to enter. They were all but extinct 20 years ago. We think the Lorkon found them, though, and used the squirmy little things to get through the entrance when they stole the key. He sighed. But, as I said, they won't be able to get past what you've done. I doubt anything can. Chapter 4. Matt pushed the telescope aside and put his arm around Jacob's shoulders. It's going to take some getting used to. This whole business about my brother having superpowers and all. Jacob shrugged off Matt's arm. Matt laughed, holding his hands up defensively. Besides, basketball, of course. Kenji smiled. You have no idea, and we're almost certain more gifts will surface, especially after what happened at the castle. When the Lorkon touched him, we feel it will have brought his powers out, and that they'll start manifesting themselves. The ability to find weakness is a great power, but it's not something the Lorkon would risk everything to get. There are other things still lurking in your brother. Like what? Kenji shrugged. We're not sure. Matt pushed Jacob playfully. Well, get a move on. Jacob laughed but didn't respond, and Brosian led them out of the tree and toward Kenji's place. Jacob was lost in thought, grateful his legs were able to hold him up now. The ability to make weak things strong was wonderful, but it exhausted him. He hoped his other powers wouldn't be so tiring. They entered Kenji's house and Brosian said goodbye. Jacob turned to Kenji and asked a question he'd been entertaining for a while. Why doesn't anyone just climb over the canyon walls? I mean, the tree is tall enough so you can see over them to the lands on the other side. It shouldn't be that difficult. Good question, Kenji said. You heard of the enchantments on the fat lady's cabin? We put similar spells around the canyon. Nothing will ever be able to get through, not even a Yun. We purposefully left the entrance exposed, knowing we'd eventually want to come and go. Ebony handed out cups of water. When she got to Jacob, she took his hands and examined the blisters. Nothing some sap won't cure. She left the room, returning moments later with a package which she opened. We want you to keep the key for now, Kenji said. You're the only one who can use it, so there's no point in us holding on to it. He exited through one of the doors at the back of the room, and Jacob held out his hands for Ebony as she approached with the soaked strips of cloth. She quickly wrapped his wounds. You know it won't heal all the way until you've slept, right? She asked. He snorted. Yes, learned it the hard way. She nodded. That's right. Your exhaustion won't be as strong this time. Thank goodness. Ebony finished up just as Kenji returned carrying the ornate box Jacob had taken from the Lorkon castle. He stopped, his jaw dropping, and stared at the box. The container had begun to glow, and a faint strain of familiar music emanated from it. Jacob smiled, glad to hear the melody again, and reluctant to admit it was nice to have the key back in his presence. Kenji nodded. Just as I'd hoped. It comes to life around you. He handed the box to Jacob. You are the only one who can use it. Jacob opened the box and wasn't surprised by the burst of music and light, but Matt was. He yelled and jumped back, holding his hands in front of him defensively. Oh, geez, Jacob said, laughing. It's just a harmless old key. Matt smiled sheepishly, dropping his arms. You never know. There are a lot of things here that are really crazy. And after what happened to you in that castle, I don't want to be bewitched or something. Jacob snorted but didn't respond. He looked at Kenji. Does this mean I'll be running a lot of errands? Ebony nodded. Starting tomorrow. We'll have a meeting around 5 o'clock your time. For now, I'm sure your mom wants you home. Yeah, we have chores, and I hate leaving her alone. Jacob and Matt turned to leave. Should I use the key now? Jacob asked. Kenji motioned for Jacob to go ahead, and he pulled it out of the box, directing it toward the door. The prongs changed shape as they neared the keyhole, fitting perfectly. Jacob tried to remember what he'd said the day before. My house. He glanced at the McCullough. Ebony motioned for him to continue, and he turned the key to the left, opening the door. His front room greeted him. Wow, that's cool, Matt said. Jacob agreed. Chapter 5. Jacob's first class of the day was math, a subject he normally enjoyed. His teacher had arranged for a substitute for the last class period, who gets substitutes for the first class of the year, and Jacob hadn't yet met the man. He and his best friend Tani plopped down in the back of class. Mr. Coolidge, a tall, bushy-eyebrowed man who dressed and looked like a member of the Italian mafia, wasn't ready to start class yet, so the room filled with chatter. A girl with long blonde hair sat in front of Jacob and turned to talk to him. Her eyes were lined with electric blue makeup, and she had on a ton of bright pink lipstick. Jacob tried not to shudder when he thought about what it would be like to kiss her. Gross. If it weren't for all the makeup, she'd actually be sort of cute. "Hi, Jacob," she said. "You remember me, right?" "Surely." She winked at him. Wow. Did she really just pull that move? Jacob's jaw dropped. He didn't know girls did that in real life. In movies, yes, but in high school, he clamped his mouth shut. Jacob looked at Tani with a questioning expression. She leaned over and whispered, "Shirley Christensen. She's had a crush on you since the 3rd grade. Why didn't I ever know?" "'Cause she only tells girls. Plus, you don't notice much of that sort of thing, and I've kept it from you. Best friends do that. I know how much she annoyed you 4 years ago when you worked on that project together." Jacob frowned in concentration. He couldn't remember having had a project with Shirley. Tani must have noticed his confusion. It was your science class. She lied about her part, got you both in trouble. Jacob nodded slowly, the memory coming back. "Oh yeah, I remember." Mr. Coolidge called the class to order before Jacob could respond. He'd written a bunch of stuff on the board, and his handwriting was almost impossible to read, especially from the back of the room. Jacob sighed in exasperation as he tried to take notes. It took him nearly 5 minutes to figure out that Mr. Coolidge was lecturing about the order of operations. Jacob slumped in his seat and tuned everything out. He learned this well over 2 years ago. He stared out the window and contemplated taking a nap. Shirley stretched a piece of paper in her hand, which she discreetly dropped on his desk at the end of her stretch. Jacob picked it up. It was a full-length letter. Rolling his eyes, Jacob propped it up inside his tilted math book, facing it toward him where the teacher couldn't see. When he saw the massive wall of text, though, his eyes began to blur. He couldn't read it. Shirley would have to wait. "Mr. Clark, I asked you a question." Jacob jerked up in his seat, slamming the math book shut around the note. "Yes, sir." He tried to remember what the teacher had just been lecturing about and grimaced when nothing came to mind. "Your answer? What is it?" Mr. Coolidge paused, then stormed down the row and held out his hand. "Give me your textbook. Anyone that absorbed in school literature isn't reading school literature." "Dang." Jacob racked his brain, trying to think of a way to keep the note from falling into the hands of his algebra teacher. I'll put it away now." "No, you will give it to me." Every eye in the room was on Jacob, and he felt his cheeks flush. He didn't know most of these students. He slumped in his seat and handed the textbook to Mr. Coolidge. "Thank you." The teacher's dark eyes flashed with impatience, and he pulled open the math book. The sheet of paper fell into his hand. He rolled his eyes when he saw the pink writing all over the paper. "You'll get this back on Monday." Jacob crossed his arms in front of him, scowling at the board. Mr. Coolidge watched him for a moment, probably waiting to see if Jacob would say anything more, then resumed the lesson, asking someone else to answer the question. Jacob sighed. At least he didn't need to respond to the note. He hoped Shirley wouldn't write another one. The guy sitting next to him leaned over. He was older, at least a senior, and had red hair and bad acne. "Coolidge is really not that bad. Just strict. You'll actually like this class. I've taken it twice. This is my 3rd time." "It's that fun?" Well, I've failed it twice," he whispered. "Mr. Coolidge is a great teacher, but really strict. Don't try messing around in here again. He doesn't like it and he'll openly punish you, but he's always scarier at the beginning of the semester than later. He does it to establish his authority as reigning king of all math classes." The guy turned back to the lesson, so Jacob did too. Mr. Coolidge was still talking about the order of operations, and Jacob folded his arms, deciding to pay attention. It was difficult, though. Shirley answered every question the teacher asked, regardless of how hard it was. This prevented any form of variety to enter the lecture. Jacob contented himself with practicing his magical ability by searching out warm spots on his desk that represented weakness. Almost the entire top of it heated up fairly quickly, which didn't surprise him. The school probably couldn't afford high-quality desks. He started making the top of it stronger, which kept his attention so he didn't fall asleep. He paused when he made a discovery and leaned forward in excitement. With strong concentration, he could heat up the ink and graphite etched into the desk surface, separate from each other and the wood. He was then able to remove the ink and graphite completely, leaving behind a clean desktop. His hands and mind hurt from the effort, but it was fun. He was in the process of pulling the last of the ink and graphite off the wood, the guy next to him watching in fascination, when Mr. Coolidge stopped his lesson abruptly. "Mr. Clark, what is it this time? Surely you weren't passed another note?" "No, sir. I'm trying to..." What was he supposed to say? That he was trying to clean off his desk and make it indestructible? Mr. Coolidge peered at Jacob with narrowed eyes, then looked at Jacob's hand. A wad of ink still in it. He stormed down the row again. "Jacob Clark," he spat. "What have you done to your desk?" Nothing, sir. I'm fixing it." "Fixing it? Fixing it? Stand up this instant. You will not be sitting in the back anymore. Miss Sampson, gather your things and trade places with him. You, Mr. Clark, will be sitting in the front of the class from now on." Jacob felt his cheeks redden again. The front of the class. He'd rather die. One look at the teacher, though, and he knew any argument would be shot down, and fast. He slumped in his new seat, refusing to look anywhere but straight ahead. So much for enjoying Mr. Coolidge's class. Jacob threw his backpack on the couch and walked into the kitchen, slumping onto a bar stool. He didn't have any homework, so he had time to kill before heading to Taiga Village for the meeting. Mom looked up from a card she was signing. She passed it across the counter to him. "Sign it, please. It's for Ida May." Jacob added his signature, noticing that the card said, "Get well on it. She's having problems with her diabetes again." "The poor woman," Mom said. "How was school?" He shrugged. "Math's going to be a challenge. The teacher chose me to pick on, but everything else was fine." "Did you get the chance to talk to Mr. Fulcher?" He grabbed a pear from the fruit bowl on the counter and took a huge bite. "Yeah, I dropped by on the way home. He was pretty worried. Made sure to let me know that anytime we need anything to let him know. I'm going to miss working with him. As soon as everything has calmed down, I'm sure he'll welcome you back." "I hope so." Jacob stared out the window, watching the trees sway in the wind. "Have you seen Coach Birmingham around school?" Jacob shook his head. Birmingham taught driver's ed and coached basketball. Jacob's goal had been to make varsity since freshman year, but he hadn't made the cut yet. It was almost like the coach refused to acknowledge his abilities, even though Jacob and his son had played on the same teams all growing up. Jacob was at least as good as Kevin, if not better, or he had been, back before Coach had shipped Kevin off to some private school for the last couple of years. "Well, he and Ann haven't been over since school ended. They heard about what happened to your dad and I, and they're bringing over dinner tonight." She folded the newspaper. "You can talk to him then." "Okay, when will they be here?" "Around 7. Jacob hopped off the stool, picked up his backpack from the living room, then took the stairs 2 at a time to his bedroom where he sat on his bed. His eyes strayed to Aloren's bag on the desk across from him. He'd had to put it far from his mind because thinking about her frustrated him too much. Even though he understood why the McCulloughs wouldn't let him go get her until they'd discussed it as a group, he still hated it. He especially hated that he'd let her down. And Satan too. Jacob shook his head. It still hurt too much to think about the man whose death he'd caused. He stared at the bag. Should he open it? He mused over that question for a moment. No, he shouldn't touch it. If Aloren was anything like other girls, she'd be furious with him if he did. Besides, opening a girl's bag could be dangerous. Who knew what was kept in it? Girly things, makeup, mirrors, brushes, with hair all over them. Disgusting. But if it had something in it, food for instance, that would spoil. His room would start smelling gross soon. He didn't want to deal with that. So, open it or not. Jacob heard Matt return. Ida May didn't live far away and decided to ask him for backup. He was going to open the bag. Chapter 6. The brothers sat on Jacob's bed, facing Aloren's bag. "I think you should open it," Jacob said. "Heck, no! She's your friend. You do it." Matt pulled out his pocket knife. "I'll stand guard in case something tries to attack you." Jacob snorted. "It's been in my room for several days. Anything living in the bag would have escaped and killed me by now if that's what it meant to do." He rubbed the back of his neck, studying the bag. "I just need to check for anything that needs to be thrown away." "Yeah, right. You want to hold something that belongs to her. Admit it. Whatever. Jacob refused to engage in Matt's game. He leaned forward, his hands surrounding but not touching the bag. Okay, here goes. He lifted the flap, careful to stay a full arm's length away. With one quick motion, he dumped the contents on the desktop. A moldy, half-eaten apple rolled onto the floor and Jacob jerked away from it. Matt doubled over, laughing. You girl, you're scared of an apple? Knock it off, Jacob said. He couldn't help but smile, too, at his edginess. He made sure nothing else was moving, then quickly glanced over the other things that had come out. A wooden comb, at least it didn't have any hair on it. A silver box, a few strings, probably to tie Aloren's hair back. An old skeleton key, and a piece of parchment with brown writing on it. Okay, nothing here that's going to rot, Jacob said, backing away from the items, not wanting to snoop. Except the apple. Yeah, I'm glad I opened the bag. A rap at the window alerted them to Early's presence, and Jacob let her in. She fluttered inside, an agitated expression on her face, her hands and legs moving rapidly. An emergency? Jacob asked. Yes. Dusts and Mulgs are approaching Aldo's cabin. You must come now to get him. Go to Kenji's house. Okay, Jacob glanced at Matt. Coming? Oh, yeah. Jacob briefly considered heading straight to Aldo's place, but decided against it. There must be special instructions if the McCulloughs wanted him to go to the village first. He made sure the key was in his pocket, then called out to their mom as they raced downstairs into the front room. McCullough emergency. We'll try to be back before Coach comes. Be careful, his mom said from her study. Jacob and Matt stepped onto the porch, closing the front door behind them. Jacob turned, fumbling in his pocket for the key. Matt eyeballed the door. This door has a lock. How does it work when there isn't one? We'll mess around with it later. Don't have time now. Jacob thrust the key into the lock and said, Kenji's house. They stepped through the jam and entered the McCulloughs' front room. Madness would have described what greeted them. Ebony and Kenji were arguing. A little girl McCullough was running between everyone, singing loudly. A baby was crying in a corner. Brojan was poring over books and maps, talking to an older McCullough man. A teenage boy McCullough was grabbing things and shoving them in a bag, and a Kano was digging through boxes, tossing stuff out of his way. Wow, Matt said. No kidding. Ebony and Kenji turned when they heard Jacob's voice. Another army is on its way to attack Aldo, Kenji said. At least that's what we're led to believe. They left Forncall not long ago and are heading toward his cabin. We're trying to coordinate things and plan the best way to get him out of there alive, in case that's where they're going. Why are they attacking him? Jacob asked. What's the point of that? They must have figured out who he is. I'm sure the Lorkon want to interrogate him. That, and they understand how important he is to us. Why don't we just grab him and run? Jacob asked. See, Ebony said. I told you he'd feel that way. No, we cannot rush into this, Brojan said from the table. There are too many variables, too many unanswered questions. If we could just find what he did to himself to lose his mind. His voice dropped to a thoughtful whisper. This simply can't be a permanent situation. He pulled a book out of a box and flipped through the pages, then handed it to the man with him. We might be able to put things right and give him the opportunity to defend himself. Ebony shook her head in short, abrupt movements. Not now, later, when he's here and safe. If there are any bald Henrys, Jacob requires advance warning, Kenji said. What's a bald Henry? Matt asked. Brojan nodded. Besides, Aldo needs to be given the choice. No, he doesn't, Ebony said. Not in this situation where he can't even make those decisions. Kenji started arguing with Ebony again, Brojan giving his opinion loudly from the table, and they all forgot Jacob and Matt. Do you know what a bald Henry is? Matt asked Jacob, whispering. Jacob shook his head. No, and McCulloughs are not like this ever. Usually they're very calm and rational. Let's just go. You know where he lives, right? Yeah, shouldn't be too hard with key if the army hasn't arrived yet. Jacob put the key in the lock, whispering, Aldo's cabin. I'm coming too, the teenage McCullough said, dropping the bag he'd been stuffing things into. Jacob shut the door behind them. Chapter 7. Ow, Matt said, tripping over a chair near Aldo's front door. The inside of the place was dark and dingy. Jacob choked on a bunch of dust waving away from his face. He turned to the Mikalo. "Hi, what's your name?" "I'm Jaeger, Kano's younger brother." Jacob nodded. "Can you light up your finger like he can?" "Of course, just not as bright. Kano's has always been the brightest." Blue light shone across the walls and sparse furnishings. Aldo wasn't there, so the group tiptoed into the adjoining room. The sound of snoring came from a lump in the bed, and the boys stood in the doorway, watching the old man sleep. Jacob frowned. "Maybe we should check outside, figure out how much time we have before the army comes." He returned to the front room, Jaeger following. They stepped to a window, and Jacob used his shirt to clear enough of the grime to see out. There wasn't anything or anyone visible. "How did we find out the dusts are coming anyway?" Jaeger shook his head. "Don't know." Jacob looked at Jaeger. "Can you use a tree to see what living things are there?" The Mikalo nodded. "I'll go do that now." Jacob and Matt watched from the porch as Jaeger dashed to a nearby fruit tree, touched the bark, then ran back. 3 mulgs and a ton of dusts. No sindens. They're still far away, so we probably have 10 minutes before they get here. "We'll be long gone by then," Jacob said. He pointed to a dirty burlap bag on the table. "How about you grab whatever you think Aldo will want with him in the village while Matt and I go get him?" Jaeger snatched the bag off the table, and Jacob and Matt stepped into the other room. "Who's going to wake him up?" Jacob asked. "You?" "No way, man," Matt whispered, not crossing the threshold. "You've met him before. You do it." Jacob grimaced, then stepped to the bed and shook Aldo's shoulder. Nothing happened. He shook it again, a little more forcefully. Still no response. Did he just die?" Matt asked from the doorway. Jacob leaned over Aldo. "No, he's breathing. Maybe he's a heavy sleeper?" "Amberly's a heavy sleeper, but she still wakes up when you shake her." "I know. Okay, you try." Matt joined Jacob and grabbed Aldo's left arm, trying to pull him out of bed. Aldo grumbled something, jerking away from Matt and curling up in a tight ball. He kept snoring loudly. "This is ridiculous," Matt said. "Aldo," Jacob said loudly. The man didn't do anything. Jacob raised his voice to a yell. "There's an army coming to your cabin. You need to wake up." Aldo mumbled in his sleep and turned over. Jacob and Matt met eyes. "What about Bob Style?" Matt asked, referring to the movie. Jacob nodded. He put his knee on the edge of the bed, using his other leg for support, and grabbed the bed frame while Matt put his hands on Aldo's shoulder. On the count of 3, they began yelling Aldo's name while shaking him in his bed. The old man leaped up, grabbed Jacob's arms, and pinned them behind his back. Matt stumbled backward, knocking a picture off the wall. "What was when?" Aldo asked. "What was when?" "Aldo, it's me. Jacob. Remember? I came a few days ago with Akano, Kenji, and Ebony's son. Why was the little bluebird whistling? We've got to take you back to the Mikalo village. There's a small army of dusts and mulgs coming. It's not safe here anymore." Aldo let go of Jacob. The old man was surprisingly strong for having such a wiry frame. Aldo then crossed to Matt, staring him in the eyes. "When did the green hills and grass sing?" Matt raised his hands to defend himself in case Aldo attacked, but his face showed he was having a hard time not smiling. Jacob glared at Matt before responding to Aldo. "That's my brother, Matt. When home's story is a butterfly, cats walk on flowers." Aldo glared at Matt, then picked up the picture that had fallen to the floor and tried to get it to stay on the wall. He giggled. "This parchment has met the sky too, once." It wouldn't stick to the wall, so Aldo attempted to attach it to Matt's shoulder. "Once was when they stood on toes. Is it not?" "Yes," he frowned, peering at Matt, then tried to brush away the freckles on Matt's face. Matt's smile grew as he nudged the old man away. "Hey, knock it off." "Whenever you're here, I'm happy," Aldo said. He smiled broadly, his messed up teeth very visible, and put the picture down. Time to clear the smoke. He strode from the room, and Matt let out a laugh. "Wow, he's really crazy." "Knock it off," Jacob said. "It's not funny." Aldo called from the front room. "Try it out for a try. See how it spins. Upside down, side to side. Whee!" Then Matt really lost it, and Jacob couldn't hide his grin anymore. Okay. Matt wiped his eyes. "Time to get him out of here." The two brothers returned to the front room where Jaeger had just finished stuffing things in the bag. Aldo snatched it from him. Old women and old men love shoes. He put the bag under one arm, glaring at Jaeger. Squirrels are here for the taking. The house shook. Jaeger ran to the window. They're here, he said, looking back at Jacob, a panicked expression on his face. How'd they get here so fast? Jacob asked. Jaeger, knock them out! I can't. Only a Kano can do that. Something banged hard on the door. It opened a crack and Jaeger and Matt jumped to hold it shut. Another bang and one of the hinges broke off. The woman has brown hair, Aldo shouted. Facts and non-facts. Now! Jacob hesitated, trying to decide whether to open a link immediately and risk having the entire army follow if they couldn't shut the door fast enough, or make sure the beast didn't get into the cabin in the first place. He decided on the latter. He ran to a tall bookshelf and tried to push it in front of the door, but it only budged a little. Aldo, he said, come help me. Surprisingly, the old man ran to obey. Together they pushed and pulled the shelf. It moved to cover half of the door. Was that enough? Jacob glanced frantically around the cabin. There wasn't anything else to help keep the door shut. A deafening roar split through the air. Was that Aloren? Jacob didn't remember the sky monster roaring. If not, what in the world made a sound like that? Jacob looked at Jaeger, wishing a Kano were there. He'd know. Every glass object in the room shattered. The windows, the cups, the glass, and the picture frames. Everyone was pelted with shards. Aldo began howling and stomping his feet. A bald Henry, Jaeger screamed. We have to get out of here now! Dusts started climbing through the window frames. Another deafening roar. Seconds later, every metal object in the room pulverized, including the hinges on the door. Little fragments were all that remained. The air was full of metal dust. He'll target another material next, Jaeger yelled. We have to use the key before the door gets destroyed. He and Matt pushed the dusts and mogs back out the windows while Jacob searched for a way to escape. The shelf was partially blocking the door, and Jacob wasn't sure he could get everyone through before the group outside forced their way in. Dusts were already using their hands as knives, cutting through the wood. Another roar as Jacob spun around, heading to the door to Aldo's room. Every brick was destroyed, showering them all with rocks and mortar. The boys called out in pain, and Aldo shrieked like he was being murdered. Jacob and his friends were exposed to the army outside. The mogs and dusts froze, staring at them. Then they surged forward, climbing over the rubble that used to be Aldo's walls. Chapter 8. Jacob whipped out the key, his hands shaking, while Jaeger and Matt beat off the dusts and tried to keep the mogs away. He stared at the door. There wasn't a keyhole. He panicked. There's no hole. There's no hole for the key. Put it closer to the door, Jaeger yelled, wrestling three dusts who had knives for hands. It'll come! Jacob held the key near the door and shouted with excitement when a lock appeared. He shoved the key into it and yelled, Kenji's house! Then popped the door open, grabbed Matt, Jaeger, and Aldo, and pushed them through. He kicked several dusts away, shoved a mog. It fell backward and jumped into Kenji's front room. Another ear-splitting roar. He slammed the door shut, holding it tightly. It vibrated for a moment, then stopped. Jacob slid to the floor, panting from the exertion. His ears rang and he hurt all over. The group of Michaelis in front of them had frozen in shock. Ebony's mouth hung open. Brojan had a bunch of books in his lap. Kenji held a towel and Akano was mid-step, heading toward the back room. Aldo broke the silence. Apparently he recognized the Michaelis. Pearl! He yelled, rushing to Ebony, grabbing her shoulders, petting her head. Then he saw Kenji and ran to him. Apples and fly! He turned to face the room, an excited expression on his face. Stars and moon! He ran to a window, looking out. He paused, then hurried back to Kenji. Stars and moon! I think he recognizes us. Ebony burst into tears. Oh, he must recognize us. He's not gone. You might be right, Kenji said, watching Aldo. The man picked up a chair and looked at the underside of it, repeating his question. But he doesn't seem to have all his faculties with him yet. Aldo grinned, put the chair down, then stood on top of it. Numbers were planning babies. Oh, what a way. Matt and Jacob exchanged glances. Maybe Aldo recognized the adults, but he was still crazy. Then Kenji turned to the boys, his face red. What were you thinking, trying to get to him on your own? I heard that roar. A bald Henry was part of the army. And they're bleeding, Ebony said, rushing forward. She grabbed Jaeger's arm. This is going to take some time to fix. All right, you four to the table. She led them to seats, then pulled out a pair of tweezers from a drawer near the sink and began plucking debris out of their arms. Kenji paced in front of them. Bald Henrys are extremely dangerous. If you hadn't gotten out of the cabin when you did, you wouldn't have made it. The next thing it would have targeted is flesh. They follow a pattern: glass, metal, rock, wood, flesh. Jacob winced as Ebony pulled a particularly large piece of glass from his wrist. We only saw dusts and mogs. Kenji sighed and sat down, rubbing his face. Of course you didn't see one. They're invisible. No one even knows what they look like. Where did they get their name? Matt asked. The legend says that several hundred years ago, a person traveled through a link to your world and encountered a king named Henry who was particularly atrocious and bad-tempered. There isn't a specification anywhere as to whether or not he was bald, but everyone started referring to bald Henrys. That way, and the name stuck. Why haven't they destroyed everything in sight? They're usually peaceful creatures. They avoid other animals, stay in the same location, and their roar only has a range of perhaps 5 yards. The Lorkon brought them and used them a few times during the last war. We learned a lot. Aldo had left his seat and was tracing the silver lines in the wall. He grinned at the group, and Jacob wondered if the old man had lost another tooth. There seemed to be a larger gap on top. What are we to do with you, Aldo? Ebony asked. She'd mixed together Kayade sap to heal everyone's cuts and was wrapping Jacob's arms. Aldo beamed at her. You're not here with that old bag. The disconcerting books hate Friday. She looked at him thoughtfully, then wrapped Matt's arms. We could have him stay in the tree until we find a permanent residence for him. Kenji nodded. That'll be perfect. He seemed fine alone in his cabin. Brojan stood and excused himself, leaving the house. Jacob had almost forgotten the patriarch was there. He'd been so quiet. And Jacob noticed with surprise. Akeno had slipped out of the room too. He waited for Ebony to finish up with Aldo's wounds, then keyed the elderly man to the tree. When he returned, Ebony looked up from where she was working on Jaeger's arms. I wonder what Brojan thinks of the Mogs being part of the armies. This means they're out of their caves. She finished with Jaeger's bandages. It's too dangerous to have them wandering around. Jacob definitely understood why. They ate humans, for crying out loud. His mind returned to the experience in Aldo's cabin. Why didn't the key get destroyed when all the other metal objects did? Magic. Ebony peeked under one of his bandages. Just as I suspected, the wounds weren't deep or serious enough to require sleep to heal. She pulled off his bandages and threw them in a box in the corner of the room. Are we having the meeting tonight? Ebony hesitated, looking at Kenji. Yes, we were, she said. Then looked at Kenji. We weren't sure if we'd need to put it off, though. Having Aldo get attacked complicated things. Not too much to put it off, though, right? Matt asked. Jacob loved that his brother had adopted his stance. No, we're good to go, Kenji said. Jacob, you'll have to bring the fat lady, though. He jumped to his feet. On it! I'll send Aminya to tell her you're on the way, Kenji said. Chapter 9. Jacob made sure the door behind him clicked loudly when he shut it. He didn't want to surprise the fat lady, even if she knew he was coming. Hello? He called out. In here, Jacob. In here. He walked down the narrow hallway, through the cluttered living room, and into a dark little kitchen. The fat lady filled the entire area, barely having enough room to move around. She turned and grinned, her odd assortment of teeth shining at him. The top ones were nearly all gone. The bottoms were pearly white and straight. She fingered the piercing in one of her earlobes. Stretched out so far one of her pudgy fingers would have fit in the space, and Jacob tried not to cringe. Good to see you, she said. Give me a minute to finish. She turned to the sink, hand still on her earlobe. Jacob didn't want to know what she was doing. He stepped back into the living room, shoved papers off a section of the dusty orange couch, and sat down. After a few moments, the fat lady shuffled through the room, beckoning him to follow. Let's go get this shindig started. It took several minutes for everyone to settle down enough for the meeting to begin. Jacob alternated clasping his hands, elbows resting on his knees and jiggling his legs. His hands were sweaty and he was struggling to control his nerve. He couldn't wait to find out what the McCullough would say about getting Aloren. The fat lady grinned at Matt when the introductions were made and his jaw dropped, probably at the sight of her teeth. Brojan started by giving general updates, then asking the fat lady about her potion. It's the same one Akano and Aloren took on the way to Myvril. It's called Malono and prevents people from experiencing the negative effects of the Lorkon magic. And you recommend that everyone who is going takes it before entering Myvril City? The fat lady nodded. Definitely. We have no idea what would have happened to Akano and Aloren if Malano hadn't been in their systems. That Lorkon air most definitely is polluted. She leaned forward. I found an extra vial, enough for one person. Jacob watched the adults conversing, feeling somewhat like a third wheel. Okay, what's the plan then? When can we go get Aloren? Brojan looked at Jacob. As soon as everyone who's going has taken the Malono potion. Jacob turned to the fat lady. How long until more is ready? She shrugged. I'd guess 6 to 8 weeks. Jacob stumbled to his feet. Are you serious? No way am I waiting that long. Matt pulled his brother back into the chair. Calm down, Jake. You have to wait, Brojan said. There isn't anything else we can do. His beard masked half of his face, but Jacob could see displeasure in the McCullough's expression. Why was he frustrated? He wasn't the one whose friend was stuck in some city in the middle of nowhere. Brojan is right, Ebony said, then motioned toward the fat lady. Her potions are necessary. We can't help you without them. But she said there's an extra vial. Matt could take it. He and I could go together. Matt nodded in agreement. And this time, it'll be simple. We'll be careful. Kenji shook his head. He looked exhausted. No, you'll need more people. Bald Henrys aren't the worst thing you could come across. Do you think the Lorkon wouldn't put up a guard after finding out how important this girl is to you? And don't think they haven't learned already. They have spies everywhere. If they're using Mogs, Dusts, and Bald Henrys, they most definitely have other creatures working for them. He paused. And think about what would happen if you failed to get her. You'd endanger her life by putting their guards on alert. Jacob studied his hands. He couldn't meet eyes with anyone. What Kenji said made sense, and he hated to admit it. Finally, he looked up again when Kenji spoke to the fat lady. How many potions will you be able to make? She shrugged and wiped a bead of sweat off her forehead. Depends on many things. How quickly we can gather the ingredients, how fresh they are, and all that. Can't push things to grow faster. It don't work that way. Also, the older the ingredients are, the less potent they'll be, and the more of them I'll need. You know, we're lucky. One of the items, a flower bud from the silver trees, grows practically in my backyard. She sighed. 2 others I can't get until the bud is grown. Otherwise, they'll go bad. She turned to Jacob. Sorry, kiddo. And 6 weeks is if everything goes extremely well. Sometimes the bud takes up to 3 months to fully mature. 3 months? Jacob slumped back, running his hand through his hair. How could Aloren possibly wait that long? It would almost be Christmas by then, I promised her. He stopped. He didn't want to say anything more. The McCulloughs already felt bad. He could tell. Silence hung like a thick fog. The adults in the room looked at Jacob expectantly, waiting for him to agree. Okay, I'll wait for the potion. But just as soon as it's ready, the exact minute, we go get Aloren. Kenji nodded. Of course. Someone knocked on the door and Jaeger got up to answer it. A female McCullough spoke with him, then stepped aside to let Aldo walk into the house. Aldo? Ebony asked. You're back? Grass is broken, non-surplused. He bowed to Ebony several times in a row, then grabbed her hand, pulled her to her feet, and twirled her. Ebony laughed, then looked at Jaeger. What did Mara say? Just that Aldo had been throwing things around in the tree, and he'd pulled everything out of the drawers. She doesn't think it's wise to have him stay alone in an unfamiliar place. We could have someone in the tree with him at all times, Kenji said. Who? Ebony asked. There aren't many who have that kind of time. Kenji nodded. We'd need to arrange shifts. He can stay at my place, the fat lady said. I've got an extra room. But, is that appropriate? Ebony asked. The fat lady laughed. Of course it is. I can hold my own, and I was going to request having him stay with me anyway, just so I can figure out what's going on with him. Ebony nodded, then looked at her watch. Jacob, does your mom know where you are? He looked at his watch as well, 6:45. Oh, we have to go. Coach is coming over in 15 minutes. And yes, she does. How's basketball going anyway? Kenji asked. Did you make your tryouts? No, Jacob said, wondering how Kenji knew about all of that. He didn't think he'd mentioned anything. I'm talking to Coach about it tonight. Brojan sighed and got to his feet. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help you in that endeavor of yours. We're indebted to you. Jacob nodded, though he doubted the McCallus could help. If anything, they'd distract Coach. He also stood. Be careful with that key, Kenji said. Ebony nodded. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to. It would be bad if you decided to take a trip to China and ended up getting stuck there. You never know what is on the other side of the door. They know where China is, Matt whispered to Jacob. Akeno laughed. Jacob rolled his eyes. They know everything you know about Earth. Probably even more. They're smart that way. But how? Books, Akeno said. We read a lot of them. All right, you two, Ebony said. Would you mind taking the fat lady and Aldo to her place on your way? Then go home before your mother has a panic attack? Chapter 10. Jacob and Matt, using the key, dropped Aldo and the fat lady off at her cabin and arrived home just in time to help set the table. The doorbell rang and Jacob answered it. Coach was all smiles. Jacob, he said, removing his fedora and patting Jacob on the shoulder as he walked past. Hey, when are tryouts for varsity this year? Coach Birmingham stopped. Not for another few months. How about you wait until your sophomore or even junior year? Some of those seniors can be really rough. Jacob's mouth popped open and he struggled to find an answer. He was already a junior. How had Coach not remembered his son was Jacob's age? Coach started toward the kitchen again, and Jacob caught up. Coach, I'm a junior. Besides, I've been playing against seniors since I was 13. Coach only smiled at him, then shook hands with Jacob's mom. How are you? Anne's sorry she couldn't make it tonight, and we're both especially sorry to hear about Lee. Which hospital is he in again? We'd love to visit him. Jacob slumped in his chair, barely listening as Mom gave an elusive answer and changed the subject to dinner, and Coach explained what he'd cooked and how to serve it. He should have known. Coach always watched his son's games, but his attention never strayed to the other players. He'd probably never even seen Jacob play basketball before, especially now that Kevin was playing for private schools. Kevin had only played against Jacob a couple of times in the last few years. After making sure the fondue would be heated perfectly and the toothpicks used correctly, Coach shook Mom's hand again, patted Jacob on the shoulder once more, then turned to go. Jacob jumped to his feet. Wait, Coach, let me shoot some hoops for you before you go. Coach smiled, ruffling Jacob's hair. Maybe next time, son. Are you serious, son? I'm almost 17 years old. Coach laughed. Good one, Jake. Jacob scowled as Mom walked Coach to the front door. He hated being patronized. He did his chores quickly, accidentally heating up the bag of chicken feed in the process because he was so frustrated. He couldn't concentrate on anything. Finally, he decided the only thing he could do was make Coach watch him. A lot of students and faculty played basketball during lunch in the Orange Gym, and Coach was always there, from what Jacob had heard. He'd never done it before because he usually went out for lunch. But he'd be there Monday, and Coach would have to recognize how good he was. Jacob's classes before lunch on Monday seemed to inch by, and when the bell rang, his nerves were nearly shot. He couldn't believe how nervous he was. Basketball was his thing. It wasn't like him to get nervous. But his future, college, and beyond depended on him getting on varsity, and he'd failed to do just that 2 years in a row. He hadn't yet even made junior varsity, and that was ridiculous. He grabbed his backpack, ran to the locker room, changed into his gym clothes, then raced to the Orange Gym. He hesitated before entering and took a deep breath. Tani and her boyfriend Josh spotted him and waved for him to join them. He did, scarfing down the food he'd brought from home as quickly as possible. Jacob looked around the room, getting an idea who was there. His pulse quickened when he saw Coach talking to Mr. Coolidge. The entire varsity team lounged against one of the walls. It looked like all the junior varsity guys were there as well. Oh boy. Tani followed his gaze. Don't sweat it, Jacob. You'll be fine. Josh clapped Jacob on the back. You're about to blow all their minds with your mad skills. Jacob nodded, putting his things down. For just a moment, he entertained the thought of leaving, but quickly pushed the impulse away. He looked forward to this day for a long time. He grabbed a ball and stepped out to join the others in quick warm-ups. He bounced his basketball, waiting for the admin ref to assign him to a team. No one paid him any attention until Kevin spotted him. Jacob groaned when the tall blonde came toward him, bouncing his ball, an incredulous expression on his face. "Yo, Clark, do you think you're actually going to play?" Jacob looked straight into the eyes of the taller junior. He wasn't about to let Kevin push him around. "Yes, I do." "Now, Jake, how about we not repeat last year?" Kevin took several steps forward, forcing Jacob to back up. "You mean when you elbowed me, then said I'd elbowed you?" Jacob got benched for the rest of the game because of that, and his team had lost. Kevin snickered. "Yeah, something like that." Jacob glared at him. "There won't be a repeat. You know I'm the better player." Kevin flushed, hands forming fists at his side, the ball forgotten near his feet. "Say it again, Clark, if you want to be dead meat." "You can't push me around, Kevin. Just because you're coach's son doesn't mean you walk on water, even though coach acted that way sometimes." A few students noticed what was going on and watched curiously. Kevin glanced at them and laughed as if he and Jacob were sharing some joke. He put his arm around Jacob's shoulders and walked him to the corner near the drinking fountain. The kids looked away, bored. None of the admins were paying attention. They were talking to the players. Jacob half wanted them to see what was going on, but then again, wanted to resolve this himself. Why hadn't they started the game yet? He shook Kevin's arm away. "Keep your hands off me." Tanny and Josh joined them. "What's going on, Kevin?" Tanny asked. "Can't take competition from someone better than you?" Kevin glared at her. "Keep your trap shut, Tanny. No one wants you here," he spoke to Jacob. "Go back to the benches with your friends." Tanny folded her arms. "You can't tell Jake he's not playing. You don't have the authority, and he won't listen." "Wanna bet?" Kevin shoved Jacob up against the wall, holding him there. "Stay out of this gym." Jacob struggled out of Kevin's grasp. His back pinched uncomfortably against a light switch. "No." Josh jumped to pull Kevin off, but without warning, Kevin's right foot hooked Jacob's ankle and Kevin pushed him, pulling with his foot at the same time. Jacob's face slammed into the drinking fountain and he fell to the ground. Ouch! That would bruise. He turned to get up, but Kevin grabbed his arm and swung him up, smiling at the few students who turned at the noise. "He's clumsy," Kevin said. "Gotta always have someone around to help him to his feet." The kids looked at Jacob and he avoided eye contact. He felt his cheeks flushing. The desire to disappear flowed through him, along with the urge to hit Kevin as hard as he could. Jacob's arms trembled. Kevin looked at Jacob again, shoving him hard against the wall. "Go, now." "What's going on over here?" Principal Williams asked, walking over. "Nothing, sir. Jacob just wanted to wish me luck, and he tripped in the process. He's going back to the bleachers now." "All right," Mr. Williams said. "Be more careful, Mr. Clark. Kevin, you're in the game, right? Would you mind playing forward?" Kevin agreed and followed the principal. "This isn't over, Kevin," Jacob hissed low enough for the principal not to hear. Kevin looked back and sneered. Jacob's jaw stung from hitting the drinking fountain, but he refused to feel it for blood. "I can't believe that jerk," Josh said. "You hit the fountain really hard. You okay?" Taney asked. Jacob grunted in reply, turning away from her to scowl at the game. Mr. Coolidge looked at Jacob, his eyebrow raised, and Jacob focused his attention elsewhere, not wanting sympathy from a teacher who should have done something if he'd seen the exchange between the boys. "We leaving?" Josh asked. "No, I want to watch." The game was short, since they'd started so late, but Jacob still gleaned useful information from it. Coach doted on his son so much it was sickening. He practically ignored the other players except the occasional student who kissed up to him. No wonder Coach had never paid attention to Jacob. With his son there, he'd never noticed anyone else's talent. Jacob sighed in exasperation and shifted his focus to Kevin instead, sizing him up, watching his playing habits, searching for a weakness. Unfortunately, Kevin really was good, and everyone on the court knew it. Jacob scowled. Kevin made every shot he took and was one of the best forwards Jacob had ever seen play. Aside from NBA players, of course. The bell rang, and Jacob and his friends grabbed their things and left the gym. That night, Jacob lay in bed, contemplating his two biggest dilemmas, basketball and Aloren. How was he ever going to get Coach's permission to join varsity now that Kevin was going to the same school? And about Aloren. It was difficult to take his promise to the Makalo seriously. He flipped the key back and forth in his hand. The key would make things easy, in and out of the town hall. He sighed and rolled over, determined to put the dilemma out of his mind for now. Tuesday morning during history, Early zipped in through an open window. Luckily, Jacob was sitting in the back, so no one saw her flitting by his ear with the message that the Makalos wanted to meet with him after school. With a flash of light that no one noticed, she disappeared. "Brojan will be here soon," Ebony said when Jacob and Matt got there. "He's dealing with something on his side of the canyon." Jacob hadn't yet been to the other half of the village. He imagined it was similar to the side where Akeno lived. Adobe buildings clustered around fire holes in the stone floor of the crevice. Akeno hobbled into the room and sat. Guilt flowed over Jacob. With school having started and the stress over Aldo, Jacob hadn't kept in very good contact with his friend. "Getting better?" he asked. Slowly, Akeno put his foot up to rest. "How much longer until you can walk normally again?" Matt asked. Jacob leaned forward, wanting to know the answer. He couldn't help but wonder if Ebony and Kenji would have let Akeno get the key if they'd known he'd end up like this. "We're not sure. My father's shoulder still bothers him, and it's been almost 15 years since Lorkon blood touched him." Matt raised his eyebrows. "Dang." The door opened, and Butch, the Makalo who'd helped Jacob seal the entrance, strode in, along with Brojan and Kenji. Everyone took a seat at the table with Brojan at the head. He looked at Kenji, who folded his hands on the table in front of him. "The potion is coming along nicely," Kenji said. "The fat lady has all but 4 of the ingredients in place. She's still waiting on the most important one, the bud, and instructs us to be ready for a call from her at any time to help get it. It probably won't be for another few weeks, though." He paused. "In the meantime, we've been trying to locate the notes Aldo took while studying the Lorkon several years ago. We haven't been successful, and from what the fat lady has said, Aldo still isn't able to remember much of anything. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to tell us," Butch said. "The man is as crazy as a loon." Ebony shot him a disapproving look, and Butch shrugged. "Well, he is." Kenji continued as if Butch hadn't said anything. "We need to talk to Gallus. He says he has important information he'd like to share once his shop closes today." Kenji looked at Jacob. "As soon as he's ready, in about half an hour, we'll have you get him with the key. Then we'll discuss what's on his mind." Chapter 11. Butch scratched his chin. "If he won't be here for another half hour, what are we all doing here now?" Jacob rubbed his own chin. How did Butch get that much facial hair? Jacob's had been slow to come in and was just barely getting thick. Butch had a ton of it. "We want you boys to get to know each other, since you'll be working together a great deal in the next while." Butch glanced at Jacob. "I already know Human Boy. He's cool." He leaned back in his chair and patted his stomach. "My mom would kill me if she knew I was asking, but do you have any food?" Ebony laughed, but Brojan scowled at the teenager. "Sweet Pea, please take things seriously." Jacob's stomach rumbled, reminding him it had been a while since he'd last eaten. What Brojan had said sank in. Apparently it hit Matt at the same time. "Wait, what'd he just call you?" Matt asked. "Sweet Pea, my name." Matt nearly fell out of his chair. "That's your name?" "Sure is. Pretty, isn't it? Fits me just fine." "Yeah, like sunshine fits emo. No offense, but why on earth did your parents name you Sweet Pea?" Akeno laughed. "Matt, we're not on Earth." Matt snorted. "Yeah, well, I've seen sweet peas before, and he's definitely not one of them." Jacob chuckled too. Matt had a point. A Makala that burly and farmer-like should have a name like Butch. "Well, see, in our culture, moms name the kids. Apparently, when I was born, Mom took one look at me and thought I was the cutest, sweetest little thing she'd ever seen. She couldn't possibly know I'd be the hairiest, strongest, bravest, and most best-looking Makalo here. Sweet Pea fits me. Gets the girls every time." "Yeah, it does," Akeno said. "All 3 of them." Sweet Pea jabbed him in the ribs. "Leaving none for you, eh?" The 2 Makalos grinned at each other, and Jacob and Matt laughed. The adults looked as if they were enjoying the conversation, probably relieved the boys were getting along so well. Sweet Pea stretched, popping his back. If it hadn't been for the stupid Lorkon attacking and me getting injured, I would have gone with you, Jacob, instead of Akeno. Not instead of, Ebony said. But yes, you would have gone too. Really? Jacob asked. He couldn't imagine how different things might have been if Sweet Pea had accompanied them. He probably would have hit on Aloren from day one. After a couple minutes more of light-hearted banter, Brosian finally gave the go-ahead for Jacob to get Gallus. Do you want to come with me? Jacob asked Akeno. I'll be really slow, he paused. But if that doesn't bother you. Of course it doesn't. Plus, I've got the key, so speed doesn't even matter. Akeno got up from his seat, a large grin spreading across his face. Let me get my shoes. Once he returned, Jacob opened a link to Gallus's store. There were only 2 customers in the store, and both jumped when the door opened. Jacob was surprised at how dark it was inside. He looked around. The windows had been covered. The people ignored Jacob, moving away from him when he asked where Gallus was. What's going on here? Akeno whispered. Why is it so dark? The customers left, and footsteps sounded above. A moment later, Gallus came down the stairs in the corner of the room. He paused when he saw Jacob and Akeno, multiple emotions flitting across his face before he had the chance to mask them. Jacob immediately understood why, and he felt like his heart had stopped. Aloren should be with Jacob. She was stuck in Myvril City because of him. Satan was dead because of him. And Akeno was alive because Jacob had chosen to leave Aloren behind. Grief, guilt, anger, and frustration hit Jacob square in the chest, nearly knocking the breath from him. It's not my fault, he felt like screaming. Gallus was sure to argue, though. Jacob shouldn't have left Aloren behind when he went to get the key, no matter her arguments. He shouldn't have left her in Eacon's care. And what was he doing here, not trying to get her out of the city? Why was he wasting time waiting for the potion to be made? Akeno nudged Jacob. Gallus was staring at him. It appeared he'd chosen a polite expression to cover his emotions. I see you're in. Good health, Jacob. The black man paused, fidgeting with his apron. And Akeno? How's your leg? Kenji told me what happened in the Lorkon castle. It's healing, slowly. Jacob knew he should apologize, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, especially in front of Akeno. What would he say? I'm sorry I left the girl you think of as your own daughter in a city full of dangerous, disfigured people who interact with the vilest species in the universe, so I could save the life of someone you'd only met once. Somehow, it didn't seem adequate. Jacob sighed inwardly. Apologies almost never sufficed for the act they were excusing, at least not to him. It would have been better if the act had never been committed. Good. Kanush. Gallus offered them the jar of sweets, and Jacob and Akeno each took one. A long silence. Jacob cleared his throat. Kenji and Brosian sent us to get you. Yes, I see. Gallus took off his apron, hanging it on a hook behind him. Let me close shop. He wandered off mumbling, and Jacob thought he heard the black man say something about how he'd expected Kenji to come, or Brosian at least, and not Jacob. Jacob blew out a breath of air. Wow, he's upset with me. Akeno bit his lip, looking worried. I know. I can tell. Jacob, I'm so sorry I let that Lorkon grab me. If it hadn't happened, we'd have been able to get Aloren out. It wasn't your fault. I definitely don't blame you, and neither should he or you. Akeno didn't respond, but Jacob could tell he was still upset. After several moments, Gallus returned. He placed bars in front of the covered windows, then locked the door in 3 different places, a grim expression on his face. Finally, he motioned Jacob to the door. Kenji's house, Jacob said, marveling when the locks undid themselves as he opened the link. He waved the tall man through. We'll come in a minute. He didn't want to be there for the reunion between Gallus and the Makalo adults. If anything, his presence would subdue Gallus's joy. Jacob watched the locks refasten themselves before turning to Akeno. I don't know how to make things better. He ran his hand through his hair. He's going to hate me for the rest of my life, especially if something bad happens to Aloren. Why won't your parents let me get her? Akeno shook his head. Jacob, I'm sorry, he said. I really am. I don't know what's going to happen, or even if having more people help rescue her will do any good. My parents seem to understand more than we do, though. But I've seen what's in the city. You too. I'm familiar with what I'd be up against. I know I'd be able to get her. Akeno didn't respond, and Jacob slid down against the door. Finally, the Makalo said, "You're a good person. I waited my whole life to meet you. All of us did. And it's such a relief to know that all of this is in the hands of someone who genuinely cares for other people." Jacob smiled, gratitude for his friend making his heart swell. "Thanks. That means a lot." Akeno returned the smile. "Wanna see the scar? It's changed colors again." He lowered himself to the floor and lit his finger to give more light to the gloomy store, then lifted his pant leg. The pink scar had changed to an ugly yellow smudge, which wrapped around Akeno's shin to his calf. It was about the size of a handprint. "Pretty impressive." Akeno laughed. "Yeah, my sister says it's gross. Don't blame her. We're not sure if it'll ever go away." They sat in companionable silence for a while. Then Jacob stood, helping Akeno up. "We should get back. They're probably ready for us." Chapter 12. "You can't imagine how difficult the last few days have been," Gallus said. Everyone was squashed around Kenji's table. Matt, Jaeger, and Akeno had been mostly silent. The discussion didn't directly affect them. As soon as Gallus paused. "Well, we guess it was as soon as Jacob escaped through the fat lady's door. The Lorkon stationed guards in all the cities. We're under surveillance and curfews have been placed. They seem to know Jacob had found help in one of the cities, and I'm sure they know it was Makarya." "She's not being held in the castle, is she?" Jacob blurted, forgetting that Gallus had been ignoring him for the past 20 minutes. He tried to give the man space, but he couldn't help it this time. He needed more information. Gallus didn't look directly at Jacob. "I'm not sure. I don't have any details." He then stared at his cup. "What I wanted to tell you," he motioned to Kenji, "was that I saw someone walking around the lake on the other side of the scented air, and there's no way they would be there unless they're from Myvorol." "How'd you see them?" Jacob asked. "Makarya is really far away from Myvorol City." "With a lens. It's like telescope in your world." Ebony frowned. "And you're sure it wasn't a Lorkon you saw?" "Positive. Absolutely positive. Nowhere near tall enough." "They didn't come from Ashe Hills?" she asked. Gallus shook his head. "The mountains are impassable, which is the reason the royal castle was built there in the first place. They could only have come from Myvorol itself. We already know the everlasting potion the Lorkon placed between Myvorol City and Ridgewood traps people, and the residents of Ridgewood won't let others pass. The Lorkon must have allowed a few people to leave." Jacob got chills when he thought of the scented air. It became an invisible prison for people who hadn't taken one of the fat lady's potions. "So what do you propose we do with this information?" Kenji asked. Gallus shrugged. "I was hoping we'd all be able to figure that out." "We go get Aloren before anything else weird happens," Jacob said. "Never mind the fat lady's potion." Kenji shook his head. "Not a chance. That potion is necessary. You also need more than 2 people. Imagine if you met up with a bald Henry but couldn't get through a door in time. We didn't see any bald Henrys there last time. But you also didn't see bald Henrys when you went to Aldo's cabin either. They're invisible. And maybe they were in the city, but not around you." "Regardless," Brojan said, cutting off Jacob's reply, "there are too many things that could go wrong. There are several species here, Jacob, that you haven't met. If the Lorkon brought fire pulsars to Myvorol, there's no way you'd get out alive." Jacob's fist hit the table. "She's gonna die there. I can't wait for the potion to be made. It's killing me." "I'm with him," Sweet Pea said. "We gotta get her out of there." "But not without help from other people," Kenji said firmly. The expression on Gallus's face made it look like he was experiencing an internal war. Jacob could only imagine what was going on in the black man's mind. He was probably on Jacob's side where rescuing Aloren was concerned, but being an adult, he'd support Kenji. Ebony covered her husband's hand with her own, meeting eyes with him, trying to calm him down probably. She turned to Gallus. "Did you see where the person went?" "Probably into the scented air, but I have no proof of that." "Why were you watching Myvorol City anyway?" Sweet Pea asked. "We've been keeping our eyes open for any activity whatsoever. I'm not the only one who's noticed things happening. Holg, actually, was the first to see a person wandering around on that side of Sonda Lake. We've been watching as much as we can since then." "When did you see the person?" Kenji asked after taking a drink. "This morning." Ebony fiddled with her cup. "This brings us back to our original question. What do we do with this information?" All eyes turned to Brojan. He stared at the ceiling for a moment before answering. The silence was awkward, but Jacob didn't dare break it. The patriarch finally looked at the adult Makalos. While waiting for the fat lady's potion, we need to focus on getting those people out of the scented air. As many of them as possible. They can't stay trapped there forever, and we'll need them in the coming months as we try to rid the land of the Lorkon. Kenji nodded. This will be a great thing for Jacob to focus on while waiting for the Malono potion. Jacob raised an eyebrow. The Makalo sure loved scheduling his life. Brojan acknowledged Kenji's comment, then continued. We'll first pull those who are dressed the shabbiest. The people who've escaped from Ivoril won't have had access to nice clothing in recent years. He looked to Jacob for confirmation. Yeah, their clothes were rags, basically. We'll ask them for all information on Myvoral, Brojan said. Now then, Jacob, I know how passionate you feel about getting Aloren back, but even without the potion, you are not ready. How much training do you have in fighting? Jacob felt a blush crossing his cheeks. He'd not thought of this. None. There you have it, Brojan said. Sweet Pia, you will commence training Jacob in hand-to-hand and all other forms of combat, you know. Sweet Pea nodded, his eyes glinting. I'll have him ready in a week. Kenji laughed. Hardly. What? You doubt my abilities? Just wait and see. Sweet Pea jabbed Jacob in the side. How much of that detainment facility can you skip? Detainment facility? Yes, where they teach you things. High school, you mean? None. My mom would kill me. That poses a problem. Oh well, we'll work around it. I'll still get you up and fighting in a matter of days. Brojan leaned forward. And Jacob, we will need your help retrieving people from the scented air. The key only works for you, so you will be busy. Jacob agreed. At least he'd be doing something. Kenji stood. As soon as you get out of school and finish your homework each day, meet us at the tree. We'll start tomorrow and we'll focus as many hours a day on these tasks as possible. The fat lady said we could use her cabin as the stopping point. Matt, you're welcome to come as well. Matt nodded eagerly. I can be of assistance too, Gallus said. Sweet Pea jumped to his feet. And me? Good. We'll all work together to wake up the people. Jacob, when you're not pulling them from the scented air, we expect you to be learning combat. And all goes well, we should be ready to head to Myvoral very soon. Kenji looked to Brojan for agreement, and the patriarch inclined his head. A thought occurred to Jacob. He hated having to mention it. We're talking about the scented air without bringing up an important point. What's that? Kenji asked. If it's everlasting, then how are any of you supposed to pull people out of it? Only Okano's taken the fat lady's potion. Kenji shrugged. You'll pull them out of the potion and hand them off to the rest of us. We'll take them to the fat lady's cabin and beyond. Okay. It's time for Jacob and Matt to get home, Ebony said. Why was she the only one who remembered those sorts of things? Gallus is spending the night in the tree, so you don't need to worry about taking him back. See you all tomorrow, Sweet Pea said. Jacob and Matt said their goodbyes, then keyed home. A note on the kitchen counter said that Mom and Amberly had gone for a walk to Ida May's house and to let Mom know immediately if the McCulloughs had an update on Dad. Jacob shook his head to himself, heading up the stairs. No one had even mentioned Dad. Of course, it had only been a few days, and it would likely take a week or two more. Jacob had looked it up. There were 27 bones just in the hand. Assuming the Lorkon could break all of them, it would take 4.5 days to heal from just that hand. Dad had a long, long way to go. Jacob headed to bed lying across the covers. He felt like his attention was being spread too thin. School, homework, basketball, learning combat, pulling people out of the scented air, and dealing with obstinate Makalos. How on earth was he supposed to get everything done? Chapter 13. Eakin checked that the bars were snug before lowering the shade. Already the villagers were wandering the streets, seeking escape from turmoil. Father, what should I do with her now? Dwana asked. He sighed, turning to his daughter. The light cast her face in shadow, but the stress and worry were still evident. I'm not certain, he said. It'd been a while since he'd reported any activity to the Lorkon about the girl who'd come searching for her brother. They'd sent one of their fire turners, part human, part fire pulsar, to inspect and question Aloren, but everything had been silent for a while. Eakin still hadn't repaired the wooden floors of the town hall where Sanso had walked. burning the grain with flames that flickered from the soles of his feet. Eakin stared at the charred footprints leading to the room where Aloren cowered all day. He shuddered, remembering the turn the Inquisition had taken. The girl would be scarred for life, and not just emotionally. She had survived but hadn't spoken a word since. 6 days had passed. How could someone go that long without uttering a sound? Grabbing the soup Dwana had prepared for the girl, he climbed the stairs to the section of the town hall where he and Dwana lived, and where he'd assigned a room to the girl. He stopped in her doorway, peering at her. She scurried to the corner of the room, instinctively covered the burns on her upper arms. "I'm not going to hurt you, girl. How many times do I need to tell you that?" He sighed in impatience, putting the container on the floor. "Here's your food." Eakin strode down the hallway to his own quarters. He couldn't handle much more of this silence. It was awkward enough having her trapped in the town hall by the orders of the Lorkon. If she didn't start talking soon, Eakin paused. What would he do? He didn't even know. Reports to the Lorkon were expected as frequently as her condition changed. She hadn't spoken in so long. They were probably wondering if he slacked in his duties. He sighed, leaning against his door. He hated working for the Lorkon, hated it more than anything else. Even maintaining his and his daughter's sanity and health no longer seemed better than the price he constantly paid. But as many of the people in Myvril City had discovered, there wasn't a way to go back on agreements made with the Lorkon. They'd made sure of that. He walked to his desk. It was cluttered with unfinished projects, old digging plans, paperwork on the villagers the Lorkon asked him to complete every year, and other random items. He moved a stack of papers from the chair and sat to rest before planning dinner for the villagers. That girl's presence caused so many problems. It hardly seemed worth it. Before she came, the villagers ate at long tables in the great room of the town hall. Dwana usually cooked and Eakin served the food and cleaned up. Now, however, the people had become dangerous. They suspected Aloren was still in the hall and had tried to get at her. They wouldn't allow her the privilege of inhabiting a healthy body without the Lorkon specifically giving it to her. To protect Aloren, and Eakin admitted, himself and Dwana, they'd been forced to lock themselves in, carefully putting containers of food on the porch, only going outside a couple times a day to retrieve the dishes. They rotated duties so the same person didn't have to risk attack from the people twice in a row. Eakin rubbed his eyes, trying to clear them from the ever-present grime. Things would be easier if Aloren weren't here. He wished he had the courage to do something about it. Chapter 14. Jacob was nearly finished with homework when Matt flung his door open and strode inside. "Ready to go yet?" Matt tossed a bag at Jacob. "Here, eat." Jacob sat up and opened the bag. String cheese, Pop-Tarts, a can of apple juice, a couple of Lunchables, and a yogurt smoothie. He pulled out the yogurt, drinking it in a few swallows. Pretty much. He stepped to his bedroom door. "Okay, let's see if this works the way it did at Aldo's." He held the key up to the door, and the hole for a lock appeared. "That's so cool," Matt said. "Yeah." Jacob put the key inside. It fit perfectly as usual, and he keyed them to the Makalo village. Kenji, Gallus, Akino, and Sweet Pea were waiting in the tree. Gallus, not surprisingly, didn't look at the brothers. Sweet Pea half saluted the brothers. Jacob was having a hard time thinking of the Makalo by his real name. Akino limped to the door, a smile on his face. He looked excited to be a part of this too. Ebony wasn't around, and Kenji reported they were to send a Minya when she was needed. "Did you finish your chores and homework?" Kenji asked. Jacob and Matt both said yes, and Kenji rubbed his hands together, eagerness crossing his face. Time to get to work. Jacob keyed the group to the fat lady's cabin, a blast of heat and the smell of rancid juice hitting his face when he stepped inside. The fat lady sat on her dusty, dirty couch, playing with some sort of concoction on the short table in front of her. Aldo sat in the corner of the room, digging through what looked to be a garbage pile. She turned to Kenji. "Who'd you like to take the extra Malono potion?" "How about Gallus?" Kenji said. Gallus shook his head. "No, you need someone who'll be able to help any time Jacob is here." Kenji looked at all who were present. "Give it to Matt. He'd probably be able to help Jacob the most." Sweet Pea's mouth popped open. "What about me?" "You're not his brother. They'll work better together." "But I'm stronger." Matt snorted. "Whatever. Dude, I'm like a foot taller than you. And check out these bad boys." He flexed his biceps. Sweet Pea folded an arm across his chest, tapping his chin with a finger from his other hand. I didn't see anything happen. Now, exactly where are your muscles? Matt punched Sweet Pea on the shoulder, and Sweet Pea playfully shoved him back. Jacob laughed at them, then chuckled at the reaction of everyone else. The adults were absolutely shocked at what was happening, and a determined expression crossed Kenji's face like he thought he was going to have to break up a fight. Aldo jumped to his feet with a huge grin and swung his fist like a 1930s boxer. He hopped around Sweet Pea and Matt, blabbering nonsensical words, fists moving like he was about to enter the ring. Sweet Pea laughed at the tension the adults had created. Come on, guys, it's how the Earth people interact. Haven't you read any modern books? Kenji slowly shook his head. None of them spoke of physical abuse. Matt and Sweet Pea both laughed this time. It's not abuse, Matt said. It's how guys mess around. The adults relaxed, a couple of them rolling their eyes. The fat lady, Gallus, and Kenji started talking to each other about the different ingredients she still had to get for her potion and where they'd find them. Matt turned to Jacob, keeping his eyes on the large woman. So, what's this potion gonna taste like? Please tell me not like that sick smell in the air. It'll be worse, Akeno said, then laughed at the horror on Matt's face. It does go down quickly, though. Can she at least put sugar in it or something? Or maybe a Sweet Pea, Sweet Pea said, then chortled. Get it? All right, Matt, here you are. The fat lady brought a vial over, holding it out to him in one large, puffy hand. Matt took it from her, eyeing it like he expected it to come alive and crawl up his arm. Jacob couldn't help but snicker, even though he was glad he hadn't ever had to take it himself. Oh, come on, the fat lady said. Don't tell me Jacob's brother, his older brother, is a wimp. Whatever. Matt lifted the vial to his lips, then in one quick motion, poured it in his mouth and swallowed. Everyone watched for his reaction, and they weren't disappointed. He gagged, his face turning bright red, and bent over, hands on his knees coughing. He fell to the floor, still gagging, tears streaming down his face. The fat lady laughed so loudly the cabin window shook. Give me a break, it's not that bad. She pointed to Akeno. He didn't freak out like this. Matt pulled himself to his knees, gasping. That was awful. Worst thing disgusting. He slumped against the couch, panting from the exertion of trying to talk. After Matt recovered, the group discussed who would do what. They'd form a bucket brigade with Jacob, Matt, and Akeno searching for people who wore shabby clothing and pulling them out to Sweet Pea, who would take them to Gallus, who, in turn, would take them to Kenji. The fat lady, at the end of the brigade, would dump water over the heads of the people and try to get them to talk. Early would act as lookout for any danger. Jacob was surprised all it would take was some water. Why can't we just take the water to them? They need to be out of the scented air first, Sweet Pea said. Otherwise, we'll just have to keep pouring water over their faces, over and over again, and nothing would happen. Okay, all right, Jacob said. I get it. The skies were darkening as Jacob, Akeno, and Sweet Pea took the long walk to where the scented air began. An involuntary shudder passed through Jacob when he looked up at the clouds. Last time he'd been in this part of Aloren, he'd nearly been killed several times by Aloren, the cloud dweller. Aloren used particles in the air to pepper explosions around helpless people below him. Even though the fat lady had reassured them these weren't Aloren clouds, Jacob was still nervous. What would they do if Aloren showed up? Or worse, if a Lorkon appeared? At least the group was within half an hour's walk of the fat lady's cabin. Jacob watched Akeno from the corner of his eye. The Makalo's limp was still defined and painful looking. Jacob would probably have to pick him up if he needed to run. 20 or so minutes later, the group reached where the scented air began. Sweet Pea stopped, and Matt, Akeno, and Jacob continued. Matt jumped. It smells like fresh footballs. Jacob laughed, now knowing that the scented air made a person smell whatever was most important or familiar to them, and not like Sammy. Boy, what would she say if she found out you value football over her? Matt flushed. Oh, she already knows. I mean, she has to. It's all I talk about. Jacob laughed again. I still don't smell anything here. They continued forward, approaching the man Jacob and Akeno had seen first. He was still staring vacantly off into the distance, a smile on his lip. That's all sorts of wrong, Matt said. You said they didn't respond when you touched them? Well, the one guy did sort of answer, but he didn't seem to care that I'd poked him. "I'm going to take a look around." Matt wandered off and Jacob turned to Akano, about to say something when a weird feeling, like they were being watched, came over him. "Can you feel that?" He didn't wait for Akano's response, but turned to the forest. "Something's in the trees." Fear crossed Akano's face. "What? What is it? A Lorkon! Please, no." "I hope not." Jacob crouched and ran to a large tree near the edge of the scented air. He stared intently at the forest 20 feet away. "See anything?" "No. Wait, there," he pointed. "I see it." Dismay hit Jacob. A dust. Great. There was a flash of blue eyes and a bright blue cloak. Then the creature disappeared from view. Chapter 15. Akano grabbed Jacob's arm, a huge smile spreading across his face as he stared into the forest. "Wow!" "Now it's going to alert the Lorkon," Jacob said. "We better get out of here." "That wasn't a dust. It was a werby." Jacob tilted his head. "Are you sure?" "Positive." "How awesome. I just saw a werby." Akano turned back to the forest, probably trying to catch another glimpse of the creature. "I don't know, Akano. You could be wrong." "You saw the blue robes, right? And the blue eyes. Only werbies have eyes like that." Jacob turned to Akano. "But couldn't a dust be dressed like a werby and have blue eyes?" Akano shook his head. "If a werby turns evil, his eyes go dark. If a dust turns good, his eyes become blue. That's just how their species works. And there's no way a dust would wear blue. It goes against everything ingrained in them from birth." Akano turned back to the forest. "I can't believe we just saw a werby. How lucky." "I don't understand why this is so exciting." "Gallus told my parents that all the werbies had been hunted down and killed. A werby hasn't been seen here since around the time Dimitri. Well, since the Makalos hid in Taga." He turned back to Jacob. "This means they're not all gone like we thought, which also means they'd be able to help us." "We need all the help we can get," Jacob sighed. "We've got work to do for now. We should keep our eyes open for dusts and the Lorkon, though, just in case." He ran his hand through his hair, then turned toward the people in the scented air. A grin spread across his face when he saw what Matt had done, what he was still doing. Jacob couldn't help but laugh even as he yelled, "Knock it off, Matt!" Matt had gone around and rearranged the positions of many of the people. The man closest to Jacob now looked like he was about to dive into a pool. A woman near him had her nose plugged and one arm stretched straight above her, fingers forming the peace sign. Another man stood like he was holding a rifle, his shoulders scrunched up, head slightly tilted as if looking down a barrel which would have been pointing at a person not far away if the gun existed. That person's hands were in the air surrendering. The only thing that hadn't changed was their odd smiles, but that just added to the hilarity of the situation. Jacob jogged toward Matt, laughing. "I'm serious. Stop." "Just one more, please." Matt's eyes were streaming tears of laughter. He jumped to a man, pulled his hands out, and made it look like he was dancing the Macarena. Jacob laughed again, dragging Matt away. "They're alive. What if you're hurting them? And what if they remember? You need to have more respect." Matt wiped the laughter tears from his face. "Oh, come on. There's no way they'll remember this." Jacob shook his head, then turned to gaze at the people, allowing another smile to cross his face. "Well, it is funny. Seriously hilarious." Matt wiped his hands on his pants. "Some of them are pretty sweaty." "That's because it's summer here." "Oh, really?" Matt said with sarcasm. "I didn't notice." Okay, Akana said. "Let's get started." They decided it would be easiest if they stuck together, going through the people. Whenever they found someone wearing ragged clothes, Akano would say in that spot, like a bookmark to show where they left off, while Matt and Jacob pulled the person to Sweet Pea. The first person they found, a man with long, scraggly, dirty hair, looked like the scented air was the first happiness he'd experienced in a long while. Jacob almost regretted having to wake him up. After trying to get the man to walk, the brothers finally grabbed an arm and dragged him backward through the people. The man's arms and legs started jerking as the scented air thinned. When they reached Sweet Pea, the straggler was able to steady himself, but the vacant smile remained on his face. He didn't respond when they spoke to him, but Sweet Pea was able to lead him along the path toward the fat lady's house. Jacob and Matt returned to Akano, continuing the process. After nearly an hour, they only managed to get 3 people out. The first man proved to be the easiest. He'd been fairly small, and his clothing wasn't heavy. The others, though, weren't dressed as sparsely, and the work was very difficult. Matt almost dropped one woman in disgust when she drooled on his arm. "How are we supposed to get everyone?" he asked while they took a break. Jacob wiped sweat off his face. "Don't know. Doesn't seem possible." Just then, Early zoomed to Jacob's side with a message. "Kenji says, 'Hi,'" she said, doing a flip and waving at Matt, who grunted in response. "That's all?" Jacob asked. He found it hard to believe Kenji would send a Minya just to say hi. No. I didn't hear the rest of his message. She disappeared, then reappeared a moment later. He's also afraid Aloren might be coming because the storm is getting darker. You have time to get one more person, and then you need to return to the fat lady's cabin. Matt scrambled to his feet when he saw the expressions on Jacob and Akeno's faces. "Who's Aloren? Sounds bad." Jacob nodded and explained as they hurried to find the next person. This one was a teenager, maybe 17 years old. They pulled him towards Sweet Pea, urgency in their steps this time. Jacob had no desire to deal with Aloren again. Luckily, the teenager wasn't difficult to haul off. He was shorter than Jacob by a couple of inches and couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. It was a wonder the kid was even alive. He was so skinny. The brothers and Akeno reached Sweet Pea, who helped them get the guy to the fat lady's cabin and the others. Kenji dumped a bucket of water over the teen's face. He didn't sputter or try to wipe it off, but moaned, the smile disappearing. "How long does it take?" Jacob asked. "Oh, about 5 minutes, Kenji said. "But that's only until the light comes back into their eyes. The first man you brought to us still hasn't spoken, and it's been over an hour." The teenager looked around confused and moaned again, slipping to the ground where Kenji let him stay. "The fat lady thinks the length of time they spent in the scented air will affect how long it takes them to come out of the trance." "Makes sense," Jacob said. "Now what?" "We take them to Taka Village." Jacob followed Gallus and Kenji inside as they pulled the teenager up the 2 steps to the fat lady's cabin. He keyed to the tree in the village, leaving the door open, then turned to help drag the people through the door. It took them a couple of minutes. The woman was the most alert, but she didn't want to be touched and swatted at anyone who got close. Luckily, the fat lady was there. Either the woman felt better about having another woman help her, or she was so scared by the fat lady that she was frightened into submission. Ebony had cleared the shelves, tables, and chairs out of the way in the tree and laid blankets on the floor. Kenji decided it would be too difficult to carry everyone upstairs to the 3rd floor where the beds were located. "Only 4? Ebony asked. "Yeah, and those 4 were dang hard to get," Matt said. Gallus laid the teenager on one of the blankets, then straightened, wiping his brow. "Next time, why don't we completely skip taking the people into the fat lady's place and just leave her door open, linking to the village?" "Oh, good idea," Kenji said. "Anything to skip a step or 2 would be good. And we'll have someone guard the link." Ebony handed out glasses of water once everything was arranged, and the group sat at the table, discussing the events of the day. Jacob mentioned that he and Akeno had seen a Werby. Kenji frowned. "That's not possible. Werbies are extinct." Gallus shook his head. "A few have been spotted recently. I'm not sure why, but I think it has something to do with..." He glanced at Jacob. "The Lorkon aren't the only ones who have followed information about him, you know?" Jacob shook his head. That whole Forsaken Prince business still bothered him a little. At least these people here didn't treat him like royalty. Sweet Pea put his cup down and stretched. "All right, how about we start your training?" "Now?" Jacob asked. "We just got back, and I'm exhausted." "Oh, come on. Don't be a wimp." Sweet Pea got up and jumped back and forth in front of Jacob, playfully trying to punch him. Jacob whacked the Makalo's hands away. "Stop that!" Sweet Pea turned to Kenji. "Where should we practice?" "How about in the meadow? There's plenty." "No," Jacob said, then flushed when everyone looked at him. "Can we please go somewhere more private?" This was going to be hard enough without every single Makalo turning his lessons into a spectator sport. "Well, I suppose you could use the 4th floor of the tree. There's nothing up there but the telescope. Just move it aside." "We'll do it," Jacob said, not waiting to see what Sweet Pea would say. Sweet Pea laughed, shaking his head. "Whatever, human boy. We'll teach you not to be ashamed of your abilities." Chapter 16. Jacob keyed home to change his clothes and drop Matt off so Matt could hang out with Sammy. Then he returned to Taka Village. Back in the tree, Sweet Pea had Jacob face him. Then he showed him a few defensive moves. They practiced those moves for almost an hour, over and over again, until Jacob was sure he'd have permanent bruises on his arms and wrists. One of them he really struggled with, and they practiced that one the longest. Finally, when Jacob was sure his body couldn't take any more, Sweet Pea called it quits. "Where'd you learn all this?" Jacob asked, panting, hands on knees. Sweet Pea chuckled. "Ebony, actually." Jacob straightened, shocked. "What? Are you serious?" "Stretch out. I don't want you whining tomorrow because you're sore." Sweet Pea bent to touch his toes. Jacob was surprised the Makalo could actually reach them. She's an amazing fighter. That was her specialty, and sneaking around. Wow, I never would have guessed it. She didn't want you to feel uncomfortable, so she had me do the teaching. Jacob shook his head. And here I thought Makalos were helpless physically. We are, well, the older generation is at least. Except Ebony. She joined the original group at the age of 10, so she's much younger than everyone, including Kenji. But if Ebony could train me herself, why didn't she go get the key? It's obvious. She has people here who need her. Like a baby. Plus, you're the hero now. The Forsaken Prince. It's your job. Jacob still wasn't sure how he felt about all of that. He couldn't wait for his dad to wake up, though, so he could get answers. They finished stretching and Jacob keyed home. The next day after school, Jacob sat on his bed, massaging his feet. They were still sore from yesterday's adventures, and he wasn't looking forward to doing it all over again. His eyes drifted to the stuff that had come out of Aloren's bag when he and Matt opened it. He hadn't touched anything since then. Acting on impulse, Jacob picked up the parchment. What would Aloren have written on it? He sat on his bed again. To you who is in possession of my bag, please return it to Gallus, the shop owner. If it isn't with me, you can safely assume someone's life, under my care, may be at risk. Oh crap, Jacob jumped up. Matt, he called. No answer. He left his room and went into Matt's. Read this. Matt took the parchment and scanned it. Did it come out of Aloren's bag? Jacob nodded. Yeah, why didn't she tell me anything about it? Matt shrugged. Don't know. Get her stuff. We better go see Gallus. Jacob agreed. He ran to his room, put Aloren's things back in the bag, then keyed himself and Matt to the shop. Gallus was helping someone at the counter when the brothers entered. They waited, browsing the aisles. When Gallus finished, Jacob handed him the note. Oh no, Hazel. He raced to the door, then spun around. Is there a key in that bag? Yes, Jacob said, pulling it out. He handed it to Gallus. The black man took the key and jumped to the door. Wait, Jacob called. Where are you going? Maybe I can use the key of Kilenya to get us there. Gallus looked mildly annoyed, then agreed. To Aloren's tower? Jacob put the key in Gallus's lock and said, Aloren's tower. He opened the door, not sure what he'd see behind it. What greeted them was definitely not what he was expecting. The room was large and circular, with many windows. It was bright and cheerful. Fabrics with playful patterns adorned the walls. Drapes were at the windows, and Aloren's bed was nicely made. Not a thing appeared out of order. Gallus strode to a desk and started going through the drawers. Obviously not finding what he searched for, he ran to look beneath the bed, pulled a loose stone up from under it, and dug around in the items there. Can we help? Matt asked. Gallus only grunted in reply. He stepped around a hole in the floor where stones had fallen through, and, mumbling to himself, went to a wardrobe against another wall. He flung it open, revealing scores and scores of dresses and other feminine clothes. Jacob wondered where Aloren got them, then wondered why she didn't wear them. He shook his head at himself. Her leather clothes would offer much more protection against weather and danger than those dresses. Finally, after digging through a few more things in Aloren's room, Gallus turned to Jacob, impatience and frustration filling his voice. I'm looking for a silver box, a minya box. Realization dawned on Jacob. He dug through Aloren's bag and pulled out the silver container. This? Give it to me, Gallus said, hand extended. He snatched the box from Jacob and opened it, then sighed in relief. Jacob and Matt crowded around him. A female minya backed into the corner of the box. Her hair was black and slightly curly. Her skin was pale, paler than Early's, and she looked frightened. "Aloren?" she asked. Gallus shook his head. "I'm sorry, Hazel. She's not here." "Why?" Gallus's expression darkened. "Ask him." He handed the container to Jacob. Hazel looked up at him expectantly. How could he explain things to her? "Well, Aloren, a Kano, and I went to get the key of Kilenya, and Aloren asked me to carry her bag for her in a really dangerous place, and I forgot to give it back." He cleared his throat. "And she's stuck in Myvril City now." She folded her arms and scowled. "I want to be with her." Jacob hesitated again. "You can't. Myvril City won't let you enter, and I can't go back until the McCullows give me permission." He saw the disappointment on her face and rushed on. "But I promise that as soon as I do go, I'll take you with me, okay?" A smile crept across her features. "I'd like that." Gallus took the container from Jacob, but Hazel flitted back to Jacob. "I want to stay with him until he gets Aloren." Gallus frowned. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Jacob shook his head when he saw the expression on Gallus's face. "No, Hazel. You should be with Gallus. He'll take good care of you and make sure Aloren gets you back." "No, I'll go with you." The black man handed the box to Jacob. "Minyas choose their company. I can't force her to stay with me." He glared at Jacob. "You take extremely good care of her. Make sure you give her everything she needs." His jaw clenched and he swallowed several times before saying, "Don't fail me again." Jacob nodded, his chest burning in an intense desire to prove himself overcoming him. "I won't." Chapter 17. Jacob and Matt took Gallus back to the store, then went home. The McCullows needed time to work with the people who'd already been pulled from the potion and opted to take the night off. Jacob's muscles needed to recuperate from working with Sweet Pea, so he was especially grateful. He wanted to relax and play video games or watch a movie, but Tani called and told him the usual group was meeting at a local church to play basketball in the gym, and they wanted to know if he was up for it. Knowing he needed to practice, to keep up on his skills, he said yes. He'd have the opportunity to impress Coach sooner or later and didn't want to get rusty. "Great," Tani said. "We'll carpool. See you soon." Tegan, Tani's older brother, honked out front. Jacob made sure Hazel would be comfortable in his room without him, then ran and hopped in the car. 5 minutes later, they pulled up to the church and jogged inside, eager to get started. Tegan, now a college freshman and on the local university's team, divided everyone up. Tani was the only girl, as usual. They played a 20-minute game, then Tegan redivided, playing opposite of Jacob. He said he wanted to challenge Jacob more. This game was fast and intense, with Jacob struggling to keep up. He wasn't used to going against someone with Tegan's training, even though he and the older teenager had played like this many times before Tegan went to college. Tegan's team won both games, but the second game was close. Jacob tried not to feel discouraged. He'd done his best. He knew he had, but they still lost. Afterward, several of the players went to an ice cream parlor in Logan. Tegan, Jacob, and Tani chose a booth away from the others. Jacob wasn't sure, but it seemed like Tegan had something on his mind. They were silent for a moment. Tani texted someone on her phone, letting her ice cream melt, and Jacob enjoyed the cool sweetness of his chocolate pecan shake. Finally, Tegan leaned back in his seat, staring at Jacob. "You've improved a lot since the last time we played together." "So have you?" "Yeah, well, playing with college seniors forces you to really step it up." "That, and his coach doesn't let him slack off," Tani said, putting her phone away. "He's still planning to have you sit on the bench most games?" Jacob asked Tegan. Tegan waved a hand in dismissal. "Yeah, but it doesn't bother me." Tani looked at her older brother disapprovingly. She obviously didn't believe him. "Well, it does," Tegan said, "but I'm still really young on the team." He leaned forward. "Tani told me what happened with Kevin." Jacob snorted. "So embarrassing." "I've played with both of you many times. Jake, you're much better than him. You're holding yourself back." "I'm not holding back. Basketball is the only place I feel really at home. Coach just hasn't given me a chance to prove myself." "Stop trying the way you've been doing it. Talking to him won't do any good." Tani nodded. "He's right. You've got to show Coach." "But how? Kevin's not letting me play during lunch." Tegan raised an eyebrow. What does Kevin and what he wants you to do have to do with anything? Seriously, Jacob, don't let him push you around like this. Jacob scowled, feeling like he was in elementary school again. He'd realized that bullies back then were bullies in high school too. Easier said than done. Tegan was quiet for a while. Then his face lit up. I could talk to Coach Smith from Logan High. He'd probably be willing to let you practice with his team for a couple of weeks, at least until you get in at the Orange Gym. Jacob grunted. You make it sound like it's some sort of high-end club. That's basically what it is at this point, with Kevin acting as gatekeeper. He's always going to be a jerk about things. And why would Coach Smith let me play with them? That would ruin how they play together. It's not even technically legal. The season hasn't started yet, doesn't for a couple more months. So you wouldn't really be playing with them, just practicing. And a few practices won't do any harm. It'll give you good experience, and you'll be using your skills while we figure out what to do with Kevin. Jacob rubbed his face. Practicing with you guys is plenty good for me. I don't need anything else. Dude, we're not challenging you enough. I'm not as good as you think I am. I probably won't go past college. You, on the other hand, could if you wanted. You've got to trust me on this one. Jacob thought about it for a moment, then shrugged, letting himself relax. Okay, just so long as Smith knows he doesn't have to let me if it disrupts his team. No worries there, Tegan said. His wife works with my dad, and I did them a big favor last year helping their son with his Eagle project. Okay, that'd be great. Thanks. It would be better than great. Practicing with Logan High would give Jacob the experience he needed with more seasoned players. His friends were great, but Tegan was right. They weren't varsity level. A huge smile crossed Tegan's face. Dude, this is what we're going to do. You practice with Logan for a month or so. Then when you're ready, you play in the Orange Gym. I'll help out. Get rid of Kev for the day or something. How are you going to do that? Tegan shrugged. I'll figure it out. Chapter 18. The next 2 weeks passed in a whirl as Jacob waited to hear back from Tegan. He attended classes, turned in homework assignments, learned fighting techniques from Sweet Pea, and helped pull people from the scented air. He got home every night so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open while checking on Hazel. They rarely talked. She was even less of a people mania than early in September. Jacob gave her honey, and she was content to stay in her box. Nightmares about Aloren and Dad wouldn't leave him alone, so he didn't sleep well most of the time. They still hadn't found anyone who'd come from Myvril. The people they pulled out so far were staying in the McCullough's farm area, in small bungalows hastily created. Most were to the conversing point, but didn't know anything about Myvril City. The worst day for Jacob was when he got in trouble in Mr. Coolidge's class again. He hadn't had much sleep the night before. He was sore from the fighting techniques he and Sweet Pea were now practicing, and he'd accidentally started curling the edges of his desk. Mr. Clark, Coolidge yelled. Your desk! What? What have you done? Jacob jerked his hand away from the wood, unable to believe he hadn't been more discreet, or that he'd done it at all. Sorry, sir. Coolidge slammed the eraser against the whiteboard, erasing vigorously. See me after class. The next 45 minutes crept by so slowly, Jacob was sure time had stopped. He tried to fix his desk, but he'd strengthened it while molding it, so was only able to repair it a little. It would have permanently curled edges. The bell finally rang, and everyone left the room. He looked at the clock longingly, realizing he'd be late for his next class. The algebra teacher seemed to know what Jacob was thinking. I'll give you a note to take to your teacher. He sat on the edge of his desk. Jacob, you have potential. If you weren't so busy destroying school property in really weird ways, you'd be a much better student. For a moment, an expression of curiosity crossed Mr. Coolidge's face, and Jacob cringed, waiting for the inevitable questions about his ability. But the teacher quickly hit it. I'm not going to allow you to slack off in my class. From now on, I want you here, in this room, 45 minutes early. You'll meet with me to do extra work. What? Jacob stood. That was cutting into his sleep. There was no way he'd ever learn hand-to-hand combat if he wasn't letting his body recuperate. And pulling people out of the scented air was difficult. You can't. I swear I'll focus better in class. I'll do anything. Please, Mr. Coolidge, I really need my sleep. Yes, I'm sure you do. Those video games are so important. That's not fair. I haven't played a game, besides basketball, since school started. Mr. Coolidge studied Jacob from over his glasses. then this isn't so much of a sacrifice, is it? But you can go now. He sat at his desk, pulling a book toward him. If you hurry, you'll still be on time for your next class. Take this just in case. Mr. Coolidge held out a piece of paper. Jacob took the paper, shoved it in his back pocket, picked up his bag, and stormed from the class. What else was he supposed to do? He couldn't continue to argue. He wouldn't win against a teacher. He growled to himself. It was completely unfair. The next day, Jacob wandered into class 45 minutes early, still trying to keep his eyes open. Mr. Coolidge was sitting at the edge of a desk, shuffling through papers. He looked up. "Ah, Mr. Clark. Here, you may start with this." Jacob took the piece of paper and looked at it incredulously. "A test? You want me to take a test?" "Why, yes, I do. We need to find out why you're always so bored in my class." Jacob rolled his eyes and sat at his desk, pulling a mechanical pencil from his bag. Scatterplots was the title of the test. 15 minutes later, he handed it back to Mr. Coolidge, who graded it on the spot. 100%. He handed Jacob another test. "You're not behind, at least." Jacob looked down. Permutations. He finished it 2 minutes before the bell rang, folded it into a paper airplane, and threw it at Mr. Coolidge's desk. Coolidge graded it right away, then glanced at Jacob, one eyebrow raised, ignoring the students who filed into the classroom. Jacob leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. "I might have hated Mrs. Peterson's class, but I didn't fail it." Mr. Coolidge set the paper aside and started class. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the period, he informed Jacob they'd be trying more difficult material the next morning. Jacob and his group had been eating lunch in the cafeteria to avoid Kevin. Today, Tegan sneaked into the high school and joined them. "Got a hold of Smith. He says he's seen you play before. His nephew's team got creamed by you guys last year. Anyway, he wants you to come to practice after school today." "Really? Yes, I can't believe you pulled this off." Tegan laughed. It was a cinch, though it's just for one practice. He doesn't want to take time away from his guys. Understandable. When Jacob got home, he sent a message to the McCullows through Hazel, who was just as excited as Early to deliver messages, asking if they could take a night off. It took 5 minutes for them to respond, and Jacob was on pins and needles the whole time. Their answer was yes, it was fine. Coach Smith smiled when Jacob and Tegan entered the gym. "Good to meet you, Jacob." He shook Jacob's hand. "I'm not sure if Tegan mentioned it or not, but practice today isn't specifically varsity, but involves sophomore and GV too." He handed Jacob a basketball. "Warm up." Jacob jogged to one of the unoccupied hoops in the room and did his best to loosen and relax. He couldn't concentrate fully on his regular moves, though, and instead spent a lot of time trying to blend in while watching the other player. His muscles were still jerky and uncoordinated when Coach Smith called everyone over and introduced them to Jacob. "He'll be here just for today. Wants a taste of how a real basketball team works." He winked at Jacob. Half the players laughed. The others looked at Jacob skeptically, some even sneering, and Jacob almost wished he hadn't come. If he wanted to be patronized, he would have gone to Coach Birmingham again. Coach Smith divided the players up and assigned Jacob to play point guard, but made him sit on the bench first. After 15 minutes, he was called up. The other side's guard looked like he was 25 years old and at least 6'5". Point guards weren't usually that tall. Staring up at him, Jacob felt the first sensation of panic in his chest. What was he thinking? The whistle blew, and practice started up again. Jacob did his best to let the team know where to go and what to do, but he scrambled to make decisions fast enough. Coach Smith stopped smiling after Jacob missed 4 shots in a row. What was wrong? Why was he playing so poorly today of all days? Then Jacob told the other guys to do something that made them lose the ball and foul the other team trying to get it back. Coach stopped them, gave specific instructions to several of the players, then took Jacob aside. "Son, you're playing real well. How about we give you a couple more minutes, then call it quits? I like to concentrate on more advanced things. You're a good player, but maybe you're not ready for this." Jacob nodded. He hated to admit it, but the coach might be right. He took a deep breath and ran back out on court with the rest of the players. Waiting for Coach to finish extra instructions and blow his whistle, Jacob closed his eyes, concentrating on the logistics of the game. This was something he was used to, this pressure. He put himself back at home, playing ball in the church gym with his friends where he was most comfortable, or on the court of his high school. He opened his eyes when the whistle blew and the game started up again. Coach Smith's semi-threat at the back of his mind spurred him forward. His body was still sluggish, but after only a couple of seconds, it started to obey him the way it usually did. His feet went where they should go. His hands knew what to do without being told, and he was able to sense where to throw the ball, relying fully on his instinct. He raced down the court with the ball, shot it from the three-point line, and pumped the air when it swished through the net. Before he knew it, the other team had flown to their side of the court. Trusting his judgment, he dashed down the court, leaped forward, and stole the ball from a surprised forward, then ran back to his side, handing the ball off to a teammate who made a perfect layup. Sensing a challenge, the other team played rougher, and Jacob's team stepped up to match the increased energy. The game got so intense, the players didn't hear Coach Smith's whistle when he blew it. Coach Smith called the boys over. "Well done, well done." Excellent playing. He reassigned positions but didn't bring up his earlier comment to Jacob, letting him play the rest of practice. Finally, time ran out and Jacob ran to the bleachers where Tegan waited. Tegan clapped him on the back, congratulating him on his near 180-degree turnaround in playing. "You had me nervous there." "I had myself nervous." One of Logan High's players approached Jacob and Tegan after almost everyone had left. "Impressive moves, Jake," he said. "Why'd you come play with us anyway?" Jacob and Tegan explained the situation with Coach Birmingham and Kevin. "Well, my name's Scott. If you're interested, a few of us get together to practice on the days Coach doesn't arrange stuff. We occasionally mentor less experienced kids from the area, but we'd like to work with you for a couple of months. It's all unofficial, but hey, our practices are intense, and maybe it'd help you kick this kid to the curb." They exchanged numbers. Scott told Jacob where they practiced, and Tegan and Jacob left the gym. Chapter 19. The next day, Dad finally awakened. Early was so excited to let Jacob know she could barely get the words out of her mouth. As soon as the message had sunk in, though, Jacob jumped from his desk and raced around the house, making sure everyone knew. He keyed them all to Takka Village, where a joyful reunion occurred with lots of smiles and tears. Kenji and Ebony threw a feast to celebrate the return of their king, Lord of the Rings style, as Akano noted, and a ton of people came, including Gallus, the fat lady, and Aldo. Once everything had calmed down, Jacob and his parents went for a quiet walk around the village so Jacob could have his questions answered. "Why didn't you ever tell me who I was or who you were, where we came from?" Mom took Dad by the hand. She hadn't been able to let go of him for more than a minute or two. "We didn't want you to feel different from other children when you were younger. You already had an active imagination, but to add royalty, magical powers, and demons and monsters to it would have been cruel. They would have mocked you endlessly. Things became blurry the older you got, though, and we kept putting it off." She glanced at him. "Not on purpose, of course. I don't think we ever really had a conversation where we decided not to tell you. It just didn't come up." "I got really busy at work," Dad said, "and it felt good to be needed by people who didn't expect me to do something just because I was royalty. It felt like I'd earned my position with the firm." "And you have," Mom said, leaning her head on his shoulder. "I'm so proud of how much you've done." Jacob rolled his eyes. "Mushy, mushy," he said to remind them he was still there. "Okay, so tell me everything that happened, from the start." Dad and Mom took turns filling him in on how they met and fell in love and how the Lorkon had come into their lives. Apparently, Dad hadn't exactly been a knight in shining armor, and it took some convincing for Mom to entertain a courtship with him. Sometime in his early 20s, he had a change of heart and deserted his father's kingdom for Arian's family, bringing Kelson, his stable boy turned best friend, with him. Mom said it was the best thing that ever happened for him, since her father had a great influence on Dad during several impressionable years. Her best friend had married Kelson. It had taken a while for Jacob's parents to conceive, and Mom had been pregnant with Jacob when the Lorkon came and attacked their castle. Dad took a breath, releasing it slowly. "After getting through all the Lorkon traps and then hearing that your mother had given birth to you, we realized just how serious things with the Lorkon were. There was no way we'd be able to stop them on our own, not with how intelligent and powerful they were. We saw we needed help from Shingols." Jacob leaned forward, eager to hear more about the Shingols. "The Lorkon somehow trapped them in their own fortress. Kelson, my best friend, headed up a large group to rescue them, hoping Kelson's attack would provide enough of a divergent, Kenji, Aldo, and I went for you and your mother." He fell silent and Mom continued. "Unfortunately, every single member of Kelson's group was slaughtered." Jacob's eyes widened. "Horrible. How many were in the group?" "At least 50, Dad said, and they were skilled warriors, experienced and well-trained." "How did they die?" Mom answered, "Only Aldo knows." She swallowed. "Kelson was married to my best friend. The Lorkon killed her as well." No one said anything for a moment. Then Dad continued. "At first, we believed your mom being pregnant was a coincidence, but once we'd rescued you both, it became evident that the Lorkon had been after you all that time. Why do they want me so badly?" Dad shook his head. "The best we can guess is that you're royalty, young, and impressionable. We believe they injected you with something that would allow them to control you better. It made you incredibly sick, and it took a long time to heal you. Without the help of the Shingles, we really scrambled, and the Fat Lady and Ebony were instrumental in saving your life," Mom said. "Using resin and a potion the Fat Lady created, and hoping enough of my blood ran through your veins, we could only watch and wait, praying you would recover without any negative side effects." Dad nodded. "We figured you'd have magical abilities, but didn't know which ones. The Lorkon tried to turn you into an instrument, and if it weren't for our friends, you would have died. The Lorkon were stupid and didn't recognize it. You were dying when we finally found you." Mom put her hand on Dad's arm. "So much death already. It would have crushed us if we'd lost our son." "Yes, it would have." Dad closed his eyes. "We'd both lost people very close to us. My best friend, your mother's ladies-in-waiting, and many, many others. Before sealing ourselves away, Kenji and I went to all the cities, trying to help with orphans, trying to keep people from fighting the Lorkon. We went to my royal city last of all. It was awful there. So much bloodshed. So many separated families. We encouraged them to do whatever the Lorkon wanted. No sense having more people die at the hands of beings who are unstoppable. At Aldo's suggestion, Mom said, we took you to Earth to raise. Of course, it wasn't an easy or fast transition, Dad said. We moved into Tafka village with the Makalos and watched and learned as much about the customs of the land we'd be living in as possible. I educated myself, devouring every book I could get my hands on. Your mother did the same. When you were about 3 years old, we moved to our current home to raise you. The Makalos sealed themselves away from the rest of Aloren in an attempt to protect you. And, as you know, it was up to us to help you find your way to the truth when you were ready. Dad turned to Jacob. I'm sorry, son, that we put it off so long. I'm sorry we became distracted and didn't focus on you as much as we should have. Jacob shrugged, unable to meet their eyes. His life would have been so very different if they'd kept their promise to the Makalos. Still, he couldn't exactly regret their decision to keep him in the dark. He'd had a good childhood. None of his friends thought he was crazy growing up. When do you have to go back to work? Mom asked Dad. Dad groaned, dragging a hand down his face. How long has it been again? 4 weeks. The CEO has called regularly to check up on you. He'll be overjoyed to know you're better. Dad nodded. I'll go back as soon as possible. I can't afford to lose my job now. He glanced at Jacob. As much as I'd love to join you in your adventures, I can't. Your mother and sister depend on me, and we need to keep things as stable as possible for Amberley, at least until things on Aloren calm down, whenever that may happen. Jacob nodded. He'd been proud of the progress Amberley was making, but she still seemed a little too quiet. Oh, he hoped she'd pull through. The three of them walked back to Akeno's house in silence, and Jacob returned everyone to their homes. The first practice with Scott and his friends set the tone for all that followed. They played hard, intensely, and didn't waste time. Jacob would rush home from Aloren, throw on his gym clothes, then meet the guys for practice. He found himself almost wishing he lived in Logan High's boundaries so he could be on the same team with them. He made himself be happy with just the practices, though, recognizing how lucky he was for even this much. They helped him hone his skills and be a more valuable team player. After a while, when he was more comfortable, he showed them a few moves he'd taught himself over the last few years. Not long after Dad woke up, his work sent him off on a business trip. He was able to convince them to let him take Mom and Amberley with. Jacob knew that being an upper executive at a financial firm, his dad wasn't in risk of losing his job, but he'd be absolutely swamped trying to get caught up. Back on Aloren, the fat lady said the potion was coming along nicely. At the last McCullough meeting, she'd reported the bud would be ready soon and everyone needed to be on alert. Finding it apparently wasn't something she could do on her own. Jacob started taking Hazel with him to school all the time rather than leave her at home, just so he could check with the McCulloughs every hour. Hazel hated it at first, but eventually she got comfortable enough with the situation and even started opening up to him. He found he actually enjoyed her company. She wasn't nearly as ditzy as early. "Hey, Jake," Shirley said one day in math. "You're not moving, are you? Because if you're practicing with Logan High, I don't want you to leave." The pouty expression on her face made Jacob want to hit someone. He looked away, trying to focus on the assignment they were supposed to be completing. "But it's like, cool, because my parents are talking about moving there too, and I really didn't want to. But if you're doing it, I totally would. Just because, then we could see each other all the time still." Jacob reached into his bag to pull out his folder for choir, wanting to make sure he had the take-home test due today. "Surely if I moved, I'd never tell you where." She looked at him, her pout growing. Then she smiled. "Oh, you're such a tease, Jake. I'm so glad we're close enough to joke around like this. Homecoming's next Saturday, Have you asked anyone yet?" Jacob mumbled a no, still digging through his backpack. "Where was that stupid test?" "What are you looking for?" "Nothing. Finish your assignment." She scowled at him. Her eyeshadow was purple this time and turned forward. "Fine, Jake, fine." Jacob gave up searching, panic hitting him when realized he must have left the test at home. He racked his brain trying to remember. Then it came to him. He'd finished it while watching a movie with Matt and Sammy. It was still in the family room. His hands started sweating. Ms. J wasn't easygoing when it came to missing assignments, and he hated turning things in late. He had to get it, but how? Maybe he could go now. Math had only been going for 10 minutes. Would Mr. Coolidge let him leave? He had to try. Then he growled, remembering he and Matt had driven together. Matt never let Jacob drive his truck. He sent his brother a quick text, hoping Matt would be able to get out. Then he approached the teacher's desk. "I don't know what to do. I left the test for choir at home and it's due today. Miss J drops a full grade for late assignments. Would it be possible for me to go get it?" Mr. Coolidge leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. He surveyed Jacob for several awkward seconds. Finally, he gave a short nod. "Hurry back. I'll excuse you from the rest of my class, but not any of your others." "Oh, thank you. I appreciate it." He bit his lip. "I carpooled with my brother. He won't let me drive his truck, and it's too far for me to walk. Minden was 20 minutes away by car. Jacob would never make it on time. Do you think you could get him excused from class too?" Mr. Coolidge gave a curt nod, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Don't make me regret offering my trust to you." Jacob promised he wouldn't, then grabbed his things and left the room, sending another text to his brother. He couldn't believe his luck. Teachers weren't supposed to encourage sloughing or slacking off. He vowed not to let Mr. Coolidge down. Matt agreed to drive Jacob home, but only if Jacob gave him a couple dollars for gas. They zipped from the parking lot and soon were rushing toward Minden, windows down, music blasting on the radio. Matt slowed as his truck hit the dirt road that led to their house. It was still wet from a rainstorm that had come through. A BMW was stuck in the ditch on the side of the road. The brothers drove past it, and the person in the driver's seat ducked low. "That looks like Coach's car," Jacob said. Matt didn't comment. He was focused on avoiding the worst of the mud holes. They pulled up to their house. Jacob grabbed his test and was back in the truck only a moment later. This time, as they passed the BMW, the driver was standing near the back of the car. "It's Kevin," Matt said, laughing. "He's slugging school with his dad's BMW." Jacob craned his neck to see. "Do you think he got permission to use it?" "No way, man. There's only one reason people come up here. He snuck away from school with his dad's car." Jacob snorted a laugh. "And now it's stuck," he said. "Maybe we should stop and help him get it out." "Are you crazy? After the way he's been treating you? No way, dude. We're leaving him there." Jacob bit his lip. He didn't like Kevin at all. But still, something told him he'd regret not helping. "We can't. He'd probably help us if we were in the same place." "You know he wouldn't. He got himself there. Let him deal with it." "No. Stop the truck. I'm getting out." "Fine." Matt slammed on the brakes, pushed the stick into reverse, and backed up until they were even with the BMW. He rolled his window down. Kev, joyriding gone bad. Kevin scowled at him in response. Get out of here, Clark. Jacob threw the door open, jumped to the ground, and circled to stand near Kevin. He almost smiled when he saw the flush of embarrassment cross the basketball player's face. Did the beamer slide off the road? Hit that patch over there, Kevin pointed. Fell into the ditch. How are you planning to get it out? Kevin grunted. Matt threw a tow rope to him, and Kevin watched it fall to the ground beside him. Put it under the bumper in the back, Matt called. Kevin stared at Jacob's brother for a second, then bent to pick up the rope. He squatted in the mud, feeling under the bumper, then looked up at Jacob. How? Here, Jacob said. Let me do it. He slid down the side of the ditch to the car, grabbed the cable from Kevin, and, getting on his hands and knees, peered up under the car. Sometimes it's hard to find. Should be. Here it is. He hooked the cable, got to his feet, and sloshed around the car, Kevin following. Oh, one more thing, Jacob said. Got extra carpet somewhere? No. Why? Jacob jogged to Matt's truck, pulling the carpet scraps from the back where they kept them for times like these, then returned to the BMW. Front-wheel drive? Kevin nodded, and Jacob handed him one of the pieces of carpet. Put it as close behind the wheel as you can. Gives the tire something to grab onto. Jacob circled to the other side and pushed the rug under that front tire as far as it would go. Someone needs to be at the wheel. You're cleaner than I am. I'm going to assume you don't want your dad to know you took his car. Kevin shook his head. He stared at Jacob for a moment, then said, I'll drive. Keep the wheel straight, and when I tell you to back up, back up. Don't spin the tires if you can help it. Matt's truck will do the hard work. Jacob walked to the front of the car, making sure he could see Kevin and Matt. He gave them both a thumbs up, then bent to push the car, trying to find firm ground. The front tire spun for a second before catching the carpet. It took a few tries, but finally the truck pulled the car from the ditch and the brothers joined each other, giving each other high fives while Kevin looked on awkwardly. The boys turned to survey the car. Matt whistled. Looks pretty bad. I'll bet it's just the mud, Jacob said. Here, let's take it back home and hose it off. Kevin, you can clean up there. I'll need to change my clothes before going back to school anyway. Kevin gave him a weird look. Why are you doing this? Jacob shrugged. Why not? Come on, let's go. He hopped in the truck after putting the carpet away. Kevin followed them back to the Clark residence where they sprayed off the car. It had only one tiny mark where it had bumped against the other side of the ditch, and that rubbed away. Jacob changed his clothes and met Matt and Kevin out front. Hey, Kevin said. Thanks for your help. He still looked uncomfortable with how things had gone. Is there any way you could keep this from my dad? Anything I can do to keep you from telling him? I know he comes here a lot. Jacob frowned. He didn't like hiding things like this from other people. But no real harm had been done, and Kevin looked so humbled that Jacob didn't want to lose the opportunity. Let me play in the orange gym with everyone tomorrow, and no more treating me like crap. Kevin sighed, probably with relief. Yeah, you can do that, but tomorrow only, and this doesn't mean we're friends or anything. Chapter 20. Basketball practice with Scott's group after school that day took on new energy, and they worked extra hard in preparation for Jacob's big day. After they finished, Jacob went with the group for ice cream. It felt nice, being a part of the team. When Tegan dropped Jacob off after, Jacob knew right away something was wrong. Matt was pacing the porch. Relief crossed Matt's face when Tegan pulled up and he met Jacob on the driveway, barely pausing to wave goodbye to Tegan. Why didn't you answer your phone? Matt asked. Must not have heard. The McCullows need you. They've been trying to get a hold of you for a while, but none of us knew where you'd gone. Oh, what's going on? Are they okay? The girl fly said they need you to key them to the fat lady's place as soon as possible. Something's up with her and the potion. What do you think it is? I don't know. I hope it's the bud. Maybe it's ready. Well, let's go find out. Jacob and Matt keyed through the front door to the tree. Kenji was pacing inside the tree and turned with relief when Jacob and Matt stepped into the room. Hurry, Jacob! She says it's time now. Awesome! His thoughts raced to the basketball game tomorrow during lunch. Would he be back in time? Who cared if it meant getting Aloren? Here, you'll need this. Kenji pushed shovels into Matt and Jacob's hands. We're all going. She'll need everyone's help. Jacob tilted his head, confused. Why shovels? Ebony, Sweet Pea, Akano, Jaeger, Kenji, and Brojan. all followed Jacob through the door to the fat lady's cabin. The fat lady sat on her couch, and Aldo was back in his corner again. She jumped up. How did she move that fast? But when Jacob saw how agitated she was, he understood she'd barely been sitting in the first place. We only have a few hours to find it, she said. Just one of the trees will have the bud. If we're too late, it'll bloom. She pushed her way through the group of people, rushing to her door. What about Aldo? Ebony called to her. He's fine, the fat lady said over her shoulder as she exited the cabin. He'll stay put. He doesn't ever try to leave. She disappeared around the side of the small building. It was difficult to keep up with the large woman as she strode across the meadow. Her height gave her an advantage over everyone. The group entered the forest, heading right away from the tunnel entrance Jacob and Akano had come through a couple of months ago. An odd gleam filtered through the trees, and Jacob squinted, trying to find the light source. As they continued forward, the radiation grew, becoming a bright silver shine. Jacob's jaw dropped when he finally saw where it originated. 4 magnificent silver trees, tall and beautiful, grew in an overhanging of the mountain, protecting them from the eyes of people on the trail. They were glorious, long limbs stretching out, intertwining with each other, shining brilliantly, almost blinding him when he first looked at them. Even the ground beneath his feet shone, marking where the roots grew. The leaves had a greenish hue under the silver, and the bark was slightly brown. It was amazing. The others in the group were just as awestruck as he was. Except the fat lady. She only gave the trees a passing glance. They'll be like this only for 24 hours. They've already been shining for 3, and possibly more. The bud grows on the roots of one of the 4 trees, and it'll only be good so long as the trees are shining. We'll split up and start digging. Don't worry about damaging anything. It takes special equipment to harm these things. What do we do? Jacob asked. Just dig through the earth to the roots. But hurry. The bud doesn't glow until it blooms, which makes it difficult to find. By that time, though, it's too late. The magical properties release themselves once the flower is mature. Concentrate near the surface first. That's where the bud is usually found. She split them into teams with Ebony and Kenji at one tree, Jaeger and herself at the second, Sweet Pea and Brosian at another, and Jacob, Matt, and Akano at the last. The groups raced to their designated trees, Akano hobbling alongside Jacob and Matt. Jacob sprawled on his hands and knees, Matt and Akano doing the same, and hacked at the earth, glad to find it wasn't hard. Following the shine from the root, he dug until his shovel hit something solid. He dropped the shovel and dug with his hands, feeling around the root, trying not to look at it directly. It was so bright. Then he worked his way upward, bearing the root as best he could, ignoring split-offs until he got to the trunk of the tree. Nothing there. Next, he worked his way back down as far as he could, following each break-off from the root. There were hundreds, and the work was tedious. The boys didn't speak at first, and after a while, a system developed. Akano did the surface digging, and Matt and Jacob took over when it got too deep for the Makalo. Jacob found himself daydreaming about basketball the next day. He couldn't believe Kevin had finally stepped out of the way, even if it was just one lunch period. But Jacob was positive that was all the time he'd need. He'd show coach and the players how good he was. After half an hour, he grew bored of his thoughts and searched for something to talk about with the others. He was relieved when Akano spoke up. The Makalo was staring at the branches above him. I wonder if these are the same trees as the ones my people used to live in. Brosian heard the question from his tree. Technically, yes, they're the same. Trees? Matt asked. You used to live in trees? Akano, Brosian said. Why don't you tell them some of our history where resin in these trees are concerned, and how we lost our magic? Are you sure? Akano asked. It's a little long. Yes, it'll give those of us listening something else to focus on. Akano nodded, and Jacob sighed in relief. The work was tedious, and the distraction would be great. One day, Akano started hundreds of years ago, and before Makalos knew they had magic, an important Makalo was nearly killed. In desperation, his people used sap from a Kaiaidai tree to heal him. The sap and blood in his veins had a reaction to each other, giving him the Makalo magic you've seen in it. Use. Over time, whenever a Makalo was born, a tree was planted in his or her honor. The sap of that tree was put into the baby's left ring finger, and an unbreakable bond formed. Makalos would live in their trees, connected to each other and all living things. The magic grew with each generation as more Makalos formed their own power, and the old magic was passed down through the blood of the parents to the children. Our people became incredible, but they discovered that this way of life caused problems. They're social creatures who understand the importance of family, but in order for them to grow their magic, they had to live separately from each other. Akeno stopped digging to give his leg a break and went and sat on a nearby log. He continued. Anyev, our greatest ruler, saw how unhappy his people had become. He realized it was because they were focusing too much on maintaining their power and were ignoring what made them happiest. He explained his discoveries to his people, and together they chose to leave their silver city and make a new home for themselves. The new kingdom was massive and wonderful because their magic was still at its peak, and the Makalos continued to reign over the people of this world for many, many more years. Our magic has waned since Anyev's decision, and in a few more generations, it'll probably be gone completely. Not all of us believe that, Brojan said from the tree he worked on with Sweet Pia. Why not? Jacob asked. Because we still use the Kaide tree's sap. Akeno nodded. We don't put it into our blood the way they used to, but we still live close to it and use it to heal. My parents think resin will always remain with us, but residually, Jacob rocked back on his heels and watched Akeno. Doesn't it make you, I don't know, sad to think of what the Makalos used to be compared to now? Yes, it does, a little. It would have been incredible to live when my people were so powerful. We really are happy, though, with the choice our ancestors made. Akeno paused, deep in thought. Back to the story of Anyev. It would be good to mention that Prince Ayunli approached Patriarch Anyev for help with his dilemma concerning King Brault after the Makalos had left the Silver City. Jacob paused. King Brault Ayunli? Brojan grunted. It doesn't sound like Jacob knows the story behind the key of Kilenya. Akeno said during Anyev's reign, a particularly evil human king, Brault, took the throne of a large kingdom. He was worse than any other king had been, tyrannical to the extreme, torturing his subjects and murdering people who opposed him. Ayunli, one of Brault's sons, was the complete opposite of his father. Well, Ayunli fell in love with a servant named Kilenya. He introduced himself to her, and long story short, she fell for him as well. Oh, how sweet, Matt began, but stopped when Jacob threw a dirt clod at him. Akeno chuckled. Unfortunately, Ayunli found out that his father had, months earlier, discovered the girl and decided she'd make a fantastic addition to his collection of wives. Knowing he could not defeat his father, Ayunli approached Anyev. Anyev took pity on the human, and together they made two keys. The key of Kilenya and the key of Ayunli. The intention was that the keys would never part from their owners unless they were no longer needed. The keys worked. After visiting each other secretly for a few months, Ayunli and Kilenya were married and quietly left the kingdom. Years of battle ensued while Brault tried unsuccessfully to locate them and to kill Anyev for what he'd done. Finally, during one particularly bloody battle, Anyev took over human affairs long enough to enslave King Brault, bring Ayunli out of hiding, and crown him king. As is the case with all fairy tales, the new king and queen reigned in peace and happiness, and the keys were no longer needed. They were hidden in separate locations far from each other. No one has learned where the key of Ayunli is, but the key of Kilenya was put in a secret place in the castle. After many years, the keys became things of myths and legends, with only the Makalo patriarchs and a few others knowing the truth of their existence. It wasn't until several years ago that Aldo found the key of Kilenya. Still, most people don't know it really exists. Akeno joined them in the work again, and no one spoke anymore. Jacob figured it was because they hadn't found the bud yet and wanted to conserve their energy. He agreed and got into the work, forgetting everyone around him. Chapter 21. Jacob's hands, feet, and legs were aching, but he had to keep going. The sun went down. He wasn't sure when. The trees were brighter than it had been anyway. He had the presence of mind to tell Hazel to deliver a message to his family who had gotten back from their trip that morning, letting them know he and Matt wouldn't be making it home for dinner. Then he spurred himself onward. The roots and branches of the tree were bright enough that finding the bud wouldn't have been difficult, except for not knowing which offshoot it was on. The 4 trees' roots grew so far and long that Jacob wondered if they'd ever find the right one. Sometime in the night, Akeno couldn't go any longer. His leg nearly gave out on him from all the crouching and getting up and down. He rested for a while, then took a walk to work out the kinks in his muscles. He left, returning nearly an hour later with food for the tired diggers from the fat lady's cabin. Everyone took a break, Jacob almost collapsing from exhaustion. But thinking of Aloren gave him determination. He couldn't give up. He wouldn't. Not when she needed him so badly. As soon as the fat lady gave the command, they returned to work. Jacob longed for his phone. The battery had long died. For anything to break the silence. There wasn't a noise to interrupt them, and he was too exhausted to talk. He briefly considered the Lorkon. Would they show up while everyone was digging? Hopefully not. The hours passed slowly and painfully, with no luck. The fat lady offered the occasional encouragement. According to her, it had never taken this long to find the bud before. Every minute of digging brought them that much closer to it. Hazel and Early flew back and forth between Jacob's house and the trees, delivering messages from his parents, who eventually went to bed, realizing they couldn't do anything to help. He didn't even realize the sun was rising until Kenji pointed it out. How much longer? Surely they'd find the bud soon. How could 4 trees have so many roots? The sun had fully risen when Ebony hoarsely yelled that she'd found it. Momentarily awakened by the excitement of seeing what they'd been searching for, Jacob stumbled to her side, looking down into the rose she'd been digging. The bud looked exactly like a rosebud, only bright blue and larger than Jacob's fist. The seams where the petals met gleamed with a brilliant silver blue light. Almost too late, the fat lady said when she shuffled over. It's about to bloom on its own. She cut the bud from the root with a pair of scissors, then charged toward her house, the group straggling behind it. When they arrived at her cabin, she had already washed the bud and was putting it on the coffee table. Everyone gathered around and Aldo jumped to his feet from where he'd been sleeping in the corner. The fat lady leaned forward, biting her lips, and slowly, carefully peeled the outer dark petals off, placing them in a bowl. With each petal she plucked, the bud glowed brighter and brighter. Finally, only 2 outer peels remained, and she pulled them off simultaneously. The bud burst open and everyone jumped back. The petals unfurled and a pungent aroma filled the air, like apple juice and cedar wood. Light shot from the center of the rose in a huge beam, hitting the ceiling of the cabin, then swelling until it covered everything and everyone. The flower grew until it covered the entire table, the fat lady moving things out of its way. The light faded, but the petals themselves began glowing so brightly it was almost painful to watch. The petals were delicate and nearly translucent. "That is so beautiful," Ebony said. Everyone nodded in agreement. The blossom was the prettiest Jacob had ever seen, and definitely the bluest. "It'll stay like this for a month at least," the fat lady said. "How do they survive underground?" Jacob asked. "Those petals look really thin." "Touch them. They're not as fragile as they appear." Jacob did so, his eyebrows raising at what he felt. The petals were as solid and strong as steel. "Wow! That's amazing." Everyone else stepped forward, wanting to touch it. The fat lady grinned at their reactions. "It's pretty awesome, isn't it?" she asked. "And you'd never believe how much it weighs. Jacob, go ahead and pick it up." Jacob reached forward, putting his hands on the underside. He braced himself using his legs as anchors, but almost dropped it in surprise when he lifted it. It was as light as a regular-sized rose. How? Don't know. Everyone else, take your turn, then get going. I need to work. Which part did you need? The outer petals. They're the ones with the most magic in them. Once the bud blooms, they fall off and wither, becoming useless. If those petals are so strong, how did you pull them off? She grinned at Jacob, wagging her finger at him. You actually think I'm going to tell? Everyone has their secrets. What are you going to do with the rest of the flower? Matt asked. Save it for use in other potions. Now leave. All of you. I have to get started right away. The petals need to sit in an acid solution for a while, and the window of opportunity is short. How long do they have to soak in the acid? Jacob asked. A couple of weeks, maybe 3. Jacob sighed in frustration, too tired to voice his annoyance, and took everyone home, including Gallus. Then he and Matt returned to their house. His mom sent them to bed, excusing them from school for the rest of the day. Chapter 22. A pounding on his door woke Jacob after he'd barely fallen asleep. Something in the back of his mind told him he needed to answer the knock, and he pulled himself from the deep sleep he'd entered. Groaning, he sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at his clock. 12:15 p.m. Hazel was pacing on his desk. "Finally," she said. "You're awake. Important day today." Matt slammed the door open and ran in the room. "Basketball, Jacob, basketball." Jacob bolted from his bed, horrified. Lunch would start soon, and along with it, his only chance to prove himself on the court. He nearly bowled Matt over in his rush to get to the bathroom to wash the dirt off his face. "You're still playing, right?" Matt's eyes were bloodshot. An hour or so of sleep just wasn't enough for either of them. "You have to." Jacob nodded, brushing his teeth. "I'll be out in the truck," Matt said. How could Jacob have forgotten to set his alarm? Even with the stress of the night before, today was one of the most important days of his life. He finished up in the bathroom, threw on gym clothes, yelled a goodbye to his mom, and jumped in the truck. They sped to the high school, Jacob leaning against the dashboard, trying to make the truck go faster. Matt babbled advice and encouragement on the way. The grogginess fled out of Jacob's body as he thought of the upcoming game. They pulled into the parking lot right as the bell rang for lunch. Matt dropped Jacob off at the door nearest the orange gym, and Jacob barged down the hallway carrying his ball under one arm. His friends were waiting for him. "You made it," Taney said. "Where have you been?" "In bed." She frowned. "You sick?" He shook his head and entered the gym. Kevin spotted him, and Jacob raised an eyebrow at the lanky junior. Kevin nodded once. Apparently, Jacob still had permission to play. "Dude, you've got mud in your hair," Taney said. Jacob waved her hands away and ran out onto the court, bouncing his ball, shooting hoops. He missed a couple and panic hit him. What if he messed up, and what on earth was he doing? He'd only had 1 hour of sleep after a strenuous night of hard physical labor. He faltered, missing another warm-up shot. "Come on, Jacob. Not chickening out now, are you?" Kevin asked, stealing the ball. Jacob swallowed. He couldn't find his voice to answer but raced after Kevin, determined to get his ball back without looking like an idiot. Mr. Coolidge separated the students into 2 teams, giving Jacob a disappointed look. Jacob groaned, realizing he'd missed math after Coolidge had gone out on a limb and excused him the day before. He'd have to make it up to the man later, really grovel and explain the situation. What he could of it anyway. Kevin and Jacob both ended up on the home team. Jacob wiped his palms on his gym shorts, trying to control the shaking in his arms. Why was he nervous? There was no reason to be. He played basketball in front of groups a lot larger than this before. Coolidge blew his whistle and the game started. Jacob played forward, a position he didn't normally fill. The away team made the first score. He grabbed the ball and ran across the court, tossing it off to another teammate, then got jostled around by the more experienced seniors who leered at him as they passed. Coolidge watched him again, but this time with concern. Jacob closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and concentrated on one thing and one thing only, playing his heart out, forgetting where he was and who he played with, focusing on letting his body take over, showing Birmingham he could do this, showing everyone he was a valuable player. Then Jacob put it all behind him and began playing. Adrenaline shot through his system as he rushed to follow the other players. A clarity entered his mind he'd never felt before, and everything about him tuned into the game only. The sounds of the students watching, the cheers, the jibes, faded away. Fear drained from his system, replaced by confidence and excitement. Jacob was home. This he could handle. He'd been the star of his junior high team by light years. He was comfortable having eyes on him while on court. All his frustrations, his lack of control over the situation with Aloren, melted away. He shot the ball through the hoop. The away team scored and Jacob rebounded, passing the ball to a senior who made an excellent layup. The other team had the ball again, but Kevin stole it and raced down the court, then handed it off to Jacob, who tossed it up and in. Jacob heard a few cheers and a familiar sensation of elation hit him. The away team made a couple baskets in a row, tying the game. Jacob got the ball again and strode forward, dribbling it casually. He'd never been a show-off, but was tempted to do something cool, like running, flipping in the air, and slam dunking the ball. He opted not to, focusing instead on winning. He passed the ball to Kevin, who made a 3-point shot. The students went wild, and the teams began playing in a frenzy, racing back and forth, shooting and missing, each team putting their all into the game. What felt like seconds later, it ended, with Jacob's team winning by 10 points. The members of the team gave each other high fives, including Jacob in the celebration. None of them sneered at him now. Tani bounced up to him, a wide grin on her face. "That was so awesome," she said, handing Jacob a towel. "I swear, that's the best I've seen you play." An arm encased Jacob's shoulders. "You never told me you could actually play basketball, Jake," Coach Birmingham said. Tani rolled her eyes, but Jacob just smiled in response. "You and Kev work really well together," Coach said. At the sound of his name, Kevin turned around. Coach continued, "I want you to try out in November. If all goes well, you'll end up on GV with Kevin. You had some stage fright there for a while. Play in the gym every day from now on. That'll help." Kevin appraised Jacob, his eyebrows up, but he didn't look too upset over what his dad had said. Jacob turned to get his things, a huge grin nearly splitting his features. He and Matt headed home to clean up and get more sleep. After he finished his shower, Jacob sank into his blankets, the feeling of elation returning. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. He couldn't wait to play in the Orange Gym tomorrow. It felt so good to be part of something like this again. And not only were his basketball opportunities finally falling into place, but they'd be able to get Aloren soon. Life couldn't get any better. Chapter 23. Dwana appeared in the doorway behind Ekan, startling him. "Father," Aloren spoke. "Finally." Her voice trembled with emotion. "She asked to see you." Ekan raised himself to his feet, weary from the long day, and passed his daughter, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. She'd been especially upset over how things were handled where Aloren was concerned. Aloren sat on a chair in the kitchen, her arms bandaged, her hair clean and pulled away from her face. She'd bathed herself. He tightened his eyes, suspicion flowing through him. Was she trying to get on his good side? Trying to put on show? "Jacob." Aloren paused, her eyes welling with tears. "Is he?" Ekan watched her, surprised at the emotion. She'd been so strong and stubborn when she'd first come to his town hall. Not only that, but he'd been under the impression she didn't care or know much about Jacob. At least, that's what she'd told Sanso when he interrogated her. The emotion on her face and in her voice now told Ekan otherwise. He leaned against the doorframe. "No, he's not dead. They didn't kill him. Nor will they." Aloren buried her face in her hands and sobbed, her shoulders shaking. Bile rose in the back of Ekan's throat, making him nearly gag. Stupid girl. Why would she do this to herself? He'd be required to report her changed behavior to the Lorkon, and he'd be punished if he didn't. Surely she knew by now it was he who had gone to the Lorkon in the first place. Finally, after several minutes, she looked up again. "How long will I be held here?" Ekan cleared his throat. "Until the Lorkon choose to free you, or..." He paused, clearing his throat again. The Lorkon weren't concerned about her one way or the other. They wanted Jacob. And knowing how much this girl cared for that boy would only instill in them the desire to keep her here longer. They want the boy. Defiance raced across her features. "Then we must stop Jacob from coming." Ekan took a step back in shock. He watched her face carefully. "But if he can free you, don't you want him here?" Another expression crossed her face. One of frustration, impatience. "No," she cried. Then much softer, "No. He needs to stay away. Needs to be safe." Her eyes filled with tears again. Ekan stepped forward, emotion coloring his own voice. "I." She stared at him in confusion. He had to stay away from her. Had to do his job. Had to keep Dwana safe. Chapter 24. Jacob stared at his reflection in the mirror Wednesday morning. His skin, normally tan, was pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes. "Dude, you look really bad," Matt said, walking in and grabbing his deodorant. "Just a headache. Hopefully nothing more than that. Getting the flu right now would be bad." Jacob did his hair, careful not to move his head too quickly. It would make the pounding worse. "I don't think staying up all night, then sleeping an hour, Then playing a hard game of basketball really helped. I'm probably coming down with something. You staying home or coming to school? Jacob put the styling gel away. Coming. Can't miss again. He made sure Hazel had some honey in her container before tucking her away in his backpack. The ride to school was quiet. Matt turned his music down, which Jacob appreciated. He sighed with relief as the painkillers finally started working. Tani met them in the school parking lot. Jacob stared at her, a weird sensation hitting him in the stomach. He felt a fleeting sensation of vertigo. Something was wrong with her. He peered at her, trying to figure out what was going on. Then he stepped back in shock when he realized the air around her face swirled red, puffing like steam, making bright red patterns. He watched as the brilliant color slowly got brighter. She put her hands on her hips. Stop staring at me like that. You okay? He asked. Yes. Why? There's this red. He stopped. She'd only think he was crazy if he voiced his thoughts. You just look different. Well, Tegan was a jerk this morning. He was a complete jerk. Tanny went off on something about Tegan not letting her borrow one of his books or his phone or something. As she spoke, the color swirling around her became even more vivid, and Jacob had a hard time keeping up with what she was saying. Where's Josh? He asked, holding the door open for her. Already here. He had an assignment due before class. She entered the school, and Jacob stepped in behind her. One look into the hall had him backing out, though. Hey, Jake, come on. The tardy bell is going to ring soon. He couldn't believe it. Every single person had a different color swirling in the air around them. A girl with bright purple. Two guys laughing together, both a shade of green. Jacob swallowed and choked on his saliva, trying not to freak out. He looked at Matt and Sammy, holding hands, talking as they caught up with Tanny and Jacob. The air around them both was green. Jacob turned to Tanny. The color around her wasn't red anymore, but now peach, close to her skin tone. She stared at him funny, like he was a disgusting bug. You can't see, Jacob asked. You can't see the colors around everyone? She shook her head slowly. What's wrong with you? Jacob shook his head. He had no idea. What was wrong with him? That question circulated in Jacob's mind the rest of the day and starting into the following. And it didn't help that the McCullough had no clue either. They asked him to start talking to his classmates to figure out what was going on. So, on Monday, he approached a girl whose hair was deep blue. Hey, he said, are you okay? She looked at him, her eyes welling up with tears. My horse died last night, and she was only 5 years old. Jacob grimaced, then caught himself. Hopefully she would take his expression as one of sympathy and not what it really represented, a dislike of tears. He couldn't handle them. And even though his brain wanted him to run away as fast as he could, his heart made him do something completely foreign to him where girls were concerned. He hugged her. She sobbed into his shirt and he met eyes with Tanny over the girl's head. What are you doing? She mouthed at him. He shrugged. Don't know, he mouthed back. The rest of the week was a sort of case study, with him casually asking people how their day was going and if they were doing okay. He quickly found that most guys didn't appreciate the invasion of privacy, looked at him like he was a freak, then walked away. That wasn't a surprise. The girls, on the other hand, loved the attention and sought him out. He began making friends as he helped those who were sad to feel better, talked to the lonely ones, comforted those who were upset. After a couple of days, he started wondering if they were interested in him or more and how he made them feel. He supposed it didn't really matter either way. Jacob learned all sorts of things about the people in his school. Justin broke up with Chelsea and now she's heartbroken. Trish cheated in algebra. I got an A on that test. The girl whose horse died told her friends about how he'd made her feel better, and a couple of them approached him and thanked him. They didn't leave his desk until the teacher started class. And then they all showed up at the gym to watch the basketball game. Tanny teased him mercilessly about it. This sort of thing happened every day that week. At first, Jacob enjoyed the attention. Who wouldn't? But after a few days, he wished he hadn't ever asked anyone a question. Wednesday morning, as he walked from math to history, a girl stopped him, telling him how grateful she was that he'd helped her get over her breakup with a recent boyfriend. The color around her face was a bluish pink. He smiled. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're feeling better now. Oh, I am. Thank you again, Jacob. She grabbed his hand, slipping a piece of paper in it. He unfolded it and read as he walked to history. She'd left her name and number on it with hearts all over the paper. He shook his head, tucking the paper in his back pocket. Nothing like a rebound relationship for her to feel better, right? Then another girl stopped him. Her color was a slight purple. Hey, was that Kristen you were talking to? Did she give you her number? Because you know she just broke up with her boyfriend, right? She wasn't very nice to him. I don't think she knows how to treat a boyfriend. Jacob tried to keep walking, but the girl trailed him, talking nonstop. I mean, if you call the guy every single day, sometimes up to 3 times, you're going to push him away, right? I would never, ever do that to a guy. She grabbed his arm, stopping him. What are you doing this weekend? A group of us are going to Logan to watch a movie. Wanna come? The tardy bell rang and a panicked expression crossed her face, the swirling purple changing to a yellow-orange. She dashed down the hall. Jacob ran as well. She'd made him late for history. But seeing the change in colors on her face made him think. Could all this have to do with emotions? The rest of the week, he was late to nearly every class. He hated feeling like he stood out, and he hated having people stop him in the halls. He especially hated how upset his teachers were becoming. He tried to explain what was going on, but they thought getting stopped in the hallway was a ridiculous reason to be late. He couldn't blame them. Finally, school ended on Friday, and Jacob and Matt were heading home. The ride was silent. Jacob tried to ignore the light green color originating from Matt's skin, focusing instead on the trees. Amberly opened the front door when Matt pulled onto the gravel driveway. She ran up to Jacob's side of the truck, her face emanating a deep blue, and as soon as the door was open, started sobbing. She threw herself into Jacob's arms. Amberly, what's wrong? Calm down. Tito's hurt, and he's gonna die. Jacob set his mouth in a thin line. He'd do anything to keep their dog alive. Amberly had experienced enough. He knew from talking to Mom that his sister was responding well to counseling, but he didn't want her to regress. All right, show me. They found the dog in the backyard whimpering. Jacob knelt to inspect him. At first, he couldn't find anything wrong. Then he noticed some blood on Tito's paw. He pulled the paw closer and saw a thorn embedded in the flesh. Oh, he's gonna be fine, Jacob said. It's just a thorn. I'll take it out. He pulled it out, then showed the paw to Amberly. See? Tears of relief sprang into Amberly's eyes, and she squealed with delight, watching the dog bound into the forest. Jacob gave her a hug and wandered into the house, dropped his bag on the table before hiking the stairs to Matt's room. After knocking, he opened the door. Matt scooted over on the floor. Here, he said, handing a Wii controller to Jacob. After they played for a while, Jacob put his controller down. I think something's wrong with me. Yeah, I know. I meant to tell you years ago. Jacob scowled. No, seriously. When I look at people now, I see colors. That's a good thing. You recognize everyone's different. Some are Hispanic, some are white. No, colors like blue, red, and green. On the way back from school, you were green. Actually, you're still green. I'm not sure what it means. And it got me in trouble today. One of the girls I saw was bright purple, and she about killed me when I asked her what was wrong. Matt frowned. Do you think it's an ability of yours or something? Yes, and it has to do with emotions, because everyone who's been a different color was in a different mood. Really? Weird? Have you talked to the McCulloughs about it? Yeah, they say to figure out what it means. That only I can. Frustrating. They never know what the answer is where my powers are concerned. Can you see a color in yourself when you look in the mirror? Jacob shook his head. Matt raised his Y controller again. You should write it all down and see what emotions go to what colors. Jacob got off the floor. That wasn't a bad idea. He went to his room, grabbed a notepad from his backpack, and sprawled across the bed on his stomach to start writing. Hazel joined him, making comments that were mostly useless, such as you spelled that word wrong. Stop it. No, I didn't. And how would you know? She put her hands on her hips. The color swirling around her face changed from a light blue to a light purple. I'm not stupid, Jacob. He put his hands up in defense. I know, sorry. She patted his head, then flitted to her container to eat honey. He went back to his writing, then stared at what he'd written. He couldn't figure something out. Why emotions? What did they have to do with molding material? The two were so unrelated. Or was there a link between sensing weakness in something and seeing emotions in people? He didn't think so. The latest from the McCullows was that this ability didn't surprise them. They refused to elaborate, insisting instead that he focus more on developing it, while practicing with Sweet Pea and pulling people from the scented air, of course. He hoped this talent would somehow help him when they went to get Aloren. Chapter 25. The next couple of weeks were a blur. Jacob diligently took notes, finding patterns. Red was anger. That made sense. The bright purple he'd seen was loathing or hatred. He was glad it hadn't been directed toward him. Matt's usual color was varying shades of green. Happiness. He'd seen a couple of people with the blue-green Amberly had shown when Tito got hurt. That was fear mixed with sadness. The McCullows were never the strong, bright colors. Since they rarely experienced the associated emotions, which were also strong, they were usually closer to pastels and medium-hued colors. After he found the patterns, Jacob stopped approaching people. At first, it was really hard. If there was something he could do to help, he wanted to do it. But he resisted because people were starting to treat him like there was something wrong or something very special about him. He couldn't stand either. Most everyone figured out he could sense other people's emotions, and now girls. Why was it always girls? Asked him for help with their relationships. Is he still mad at me? Does he like me? What's he thinking now? The worst was when a girl approached him and asked what she was feeling toward him. He could only walk away, too embarrassed to respond. It had been many different colors, the ones that equaled infatuation. It didn't matter that he'd stopped asking other students how they felt. Word spread, and he was constantly stopped by new people as he went to and from classes. The one time when this ability helped Jacob was on the court during lunch. He could always tell when people were distracted by strong emotions: fear, anger, love. He didn't feel bad for zipping past players who weren't really into the game. Tanny and Josh spent a lot of time finding the fastest way from one room to another, sometimes even using the windows. The busier the hallway, the more difficult it was to get through. Gradually, though, things went back to normal. As normal as possible, of course, since Jacob still had a large group of fans showing up for the lunchtime game. The only breaks he got from all of this were while he was at home with his family, or with the McCullows, who seemed to think everything going on at school was incredibly funny. Sweet Pea, especially. Jacob got the feeling the McCullow was dying to leave Aloren and go to Mountain Crest to egg the students on. Jacob tossed the ball to Kevin, who threw it in from the three-point line. Those supporting Jacob and Kevin's team cheered. A smattering of boos came from the students for the other team. He smiled with relief. He always felt his best when playing. Matt rebounded the ball and tossed it to Jacob, who grinned, remembering how everyone had reacted when Matt announced he was going to play. They had no problem with it. They were excited to see how the captain of the football team would do on the court. Jacob tried to find an open teammate. Things looked blurry. He'd had nightmares about Aloren and hadn't gotten a lot of sleep last night. He blinked, trying to get his eyes to focus, and wiped his arm across his face. The air around him smelled like dirt, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. He jerked his hand away from his eyes. Instead of the orange gem, acres and acres of green grass stretched in all directions around him. What was going on? Was he dreaming? He looked down. He still held the basketball. The sound of rushing feet returned, and Kevin called to him to toss the ball. Glancing around, relief poured over him when he saw he was back in the gym. He must have been imagining things. He took a deep breath, ran down the court, and put the ball through the hoop. Jacob paused, hesitating to follow the other team to their side. He was tired of his body doing unpredictable things. Maybe he should sit out the rest of lunch period. He watched his teammates trying to decide what to do. A bright flash of light flooded his eyes, and the room around him was replaced with a similar field to the one he'd seen earlier. This one, however, had a train track cutting through the grass, stretching as far as he could see in either direction. The strong smell of sun-warmed earth assailed him, and a pleasant breeze cooled the sweat on his head. He shut his eyes hard and opened them. The field was still there. Was he in Aloren? He didn't recognize this place. He stood near the tracks. The air felt fresh, like early morning, and the sun peeked over the edge of the world. He'd never been in such a flat place before. Another flash and the gym returned. Coach Birmingham was jogging toward him, a concerned expression on his face. A third flash. This time the sun was just setting. Jacob was again near the track. He heard a high-pitched whistle and whipped around in time to see a huge train barreling down the track toward him. Jacob tripped over the railroad ties and flung himself across the track closest to him. He rolled away as quickly as he could and just in time. The train zoomed past him faster than anything he'd ever seen before. The gym surrounded him again. Several people were screaming and Coach yelled for someone to call 911. Jacob lay on the gym floor, and when he tried to get up, Matt pushed him back down. "Don't move." "I'm fine." "No, you're not." You yelled and freaked out and flopped all over the floor. Jacob flushed. Tanny and Josh bent over him with worried expressions on their faces. Most everyone else looked embarrassed, uncomfortable, or nervous. What happened? His body felt weird, like he'd just run 5 miles, but without the muscle soreness. He was out of breath and tired, really tired. The school nurse arrived and started checking him. Soon after, the gym flooded with paramedics. Mr. Williams, the principal, ordered everyone to their classes. Despite his protest that he was fine, the paramedic strapped Jacob to a gurney and wheeled him out of the room, Matt following close. Jacob had never ridden in an ambulance before. He didn't remember the whole ride, though, because the weariness kept hitting him really hard, and he dozed off several times. He couldn't control it. When they pulled up at the Logan hospital, his parents were there to meet him. Mom freaked out, and Dad started asking questions. The doctor submitted him to a series of tests, an MRI, CT scan, blood tests, everything. Finally, after hours of being poked and prodded, the doctor said Jacob was overexhausted, had hallucinated, and that he needed to spend the night in the hospital to be sure nothing more was wrong. Apparently, he was under too much stress, and someone his age and health shouldn't be having episodes like this. Jacob groaned and whined about it, but secretly was glad he would be watched by doctors and nurses. What if something was wrong? He knew he hadn't been hallucinating. The wind and grass were as real as the bed he lay on now. The night passed without incident. Hazel stayed with him to keep him company until he fell asleep, being careful not to let someone see her, and the doctor released him the next day. Jacob's mom had him stay home from Aloren and school for a couple of days, but all too soon he had to return to pulling people from the scented air, combat training, and classes. He dreaded the attention he would get in school. News had spread through the entire student body, no doubt. The attention only lasted a couple of days, though. Then, things mostly went back to what they'd been before his episode. The McCullows gave him occasional updates on the fat lady's potion. There hadn't been a lot of progress lately. It really worried him, but he knew there wasn't anything he could do about it. His combat training with Sweet Pea was going well now, and he still helped pull people from the scented air. School was too pressing for Jacob to spend much time with the McCullows for pleasure. Plus, his nightmares were worse than ever, and always involved Aloren being murdered in a gruesome, upsetting way. She'd been in Myvril City for over 2 months now. 2 months. Was she even still alive? He was going crazy, not having a way to get in touch with her. "Jacob," Mr. Coolidge said, handing Jacob some papers before math one day. The color around his face was a light yellow-green. He was intrigued by something. "You have a unique ability to understand things just by looking at them. Are either of your parents like this?" Jacob shrugged. He'd never noticed anything special about his understanding abilities. He looked at the paper, conics, and pulled out his pencil and leaned forward, working over the problems. He sensed his teacher's eyes on him throughout the rest of their time together and into first period. He refused to look at the man. When the bell finally rang, signaling the end of math, he sighed in relief, rubbing his face. Chapter 26. Jacob got home after basketball practice, which had gone so well he was still smiling, and fell onto the couch. For once, he didn't have anything to do that night with the McCullows. They'd decided to give him some time off. The fat lady's potion, according to Kenji, should be finished in another week. Jacob rolled onto his stomach trying to decide what to do. He really wished he could help Aloren. The dreams had gotten so bad lately. Were they somehow warning him of her condition? The garage door opened and Matt entered the house, Sammy on his heels. They plopped onto the couch across from Jacob. "Hey," Matt said. "Mom and Dad are at Amberly's dance rehearsal. Want to come to Sammy's house and watch a movie?" "Which one?" "Probably Wolverine or something." Jacob shrugged. He'd just watched it a couple of weeks ago and wasn't in the mood to see it again. "Nah, I think I'll hang out here." Matt and Sammy grabbed a bunch of DVDs and left, and Jacob went to read in the living room. He really struggled with concentrating, though. Aloren's predicament kept crossing his mind. What if she died? How would he react to something like that? As soon as he'd thought it, he pushed it as far from his mind as possible. He couldn't dwell on it. Wouldn't. He hated sitting around, not doing anything while she was in Myvril. He rolled onto his back, hands behind his head, thinking a plan would be good, just in case the fat lady's potion didn't work, or if something happened that prevented the Macalos from going with him. He needed to focus, make sure he'd thought of every possible situation, make sure he was ready for anything that could happen. If they didn't get more potion, it would only be a two-person rescue team, Jacob and Matt. He couldn't ask Akano to come, not with his leg the way it was now. Jacob got to his feet and paced the living room. He could key them to the city. That would be the fastest way to get there and back. But how would they get in unnoticed? And where would they key to? He bit his lip, thinking. Not straight to the town hall. He didn't know if the Lorkon had placed traps for him or not, and he wasn't about to find out. Then he remembered seeing several houses that looked vacant. One of those would be perfect. If he said, Myvril City, vacant house, they'd be fine. Not having Akano would make things a lot more difficult, since Akano had that ability to sense other living creatures. But then again, the trees wouldn't let Akano touch them anyway. They'd first check the town hall, since that was where he'd last seen Aloren. After, they'd search around the city, keeping in the shadows. His excitement grew as he thought over the details of his plan. The door behind him opened and Jacob jumped. Matt laughed. Boy, someone's tense. Where's Sammy? Matt plopped on the couch, a can of soda in his hand. Jacob was used to Matt's characteristic green swirls and barely noticed them. She insisted on watching a Bonnet's movie instead, something about persuading. Then she fell asleep after it had only been going for 20 minutes. I didn't want to sit there watching it, and I can't wake her up from naps. She's super grouchy. She'd bite my head off. So I left. She'll be asleep for at least 2 hours. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Wow, you're the perfect boyfriend. Hey, she'd do the same. He leaned forward. So what's on your mind? You're going to wear a hole in Mom's carpet. Jacob sat on the other couch, just stressing over Aloren's situation. What if the potions never get finished? What if they don't work? What if the team never gets put together and she ends up staying in Myvril City for the rest of her life? Matt shook his head. We'll go get her if the Macalos can't fulfill their end of the deal. Exactly. And I've been planning how to do that. You and I would go, of course. Jacob jumped to his feet again, too antsy to sit. We'd key there, to an empty house or something. Matt nodded eagerly. Then we could sneak to that town hall place where you left her, right? Yeah, we'd have to be careful no one sees us, but I'm sure we could do it. The whole city is almost black, and if we dressed in dark colors, we'd blend right in. Plus, the people avoided the forest and stuck to the streets while we were there. We could hide in them. Except for the fact that they'll try to beat us up, Matt said. Didn't you say that's what they do? Oh yeah, that wouldn't work. Jacob scratched his chin. We could still stick close to them though, just out of reach. Why do the people avoid the woods? I don't know why exactly, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was because they've learned that the trees beat up anyone trying to enter. So, Matt said, then paused. He cleared his throat. Why do we have to wait until the Macalos tell you they don't have the potion? Jacob hesitated, turning to face Matt. Because they asked me to wait, and they want to send a large group. But wouldn't it be better, quick and painless, if only 2 people go? Matt got to his feet and started pacing too. Catch the people in Myvril City off guard, Slip in and out before anyone notices we're there. Jacob ran his hand through his hair. I don't know, Matt. I can't break my promise to the Macalos. And there's got to be a reason they're so adamant that a lot of us go at once. It wouldn't hurt to try, would it? What's the worst that could happen? You're practically invincible, and I'm fast and strong. If we get there, find Aloren, and bring her back, they'd be grateful, not mad. If we get there and can't find her, we come back. Simple as that. And listen, Mom and Dad are with Amberly at her dance rehearsal. Sammy's asleep. The Macalos don't need you tonight, right? And we don't have anything else to do. Matt put his empty soda can on the end table. Let's go now. Wait, I need to think through this first. Sure, whatever. I think you've put plenty of thought into it, though. The opportunity won't come again for a long time. Jacob frowned. Matt was right. The open window fell perfectly onto tonight, and if they brought Aloren back safe and sound, the Macalos would most likely be grateful. They'd be mad, of course, which he'd deserve, but grateful. He paced a couple of times. If they couldn't find Aloren, they wouldn't have to tell anyone. Could he live with a lie like that? He wasn't sure. Man, Matt, I don't know. I don't feel good about it. That's only because you're nervous. You'd end up disappointing the McCullows. Jake, I'm not going to push you into this. If you don't feel good about it, we shouldn't do it. On the other hand, I'm just as interested in getting her out of there as you are. Jacob took a deep breath. His sick feeling dissipated with each breath. Maybe it was only because he was nervous. What if this really was the right decision? What if the McCullows were misguided and every minute Aloren stayed there meant more damage to her? He sat on the couch, putting his head in his hands. He'd never considered whether the McCullows might actually be wrong. He'd been impatient with them and frustrated, but hadn't ever truly doubted. If they were wrong and waiting was the worst thing they could do, the best thing, the correct thing, was to go get her, now. He stood quickly. Okay, but we need to bring things with us. Our biggest pocket knives, flashlights, dark clothes, and hoodies. It's kind of cold there. We can even bring your Nat. Jacob hesitated again. He promised Hazel she could go when they rescued Aloren. Another broken promise. He shook his head. No, not this time. I don't want to tell her we're going if it just ends up being a disappointment. Matt shrugged. Fine. Jacob took a deep breath, then smiled at his older brother. He was so glad Matt would be around this time. Chapter 27. The boys changed, hiding odds and ends in their pockets. Matt found a couple of old air pellet guns while Jacob grabbed some beef jerky. They wanted to be completely prepared. They met outside Jacob's door. Both of them had on black baseball caps, though Jacob realized his hair was dark enough that he didn't need to wear one. But he felt better having the shade over his eyes. Are you sure you want to do this? Jacob asked. Matt raised an eyebrow. It depends on how much this girl means to you. A lot. Matt laughed. You're not really having doubts, are you? 'Cause she's all you've talked about since coming back. Jacob grunted in reply, the butterflies in his stomach returning. He made sure the key was securely attached to his chain and belt loop before putting it into the keyhole. Vacant house. Myvril City, he said, turning the key in the lock. He opened the door a little, pressed his face up against the crack and looked through. The room was in shambles. Broken furniture was strewn across the floor. Papers everywhere, shredded clothing draped over some of the furniture. He waited for several moments, making sure the room was empty before pushing the door open farther and stepping through. Matt followed closely on his heels. Jacob stepped onto a floorboard that groaned in response, and he jumped. When nothing happened, he let out a sigh of relief. They tiptoed through the rooms and halls, making sure the entire place was vacant before proceeding. The brothers returned to the front room and glanced out the window. The streets were deserted, but who knew how long they would stay that way? A slight glint of sunlight forced its way through the green atmosphere. Do we split up or stick together? Jacob asked. Stick together. You lead the way, watching in front of us, and I'll stay behind and keep an eye out for anything that tries to sneak up on us. Get your knife out. Just in case. Matt pulled his pellet gun from a pocket, making sure the clip was securely attached. After some discussion, they opted to use the back door. The door creaked as it opened, making Jacob jump, and Matt choked back a hysterical laugh. Wow. That freaked you out. Jacob glared at his brother, but Matt only motioned him to go out. They looked both ways, then jumped off the porch into the tall grass, dropping to their hands and knees. The grass was a blessing. If they stayed low enough, it would actually cover them fairly well. Army crawling, they reached the forest edge. There were no lights, and the sun was barely visible, the houses dark. Jacob led the way toward the town hall. A noise behind them made Jacob's heart nearly stop, and they both froze. A shadow passed by, but didn't pause. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jacob scurried behind a shed. Then, making sure the coast was clear, stood, dusting off his jeans. Now where? Matt whispered. Jacob crept to the corner of the shed, peering around it. A person wandered the street, looking lost. Jacob couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The town hall was 3 buildings away. He waved to Matt and pointed toward it. "Town hall," he breathed. Matt nodded. Jacob waited, worried the person on the street might also be heading to the town hall. Once the individual had gone beyond the house, Jacob dropped to the ground again and rolled into the filtered green sunlight. He looked both directions, then rushed to the back of the house nearest them, 20 feet away. So far, so good. A movement in the window, and Jacob froze. He motioned Matt to stop as well. The person left, and Jacob prayed he'd been far enough away not to be seen. He waited a full minute, checking his watch, before doing anything. Jacob motioned to Matt to follow. He edged to the corner, peering around it to make sure the person on the street hadn't changed course. He or she was still following the same path, straggly black hair more visible now that the brothers were closer. This house was situated nearer the street, making Jacob feel vulnerable. Only a wood pile lay between the houses. The boys raced toward it, crouching as low as they could. As he ran, Jacob tripped over something in the grass and crashed down on top of the woodpile. Something stabbed his leg, and he cried out in pain before remembering to keep quiet. "Dang it," Matt said. He pulled Jacob up and they ran away from the houses. Jacob tried not to limp, but his leg hurt pretty badly. A ruckus and voices sounded behind them, slamming doors, things banging. He and Matt fell into the tall grass, close to the forest, right as a mass of people poured out of the nearest house. Jacob prayed as hard as he could that the people hadn't seen them. He felt blood tickling his leg hairs and hoped the wound would stop bleeding. "We saw you, kiddies," a feminine voice called. Jacob and Matt looked at each other. What should they do? "Come out. We won't hurt you." A man's voice this time. Someone snickered. "They went that way, I think." The sounds of footsteps drifted to the left. "No, they went around the house." "Idiot. You didn't see. You were behind me." "No matter." "Oh, I bet they went into the forest." Some of the people hissed. "We can't find them there. We should let K2 know." "No, leave it to the trader. That's his job." The boys heard the sound of swishing grass very near them, and they looked at each other. The fear racing across Matt's gray eyes was enough to make Jacob think they were doomed. They'd failed. The footsteps stopped, and there were several moments of silence. Then a voice said, "They're long gone." And another, "I'm going back inside." The footsteps receded, doors opened and closed, and the voices became muffled, then gradually went away. The brothers waited several moments. Nothing. Jacob breathed a sigh of relief. Matt shook his head. "That was close," he whispered. "Too close. We should wait a few minutes more, just in case there are stragglers wandering around." Jacob nodded. The cut on his leg must not have been very bad, because it only stung a little now. Either that or the fear of being caught surpassed the pain. After a few more minutes, Matt sneaked toward the town hall. Jacob followed him and looked back. He couldn't understand how the people hadn't found them. The indentation he and Matt had created in the tall grass was very obvious. He would have seen their hiding place right away. Maybe these people had poor eyesight. He shook his head. No, he couldn't count on that, even if it were true. As soon as they'd reached the end of the grass, Matt and Jacob came to their feet and hid behind a large tree in the backyard of the town hall. Jacob looked around the side. There was a light on in one of the rooms, a warm, welcoming yellow. They decided to head to that window, ignoring the back door for now. Someone, at least, would hear them knocking there. Jacob took a step forward, but stopped when a deep, gruff voice spoke behind him. "What do you think you're doing?" Jacob turned. A tall, muscular man, nothing like the villagers, leaned against a tree not far from the brothers. His brooding expression and black, shoulder-length hair gave him an imposing appearance. He looked like he'd just stepped out of an action movie, and Tanny would have fallen for him immediately. A light purple color, indicating boredom, surrounded him. Jacob's eyes strayed to an interesting necklace the man wore. It was oddly shaped metal and appeared to be on fire with blue flames. How was it not burning him? "Just keeping watch," Matt said. "Like we're supposed to." "On whose orders?" The man crossed his arms, and Jacob noticed he wore black leather clothes. 2 swords were strapped crosswise on his back. His hands and feet were bare. "Deacons," Jacob said. "We're watching the townspeople, making sure they don't do anything stupid." The man raised his eyebrow and stared at Jacob, the light purple changing to a medium shade of purple. "I don't think I believe you." He put his arms behind him and strolled forward, stopping not far from the brothers. "In fact, I'm pretty sure I know just who you are." Jacob expected the man to bring out his swords, but he didn't do anything, just stared at Jacob. A gust of wind brought a scent of smoke with it. "And you shouldn't have come to this place. Not if you are as intelligent as the Lorkon seem to believe you are." "I have to. There's There's something I need to get." The man cocked his head and half smiled at Jacob. "Oh, really? Pray tell, what is it you are searching for?" Jacob racked his brain, trying to decide what would sound the most legitimate. Matt was faster in his response. "His lucky watch." Jacob looked at Matt and frowned. "Lucky watch?" The man laughed, the light from the muted sun glinting off his perfect teeth. "Yes, I'm sure that's exactly what he's searching for. A watch." His face grew serious. "You are to come with me now. The Lorkon very much want to see you." Jacob shook his head. "No, I'm not going back to them." "I'm afraid you don't have a choice." The man whipped his hands in front of him, and Jacob jumped back, expecting blades. Instead, the man's hands glowed bright red. Jacob's eyes widened, and the man smiled at his reaction. "And that's not the only unique thing about me." A burst of flames shot from his feet, licking up around his legs. He reached out, and an eruption of light came from his hands, the flame rolling up his arms and dripping off his fingers. Chapter 28. "I'm a fire-turner, Jacob." He shrugged in a mock humble way. "An ember god, as the villagers call me. You can call me that too. I'm sure you'll agree sooner rather than later that it's a fitting name. But remember, I am not to be toyed with. One touch of my hand will cause you more pain than you've ever felt in your life." Jacob wasn't sure what made him say it. I doubt that. Nothing could be worse than what I felt when the Lorkon touched me. The man snorted. "Diseases aren't anything compared to the pain of burnt flesh, I assure you." Matt fidgeted at Jacob's side, pulling things out of his pocket. "Well, it's been nice chatting with you," he said, "but we've got to go now." The man laughed. "I don't think so." Matt brought up his air pellet gun and LED flashlight. He switched the light on, shining it in the man's eyes, and shot him in the face with the gun. The man roared, grabbing his eyes. "Run!" Matt yelled, and he and Jacob tore around the tree, heading for the lit window as fast as they could. Voices came from the houses around the town hall as the brothers reached the back wall of the building and pounded on the window. The light went out. Someone grabbed Jacob from behind and he kicked backward, releasing himself. He whirled and gasped. Villagers surrounded the brothers. Hundreds, it seemed, still poured from the houses. Jacob jumped to his brother's side, punching someone away from Matt. They fought back to back, Jacob using the technique Sweet Pea had taught him. He expected a burst of flame to engulf both of them, but it never came. Where was the Ember God? He wasn't one of the attackers. Jacob looked back at the tree, trying not to be distracted, but wanting to know where the man had gone. There he was, leaning up against the tree, arms folded, watching. What was he doing? Waiting for them to be finished off. Jacob returned to the fighting with renewed vigor. The people were so weak he almost felt bad returning their punches. He couldn't count how many he'd knocked to the ground. Finally, he and Matt scared everyone away. He squinted, focusing on the tree. The man was no longer there. Where'd he go? "Key," Matt breathed. Front door. They ran around the side of the town hall, jerking to a halt right before reaching the porch. A man was there, a large grin on his face. It wasn't the same guy as earlier. This one had shorter hair, no shoes, black leather clothes. Another Ember God. I can't let you enter this building. Oh, we're just leaving. So, don't worry about us, Jacob said. The man sneered. Really? Allow me to escort you. No thanks, we're good, Matt said. He didn't wait to see what the guy's reaction would be. He turned and ran toward the nearest house, Jacob on his heel. They almost got to the door when the first Ember God was on Jacob's right. He used the flat side of a sword to stop the boys. It hit them across the chest and they fell to the ground, gasping for air. The man smiled down on them as they struggled to their feet and tried to run away again. Time for this to end, he said. Before Jacob knew what was happening, the man brought the handle of his sword down hard on Matt's thigh. With a snap, Matt's leg crumpled beneath him and he howled in pain, falling to the porch near the door. Jacob dropped to his knees by Matt, then glared up at the man, anger and hatred making his eyes sting. Jacob, you have two choices. Watch your friend die right now or watch him die later, when the Lorkon take you both. He stepped closer, close enough for Jacob to feel the heat rising from his hands. The Ember God sneered again. Personally, I'd choose now, since I'll be more merciful than the Lorkon. Jacob shook his head, trying to think up a way out of the situation. He did his best to control his voice, coming to a decision quickly. I'll take my chances with the Lorkon, thank you very much. He acted as if he were surrendering, casually putting his hands in his pockets. His fingers closed around the pocket knife in one hand and the key in the other. He couldn't use an air gun. The Ember God would be expecting that. The knife was the next best thing. As you wish, the man said. He reached for Jacob's arm, but Jacob jerked away from him. Don't touch me. I'll hurt you if need be. Just hold on, will you? Jacob helped Matt up, trying to keep the items in his fists from the man's sight while also trying not to cause his brother too much discomfort. Matt's face was white and he gasped, using the door behind him to steady himself. Jacob put Matt's arm over his shoulders and put his own arm, the one with the key in it, around his brother's waist. This is going to be slow. He's in a lot of pain, thanks to you. The man smiled, but took a step back, gesturing for Jacob to go first. Instead, Jacob flipped the knife open and flung it at the man. It went into his shoulder. The Ember God grunted with anger. Not waiting to see what would happen, Jacob turned Matt around, pushed the key in the lock, and said, Kenji's house. He flung the door open and pushed Matt inside. Matt called out in agony when he landed on Kenji's floor. A burst of light illuminated the door in front of Jacob. Fire surrounded him, and a searing pain rushed up and down his back and legs. The turner had blasted him with flames. Screaming, Jacob pushed through the door and slammed it shut, then fell to the floor next to Matt. The last thing he saw was Kenji's family staring at him from over dinner. Light yellow with a hint of orange, the color of surprise around their faces. Jacob heard someone say his name, then blackness closed in. Chapter 29. Did you hear that? Hear what, Father? Sanso's voice. No, I only heard pounding on the back window. Duana was scrubbing the already clean tables in the large receiving room. Eakin walked to the window and looked out. Nothing was there. But wait. Oh, there he goes. He is out there. Looks like he got into some trouble with the villagers. Serves him right. Eakin watched the fire turner for a few moments. Sanso walked with one shoulder lower than the other and held a hand to it. His facial expression showed he was in pain. Eakin turned when Aloren entered the room, carrying a basket of clean clothing, which she plopped on the table and started folding. She and Duana conversed, and Eakin leaned against the wall to watch them. It was good to see Duana this happy again. She hadn't had someone close to her age to talk to in such a long time. His forehead creased as the argument he'd been going over and over again in his mind came back to him. What was he to do with Aloren? He knew his job. Turn her over to the Lorkon, now that he knew what she meant to Jacob. He needed to do it to keep his daughter safe. But by protecting Duana, he'd be taking away someone who was now becoming a sister to her. He walked to the fireplace and leaned against the mantel. If he turned Aloren in, he knew the Lorkon would reward him. They always had. He'd be elevated in their eyes, especially if he could get important information out of the girl first. Knowing how much she cared for Jacob, they'd certainly want her now to use as bait, and by handing her over, he wouldn't have to worry as much about the safety of the town hall. The villagers wouldn't try so hard to attack if they knew Aloren was gone. On the other hand, if he presented her to the Lorkon, it would surely hurt Duana. He turned to watch her for a moment. Such happiness on her face. Could he really do that to her? She'd never forgive him. But then again, if he didn't give them Aloren, the Lorkon would remove him from his status in the community and would either order a public execution or worse, turn him and his daughter over to the villagers. He rubbed his face, recognizing the circular pattern his arguments were taking. Duana laughed at something Aloren said, and Ekin was surprised to see a smile on Aloren's face. A first. She had a dimple in her cheek, and he frowned. There was something familiar about her. She brought to mind a woman he'd worked with years and years ago. He walked to the window again. The fire turner was wandering the streets. Ekin watched him for several moments, wondering how much time he had until the turners figured out he was withholding information from them. A group of 4 or 5 villagers came out of one of the buildings, ignored the fire turner, and limped toward the town hall. They stopped several yards away, and Ekin let the curtain fall until there was just a slit to peer through. The villagers were arguing, passing something back and forth between them. An old woman caught up with the group and took the object, putting it in her pocket. The group turned to face the town hall and Ekin stepped back, quickly shutting the curtain. Something on their faces made him afraid. Something had happened tonight when he heard Sanso's voice. He was sure of it. Something bad. He walked to the table where Duana and Aloren had finished folding the clothes. "Let's go into the kitchen," he said. "We can do the dishes." The girls walked ahead of him, talking animatedly about something. They didn't hear the bang on the door, a noise which frightened the wits out of Ekin. The villagers had never, ever hit the door of the town hall, and they rarely returned this soon after feeding time. What was going on? Ekin couldn't ignore this unpredictable behavior. He closed the door to the kitchen, putting his back against it. The girls didn't notice his nervousness, and he ignored them, straining to listen through the door, hoping the villagers would leave, give up their objective. Ekin found himself again thinking over what would happen if the Lorkon discovered his secret. He straightened. He would do his job, his duty, where his family was concerned. But when it came to handing off innocent girls to be used as bait, then brutally tortured and killed, that wasn't something he could stomach. He realized he'd have to make a decision eventually, or it would be made for him. Another bang at the front door, much stronger this time. Ekin looked up at the ceiling, offering a prayer to keep his family safe. Chapter 30. Jacob opened his eyes and groaned, trying to clear his mind. Figures bustled around him and he blinked several times. "Be careful. Pull him over here," Ebony ordered. There was a shuffling sound. Then Matt screamed in pain. Jacob jerked to a sitting position and gasped when a searing heat forked across his back and legs. He fell, trying to catch his breath. "Jacob," Ebony said from somewhere, "do not move." Jacob didn't want to disobey. He couldn't. The pain was too great. He hated not seeing where Matt was, though. Unfortunately, when he'd passed out, he'd been facing the door, and he was unable to fix his position. Ebony barked out more orders. "Grab his arm. Don't let his head sag. All right, everyone. 1, 2, 3, lift." Grunting, then a thump. Matt cried out again. "This leg is in very bad shape." Akano's voice. "Will it heal?" No one responded. Liquid sloshing into something. More shuffling. Someone started talking but was shushed. The sound of a heavy bowl dragging across the wooden table. More sloshing. Jacob tried not to concentrate on the pain in his back. He wished he could pass out again. Finally, after 5 or so minutes, Ebony sighed with relief. "That should do it," she said. Approaching footsteps. "Jacob, I'm sorry," Ebony said. "We had to fix Matt's leg first. The bone had splintered through the skin on the back of his leg. Jacob felt her touch his hair. "We're going to roll you onto your stomach, then pull you away from the door." Hands took Jacob's arms and legs. He groaned when they dragged him, laid him on his stomach, and turned his head toward the room. His back felt like it was on fire again, and he moaned, tears springing to his eyes. Ebony told Jacob what she was doing as she did it, cutting away the remaining clothes and cleaning his back and legs, putting Kaede sap directly on him. No strips of cloth. He would have blushed as she did this if it weren't for the huge amount of pain she was causing. "We don't want to cover it. Kaede sap heats up when wrapped, and that isn't good for burns." She clicked her tongue. "This is one of the worst I've ever seen." Finally, after 10 agonizing minutes, Ebony declared Jacob finished, then put a loose sheet over him and ordered him to sleep, which he gratefully did. Bitter. That was Jacob's first thought. He rolled away from the smell, then stiffened when pain hit him. It wasn't as strong as earlier, though, so he relaxed a fraction. He heard movement in the room, but waited a while before opening his eyes. They didn't seem to want to cooperate. Finally, he peeked between his lids, taking time to adjust to the lighting. He was still in Kenji's house. "He's awake now," Akeno called, then smiled at Jacob, who sat up. "How are you feeling?" "A little sore," Jacob said. "Where's Matt?" Akeno motioned to one of the wooden chairs on the side of the room. Matt was asleep there and didn't look very comfortable. Jacob pointed this out. "He didn't want to leave without you." "Great. How long was I asleep this time?" "Only a couple of hours. It's still nighttime, probably around 10. My mother woke you before you finished healing." Ebony walked into the room. "Jacob, we've got to get you both home," she said. "The sap is still working on you. It won't finish until you've slept the whole night through, and a good night's rest won't happen here. Make sure Matt stays off his leg. You'll have to help him get to his room." Jacob crawled to Matt, too tired to stand. His brother's pant leg had been cut, and a huge bandage was wrapped around his thigh. Jacob sat on the floor near Matt's chair, facing the McCullows. Kenji sighed. "I suppose I don't have to ask what happened, do I? You got restless and decided you needed to get Aloren." Jacob hung his head. "I'm sorry. Matt and I thought we'd be able to get in and out quickly. There are Ember Gods guarding the city, though, and the people were much more aggressive this time." "Ember Gods?" Kenji asked. "I've never heard of them." "They're really fire turners. The guy said to call them Ember Gods." "I'm still not familiar with this race." "They're not nice people." "I know I should be angrier with you," Kenji said. "Brojan will be pretty upset when he finds out what you've done, and I'm sure your mother will have plenty to say when she sees you." He rubbed his shoulder, watching Jacob closely. "We've had too many close calls with you, young man. You are too valuable to lose. You need to regard your own life as highly as you do that of Aloren's, and especially your brother's. You are old enough to recognize the difference between foolish and wise behavior." He sat in the chair next to Jacob. "Wisdom is being able to see the consequences of your actions, and tonight's exploit showed very little wisdom on your part." Jacob avoided making eye contact with Kenji, his face flushed in shame. After a long silence, Kenji sighed. "Maybe this experience taught you something important." He stood and motioned to Matt. "Wake him and get yourselves home." Jacob woke Matt and keyed them home to a frantic mother who needed some calming down before she'd let them go to bed. Chapter 31. Jacob had no idea just how much trouble he was in until he arrived at the village the next day. For his fighting lessons with Sweet Pea, Kenji waited near the tree. "Brojan canceled your lessons and called a meeting. Go get the fat lady and Gallus. We'll meet at Brojan's place." Kenji put his hand on Jacob's arm. "He's pretty upset. Things will be all right, though, if you cooperate." 20-pound butterflies hit Jacob in the stomach. He wished now more than ever that he had listened to his initial feelings. He picked up everyone, then took them to Brojan's house on the other side of the village, taking a seat at the table. Sinking low in his chair, he was aware of the stares of those in the room. Now would be the perfect time to disappear. Brojan began the meeting by giving a rundown of what Jacob and Matt had done the night before. He turned to Jacob. "We must deal with your impatience. We have no idea if you and Matt ruined things, but we will be acting as if you did." He paused. "Do you understand why we asked you to wait till the fat lady finished the potion?" Jacob nodded. finding his mouth too dry to speak. "And did you understand when we told you it would take time and that you had to be patient?" Jacob again nodded, not meeting the patriarch's eyes. He should have chosen not to go through with the plan, regardless of how badly he wanted to get Aloren out of the city. Brojan stared at Jacob until Jacob looked up. Instead of the bright red of anger he expected to see, there was only a light orange. Concern. Tenderness was on the patriarch's face as well. He remembered learning from Akeno that Makalos weren't accustomed to negative emotions. This made Jacob feel even worse. "Please understand me when I say we empathize with your situation," Brojan said. "We want to help, Jacob. Else we would not be willing to work with you. The fat lady wouldn't be making more potions. Instead, she'd be concentrating on getting Aldo out of his current predicament." He paused. "We will do everything in our power to get Aloren out of that city. But, Jacob, you cannot do it alone. Whatever the Ember Gods may be, they are obviously dangerous." Brojan rested his head against the back of his chair and stared at the ceiling for several moments. Then he motioned to Ebony. "Please give us a report on the people brought out of the everlasting potion." Ebony nodded. "Those who have spoken are from Ridgewood, Makaria, and other neighboring cities. One is even from Forncall." She turned to Kenji and Brojan. "I assume you want to interview her as soon as possible." "Yes, of course," Kenji said. Ebony continued. "None of the people so far are from Myvoril City." Jacob ran a hand through his hair. He felt timid bringing anything up, especially when he was in such big trouble, but he felt his point was worth making. "We're pulling them from the part of the scented air closest to Ridgewood. It would make sense that none of them are from Myvoril. They'll be on the other side." "Yes, we've considered this," Brojan said. "Nothing we can do," the fat lady said. "Not until my potions are complete. Unless, of course, you plan to drag people 2 miles before getting them to Sweet Pea." Jacob shook his head. They wouldn't be doing that anytime soon. He sighed in frustration, still irritated. "It seems a waste of time to pull these people out when we could be working on something or someone else." "It's not a waste," Kenji said. "Every life is worth saving. They'll be a blessing to us, you'll see. And these are actual people we're pulling out, not just empty bodies. When they come around, they'll be as grateful to be alive as those who've exited Myvoril City." "Now then," Brojan said, turning to the fat lady. "How much longer until the potion is ready? And how many doses will it make?" "Another week, no more, and probably 5, she squealed, the color around her face rapidly changing to a very bright green. Excitement. She bounced up and down in her chair. "And I almost forgot. I found a way to permanently fix Lorkon wounds." Everyone around the table sat up straighter in their chairs and became animated. A cure would be really incredible. Akeno wouldn't have a limp for the rest of his life, and Kenji's shoulder wouldn't bother him anymore. Kenji cleared his throat. It looked to Jacob like he was trying not to get too eager about the possibilities. "What have you found?" "An old recipe I used several years ago after you'd sealed off the entrance. It's one I'd lost and didn't want to mention unless I found it again. It's the MUTP potion. The one I used on your shoulder injury. Kenji, ×4. I made up some more this morning and brought it with." She reached into her bag and pulled out a purple vial. "Either you or Akeno can try it." "How does one try it?" Kenji asked. "That's the tricky part." She put the vial in the center of the table. "I'd need Ebony's help, and anyone else experienced with medical things. We'd have to cut to the center of the wound and pour the potion in directly, some by mouth as well." She turned to Jacob. "Also, your world has needles that will actually put liquid in a person's blood." "You mean a syringe?" Jacob asked. She nodded eagerly. "Yes, I'll need a few of those." She addressed the entire group again. "The majority of the potion works directly at the site of the wound, but a little needs to be swallowed and a few drops have to be put into the bloodstream to cleanse the entire body. What are the possible side effects? Kenji asked. The fat lady squirmed before answering. Intense pain. For several hours. She hesitated. Obviously, she had more to say and wasn't comfortable saying it. Also, the person can't be on any medications and has to be fully awake during the entire process, including the healing. For some reason, sleep negates the effects, and medicines dim the potion. No one said anything. Jacob was really glad he hadn't been negatively affected by the Lorkon touch. Aside from the awakening of his abilities, he didn't think the pain was worth the healing. Ebony shook her head. No, we won't do it. Several hours of intense pain, without a numbing agent? Kenji sighed. Ebony's right. My shoulder hurts, and I can't use it much. But other than that, I'm fine. The fat lady looked crushed, and Jacob felt bad for her. She'd been so excited. I'll do it, Akeno said quietly. Every head turned to him. It's worth it to me. The colors surrounding his face were many. Deep yellow, a bit of dark blue, even some light green. His emotions were conflicted. In my current condition, I'll have a really bad limp for the rest of my life. It'll prevent me from doing anything. I don't want to live that way. I want to be normal again. Son, are you sure? Ebony asked. Akeno nodded. Everyone looked back to the fat lady, who had a hard time keeping a grin from spreading across her face. Excellent, she said. I'm ready whenever you are. Oh, but I do need those syringes. She looked at Jacob. Can you get some for me? Sure, Jacob said, though he had no idea where to find any. I'll ask my mom and dad. Wonderful, she said. We'll be ready to go as soon as you come back. Broja nodded at Jacob. Find some and return here in 2 hours. We'll talk then about your privileges with the key. Go. The finality in the patriarch's voice left no doubt in Jacob's mind. He jumped to his feet, not sure how he was supposed to locate syringes in only a couple of hours. Jacob keyed home, deciding to ask his mom first. He felt a little timid approaching her about the Makalo's request, and she was very hesitant at first, but then even offered to ask Ida May, their neighbor who was diabetic, if they could buy some of hers. Ida May agreed. Apparently, she had a whole box of them. They came in packages of 10, and her insurance paid for a large portion. Jacob's mom didn't tell her what they'd be used for, which came as a relief to Jacob. He still hadn't even told his best friends about Aloren and wasn't sure he would. He felt different enough as it was. She answered the door, a smile on her face. Ida May was an elderly British woman with plenty of zest and energy left over from years of raising 10 children. She reached for Jacob and pulled him in for a tight hug, her old lady perfume burning his nose. The box of syringes waited on the counter in the kitchen, and she pulled several out, put them in a bag, and gave them to him. Would you like some gum while you're here? She asked in her strong English accent. Jacob smiled. She'd been known as the gum lady for as long as he could remember, always giving out gum and candy to the neighbor kids. Sure, he said. Ida May brought down the gumball machine from the top of the fridge. She put a penny in, held the lever down, and Jacob put his hand under the spout, watching as several multicolored balls fell out. Give my regards to your mom, she said as Jacob left. Once home, he passed Ida May's message on to his mom, made sure Hazel was safe in his room. The operation might upset her. Then he keyed back to Kenji's place. Wow, Ebony said, jumping when he entered the room. That was much faster than we thought it would be. Jacob nodded. Our neighbor has tons of syringes. All right. The fat lady and I will be working on Akeno. You're welcome to stay to help. Jacob hesitated. He didn't want to see Akeno in any more pain, but he felt it was partially his fault the Makalo had ended up this way. I'm staying. Chapter 32. The fat lady requested that Akeno be strapped to the table. Ebony made sure there were plenty of blankets and sheets under him to help him stay comfortable. She and the fat lady quickly had their instruments around Akeno's feet, ready to go. The entire Makalo Council came to wish Akeno luck. Brojan, Gallus, Sweet Pea, and a few others Jacob hadn't met yet. The whole room was very light yellow mixed with light orange, the colors for apprehension and nervousness. Jaeger brought Kaya and the baby, Echo, to give Akeno hugs before taking them to a neighbor's house where he'd tend them. Brojan and Sweet Pea left, but Kenji sat near the door, wanting to be in the room, but not close enough to see everything. "I'm going to need Matt and Jacob's help for the operation," the fat lady said. "They'll need to hold Akeno down in case the straps aren't enough." Matt sat on one side of Akeno and Jacob on the other. "All right, we're ready," the fat lady said. First by mouth, she held the purple potion out to Akeno. "Only drink a tiny bit. It shouldn't taste too bad." He lifted his head, tilting the vial to his lips, and swallowed a little. His shoulders relaxed. "That was much better than I expected," he said, giving the vial back to the fat lady. Next, by blood. She took out one of the syringes, dipped the end into the potion, and drew with the plunger until a few drops entered the barrel. She approached Akeno with a slight frown on her face. "I'm actually not sure." Matt stood, and Jacob wasn't surprised. His older brother was obsessed with doctor-type TV shows. You can't just poke it in him. You have to find a vein. Here, on the inside of his elbow. He pointed to the little blue vein visible there. And you have to strap his upper arm, though I don't know why. He took a piece of cloth and tied it around Kano's arm tightly. "Next, you have to make sure there aren't any air bubbles in the potion. Give me the syringe." He held out his hand. The fat lady gave it to him, and he tapped it on the table, the way they do in the movies, then held it needle side up and squirted just a tiny bit of the potion out. "Okay, it's ready." He showed the fat lady how to find the vein. "I'm not going to do that part. You have to," he said. Akeno shut his eyes and turned away. Jacob found himself so fascinated he had to watch. The fat lady poked the needle into the inside of Akeno's elbow and looked at Matt. "Okay," Matt said. "That should be good." She pushed the plunger, injecting the potion into Akeno, then pulled out the needle. Akeno opened his eyes. "Done?" The fat lady nodded. Sweat dripped off her forehead. "Oh, good," Akeno said. "I barely felt anything." "That has to mean something, right?" Jacob asked. Matt nodded. "I think so." The fat lady sat for a moment, wiping her face, and motioned to Jacob and Matt. "We need to bind Akeno's arms down now." Jacob grabbed one of the straps and tied Akeno's right arm while Matt did the left. They looked up at her expectantly. And that's it. Everything's almost ready. She rested for a moment longer, making sure Ebony had Kaede sap nearby. Then the two women started cutting strips of clean cloth. Jacob sat near Akeno's head, unsure if he wanted to watch the operation or not. He was afraid he'd be unable to look away, like with the needle. Would the procedure give him nightmares? Akeno stared at the ceiling. Sweat was building up on his forehead, but his face was calm. "You gonna be okay?" Jacob asked, realizing it was a stupid question right as it came out. Akeno shrugged. "Never done this before." He laughed. "It hasn't even started yet, and I already hope I won't have to do it again. I won't let it happen again if I have any control." Akeno sighed. "I know, thanks for that." "No, thank you." "Oh, stop it," Matt said, laughing. "You guys should go into the Hallmark card-making business." Jacob playfully punched his brother's shoulder. "Whatever, dude." "Seriously, though," Matt said, addressing Akeno, "do you want anything to help keep you distracted?" "I'd love a movie right now," Akeno said. "Anything you'd like?" Matt paused. "How do you watch movies here?" "We use that outlet over there," Akeno pointed, "and the TV in the back room can be rolled here." Jacob stared at the outlet in wonder. How'd he never noticed it before? He'd been here tons of times. "Where do you get the power?" "Resent. We can control electricity to an extent." Jacob nodded. He remembered Akeno saying this. "All right, where are the movies?" "I'll grab them," Kenji said, jumping to his feet and rushing out of the room. Jacob had nearly forgotten he was there. A moment later, Kenji returned pushing an old, ugly TV on a cart. "I wasn't sure which movie you wanted to." "Any of the X-Men," Akeno said quickly. "They're my favorites." He smiled sheepishly at Matt and Jacob. Kenji got everything hooked up. The movie began and the fat lady in ebony finished the cloth strips, then started the surgery. Chapter 33. Jacob slumped into a chair. The operation hadn't been nearly as long as he'd expected, but it definitely hadn't been easy. Akeno had screamed through most of it, and everyone in the room had needed a break at one point or another. Jacob felt like pulling his hair out or crying for the Makalo. Luckily, he'd been able to control his emotions and be the support Akeno needed. He pushed his fists into his eyes, trying to wipe away the exhaustion he felt. Akeno had been put in his room to continue the healing process, with Ebony and the fat lady taking turns watching over him. Frequent cries of pain came from him. The fat lady said this was normal and would last a few hours. Brojan returned to see how things had gone. After he visited with Akeno for a moment, he approached Kenji, Matt, the fat lady, Sweet Pea, who'd also come back, and Jacob. They were seated at the table, which had been cleaned and sterilized. Brojan turned to the fat lady. "How many potions did you say you'd be able to make?" "Which potion?" "Milano, the one to help get Aloren." "5. I didn't think you'd be using them all, though." Brojan shook his head. "We still haven't decided who will be going." He looked at Jacob. "We'll be taking the key from you as punishment for what happened last night." Jacob nodded. He pulled the key from his pocket and put it on the table in front of the patriarch. He'd expected this. "The box is in my room." "We don't need it." Brojan put the key in his pocket. "Get going, both of you," Kenji said. Jacob dragged himself from his chair, motioned to the door with his head, and he and Matt left the room. No goodbyes were exchanged. Everyone was far too exhausted. He shut the door behind them, not looking forward to the long walk ahead. Jacob had gotten accustomed to keying himself all over the place. Discouragement flowed over him. He wished he'd followed his feelings last night. "Man, I'm sorry I got us in so much trouble," Matt said. Jacob shrugged in response. He was glad Matt's leg had healed, but still, he was upset with himself over what had happened, and not just because the consequences stank. He'd put his brother and Taga village in danger. What would have happened if the Ember God had followed him through the door? They were silent almost the entire way home, past the tree, through the forest. Once home, Jacob stayed in his room for several hours, working on odd projects and homework. Mom excused him from dinner. Dad was working late again. He had been a lot lately, trying to get caught up. Jacob felt bad for the man. He wanted to be back on Aloren, but couldn't afford to lose his job and not have a way to provide for his family before he took over his kingdom again. The Makalos had offered to let the Clarks stay in Taka village, but Dad refused. The Makalos had enough mouths to feed, what with all the people from the scented air living there now. For the time being, it was decided that Jacob would continue representing the family on Aloren, and Dad would focus on not losing his job. A rapping at his window let him know Aminya was there. He opened it, letting Early in. "Akeno is improving," she said, staring at Hazel. "Who's she?" Early folded her arms and glared at the other Minya, bright purple swirling around her. "Don't be jealous. She's not mine. She's Aloren's Minya." "Oh, good." Early relaxed, her purple changing to light blue. He says, "Hi." "Tell Akeno I said hi back. Thanks for bringing the message." Early flitted away, and Jacob returned to his homework. Chapter 34. Ekin leaned over the counter, squeezing his eyes shut. The thumping on the front door hadn't stopped, and villagers now banged on the back door as well. Sanso had probably done something to the people. Hurt them, attacked them, something. But he and the other Ember Gods had pressured the villagers before without this sort of a reaction. Why was this time different? Duana and Aloren ignored it. They didn't realize the ramifications of what was going on. Ekin turned from the counter. The girls were putting food together to pass to the villagers. He hadn't seen Duana this happy for so long. Years. He swung around, grabbing a glass to wash. Another thump on the door, and he dropped the cup. It shattered on the floor. "Father, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just fine." He stooped to pick up the large bits of glass while Dwana retrieved a broom and swept up the rest. "You've been very preoccupied lately. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do to help?" "No, nothing. I just need to work things through in my mind." As far as Dwana was concerned, Aloren was there to stay permanently. Hadn't he chosen long ago what to do in situations like this? Anyone else, and it would have been as easy as throwing a rock. He turned people over to the Lorkon again and again. The villagers hadn't even realized who the traitor was at first. Why was the soul of one young girl causing him so much trouble now? Was it because his own daughter had grown so close to her? Was it Aloren's purity of heart? Her guilt-free conscience? Surely she didn't have other people's blood on her hands. He sighed, returning to the dishes at the counter, pushing thoughts of her away, thinking back over his years of treachery. He hated having all this on his mind again, especially since it had been such a long time since he'd last considered the deal he'd made. His main instructions had been to spy on the villagers and report anyone who turned their backs on the Lorkon. A swift and public execution would then be dealt out. This went very well for some time, but then the unexpected happened. Everyone turned against the Lorkon, and K2 stopped caring so much. It had been years since K2's. The Lorkon king had checked on Ekin himself. Usually he sent his messengers, fire beetles, pets of the turners, or the turners themselves with the occasional bit of instruction. Ekin had known when the human boy was about to arrive. K2 himself had come with special instructions. Assist the boy with anything he needed. Help him feel welcome. Offer him food. Don't stop him. Don't act suspicious of anything. The village nearly fell apart when Jacob escaped because the Lorkon were so upset. Several villagers disappeared. The Lorkon, knowing about the girl, sent their messengers on a daily basis to work with Aloren. That had lasted nearly a week, and by then the Lorkon had turners guarding Myvorel. Maybe K2's no longer trusted Ekin. This thought caused Ekin's heart to speed. What would happen if that were the case? His hand started shaking and he nearly dropped another dish. He had to regain the Lorkon's confidence. Had to let them know somehow that he was just as reliable. Couldn't let his daughter become like the people of the village. Couldn't? His breaths came in gasps and he forced himself to calm down. His heart had caused him great amounts of pain before. He knew it would probably kill him someday, but not today. He wouldn't allow it. Ekin turned from the sink, dried his hands, and smiled at his daughter. She looked so much like him, but her smile was her mother's. He encouraged her to use it often. She did so now, and he felt the warmth spread through his limbs, the pain in his chest nearly forgotten. Dwana motioned to her companion. Aloren wants to take a turn at putting the food on the porch. Ekin frowned. Are you sure, Aloren? She nodded. Yes. I've watched you two do it enough. It's not fair that I'm here, eating your food and not doing anything to help. Oh, but you are helping, Dwana said. Aloren shook her head, but not with the hardest job. Such a good girl. Such a pity. Ekin nodded. Yes, if it pleases you, go ahead. Dwana would appreciate it, I'm sure. Dwana and Aloren set to work, the elder showing Aloren how to organize the plates and dishes just so, making it easier to put them on the porch more quickly and safely. It didn't take them long to get everything in place, and when they had, Dwana brought Aloren up to the door. There will be 1 or 2 people watching and waiting, and they're not stupid. Don't do anything to startle them. Don't show your back to them. Don't smile at them. Don't acknowledge them. They're normal people, but diseased. Aloren's face saddened. What an awful situation to be in. Dwana sighed. Yes, but be sure not to show them pity. Aloren waited in front of the door, ready to open it, and Ekin moved forward to watch through the window. The young girl took a deep breath, then cracked the door. Ekin parted the curtain. There were only 2 humans visible, and they didn't pay any attention to the girl. She stepped onto the porch carrying the first batch of plates loaded with food, which she then set down. One of the villagers turned to the town hall. Food, he yelled. Doors and windows opened along the road, and people poured onto the street. Aloren back into the building, filled her arms with more dishes, and started putting them next to the others. A large crowd gathered in front of Aloren. Something wasn't right. Ekin squinted, trying to figure out what was different. Then he saw it and gasped. Every eye in the group was on Aloren. He watched as they all stopped advancing to the food. The air grew silent. Aloren hadn't noticed yet. What were the people doing? He'd never seen them not go berserk when food was placed before them. The villagers trembled, and Eakin yelled to Aloren. He ran to the door. She was putting the last dish on the porch. He grabbed her around the waist right as the entire group went into a frenzy, worse than he'd ever seen before. The taller, stronger humans plowed over the weaker in an attempt to get to the porch first. And the weaker villagers were just as desperate. But not for the food, for Aloren. Eakin saw the hatred in their eyes, saw the clenched fists, the desire for destruction. He swung Aloren into the building and slammed the door shut right as a townsperson raised his fist to attack. Chapter 35. Math passed slowly. Jacob struggled with paying attention, and Mr. Coolidge noticed. It obviously irritated him. Class finally ended, and Jacob jumped from his seat, eager to get to history, where he'd be able to melt into the back of the room. Except there was a substitute. Jacob groaned. What made him groan even more was when he found out who it was. Shirley's mom. And Shirley had gotten dismissed from whatever class she usually had at this hour, so she could come to her mom's class, which, of course, was Jacob's class. Jacob Clark. What an honor to meet you. Shirley's mom was plump, a little shorter than Jacob, and had the same hair as her daughter, only a short version. An olive green surrounded her, something Jacob had never seen before. He wasn't sure which emotion it was. Please call me Manda. She said her name with an interesting inflection, as if she were trying to be professional while coming across as Jacob's best friend. He hid a desire to roll his eyes. Shirley bounced into the class, straight to Jacob's side. Mom gave me permission to sit next to you. This is going to be so much fun. Great. It would be impossible to get lost in thought with that girl sitting by him. He rolled his eyes. Josh snickered, and Jacob glared at him, sitting in his usual spot, Shirley close behind. Manda started the class with a review of what they'd learned last time, and Jacob slumped in his chair, brushing Shirley's hand off his arm, not even caring what she'd been asking him. Something about eating lunch at her table. He shook his head at her, then looked pointedly at the substitute. Shirley turned forward, a disappointed expression on her face. Yes, Shirley. You'll have to pay attention, even if it is your mom teaching. The minutes dragged by, and every time Jacob's mind wandered, Shirley did something to pull him back, or Josh would toss paper bits at him. Jacob spaced out again, and a random thought occurred to him. Why was he the one in charge when it was Matt who was older? And why hadn't that question occurred to him a while ago? Jacob sat up straighter. If he was his parents' firstborn, where had Matt come from? Had he been adopted? That had to be it. Jacob shook his head. He couldn't believe how many secrets his parents had hidden from him. About halfway through class, he spotted Early on the other side of the window, waving at him frantically. Why didn't she just come in like usual? He guessed she didn't want Manda to notice her. Miss Christensen, may I be excused? She looked at him suspiciously, her color changing to a shade of purple. Do you need to use the restroom? No, but he wasn't sure what to say and didn't want to lie. Then it can wait. She smiled at him, as if that would make him feel better. Finally, the bell rang. Jacob shot from his seat, ignoring Shirley's requests to wait for her. He raced from the room, down the hall and outside, to where Early waited impatiently. The Macalos say to get your brother and come now. And hurry, the potions are ready. Jacob jumped in excitement. He got Hazel out of his bag and had her search the halls of the school for Matt. She'd never be seen, and he didn't have time to search everywhere. She returned quickly. He's in a big room with food. The cafeteria. Jacob raced there. Matt was just getting in line to buy his pizza when Jacob grabbed his arm, put the plate back on the counter, and pulled Matt from the room and down the hall. Stop it. Man, that was pepperoni. Doesn't matter. Potions ready. Excitement crossed Matt's features. Really? Yes. He punched the air, then sprinted down the hall alongside Jacob. Early and Hazel met them outside. Hazel looked like she was about to die from an excitement heart attack. Jacob couldn't blame her. It had been so long since she'd last seen Aloren. He bit his lip, hopping into the passenger seat of Matt's truck. Would Aloren still be normal? Would she even be alive? Matt spun his tires as he pulled onto the 101. "What's the plan?" he asked, turning the radio down. Jacob shook his head. "Haven't talked to them. Only know the potion's ready." Countryside blurred past, and Jacob kept looking behind them, making sure there were no cops. "We're in a hurry, Matt, but if you get pulled over, it'd be worse than us getting there a few minutes late." Matt only laughed. They reached Route 23 and zipped through Wellsville. Jacob gripped the seats of the truck, not from fear, but excitement. He was glad Matt was driving. If it'd been anyone else, Jacob was sure they wouldn't have gone so fast, and they'd never get to Menden. They pulled onto their road, slowing only a little when the pavement turned into dirt. Dust billowed around them, entering the windows. Matt turned the music back up for the short drive up the hill to their home. He skidded the tires when they reached the driveway, slamming on the brakes, and he and Jacob hopped out. Mom called to them from the kitchen. "What are you doing home?" "Get a hold of the school and release us from the rest of our classes." "Please," Jacob yelled to her. "Potion's ready. Gotta go." She put her hands on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. "Really? It's ready." "Oh." She ran to the phone, presumably to call Dad, who'd left for another business trip the day before. Jacob took the stairs 2 at a time up to his room and dumped his books out of his backpack. He put Hazel's container into Aloren's bag, swung it over his head and one arm, then grabbed the journal, just in case he'd need it. He also snatched his first aid kit, matches, flashlight, and a couple of pocket knives, and threw everything into his backpack. Matt met him in the hallway. "Oh man, I forgot. We have to walk the whole way, don't we?" Jacob's shoulders slumped. "Dang it, yeah, we do." "Well, let's get going." Chapter 36. Eakin dropped a heavy metal bar across the frame of the door, then leaned against it, breathing heavily. Duana helped Aloren to her feet. The poor girl had been flung to the floor and looked at her father with concern. "What is it?" "The villagers. Something is wrong." He stepped away from the door thinking, "We need to fortify the town hall. I've got the feeling this attack will escalate and we'll need all the protection we can get." He turned to look out the window through the bars, but jumped back when the people rushed the porch and pounded on the glass. "Father?" Duana moved to open the drape. "Step back at once. Grab that table, both of you. Bring it over here and put it against the window." Eakin strode to another table, then grunting, dragged it in front of the door. He barked orders as he ran into the kitchen, verifying that the entryway there was closed. "Check every window and door. Make sure there isn't an accessible opening." He pushed a heavy shelf in front of the kitchen door, then turned to survey the room. Thank goodness they'd stocked up on enough food to last them at least 2 years. He didn't know where the Lorkon got it, but it didn't matter. He met Duana and Aloren in the front room again. "How will we feed them?" Duana asked. Eakin shook his head. "I don't know, but they're dangerous now." Fear crossed Duana's face. "Why? They've never acted like this before." Eakin glanced at Aloren, frowning in concentration. "Things will be all right. We just have to take extra precautions." Which would be more cruel, allowing the villagers to tear Aloren's soul and body apart, forcing her to live as they did, or giving her to the Lorkon? He didn't listen to Duana's response to his comment. He needed privacy, time to himself to think and figure out what to do. He strode from the front room and upstairs into his quarters, where he sat at his desk. He stared at the wall in front of him, then put his head in his hands, groaning in misery and indecision. He had to do something about Aloren, and fast, before the villagers got in, which they most certainly would. Deacon rubbed his eyes. What to do? His wife's beautiful face flashed through his mind, followed by the unspeakable things she'd experienced at the hands of the townspeople. Duana hadn't turned away in time. She'd seen it all. Tears leaked from his eyes at the memory. It was nearly more than he could handle. He wept for his wife, for the pain she'd endured. He wept for Duana and her loneliness. And he even wept for Aloren. Then he sat up as realization hit. The Lorkon wouldn't kill Aloren. They wouldn't. He was sure of it. And if he told them how Aloren felt about Jacob, they wouldn't torture her either. They'd keep her in their castle and wait for Jacob to come rescue her. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? He shook his head, frustrated with himself. He'd allowed Duana's friendship with the girl to cloud his judgment, but no more. Ekin dried the tears from his face and grabbed a container he hadn't touched in a long time. Resolve removed any regret or remorse he felt. The time to take charge of his situation had arrived. Chapter 37. Taga village was in upheaval when Jacob and Matt got there. Makalos ran everywhere, toting things to and from the tree. Finally, Kenji said when he saw the brothers. Here's the key. Run, get Gallus, then come back here so we can regroup before heading to the fat ladies. Jacob took it from Kenji, then keyed to Gallus's shop. The store was dark, and Gallus waited by the window. He wore intricately designed metal armor and looked ready for battle. Ready to go? Jacob asked. Gallus looked at him. The expression on his face was unreadable. If Dimitri doesn't return, then you are the rightful ruler of this kingdom. Jacob cleared his throat. He'll return. He misses this place, almost as much as my mom does. Gallus glanced at Jacob and smiled. It was the first time Jacob had seen him do so in a very long time. Good. Then we'll have our leader again. He picked up a bag, swung it over his shoulders, then gestured to the door. Let's go. Jacob keyed them back to the village, where the usual group waited near the tree. Ebony and Sweet Pea wore armor of a sort. Ebony's was made of leaves, moss, bark, and hardened leather. She didn't realize she'd be able to go until today, Kenji said, when I decided to stay behind to watch the kids. She spent all morning fixing her armor and will be invaluable to you. Who else is coming? Jacob asked. I am, Sweet Pea said. They can't keep me here this time. He stood next to Gallus, and Jacob almost laughed at the difference between the two. Gallus was tall and a little overweight, but he'd been preparing himself during the past few months, and his muscles popped under the metal he wore. His black skin shone in the sun, and he looked happier and more excited than Jacob had ever seen him. Sweet Pea was short, hairy, and dressed in a fancy suit of armor made from leaves. Jacob nearly choked, looking at him. What's wrong? Sweet Pea asked. You look like a pansy, Matt said, voicing Jacob's thoughts. That's girl armor. It's all we had, Ebony said. Sweet Pea snorted. At least I'll be protected. He pulled a mace from behind his back. Plus, I've got this bad boy to help me. Ebony tightened a strap on her armor. She nodded to the brothers. You two will outfit at the fat ladies. She has some leftover things from the last war. Jacob turned to Akeno. Are they going to let you come? Not this time, but the fat lady says I'll be ready soon. Jacob nodded, realizing it probably hadn't been long enough since the operation. All right, let's go, Ebony said. Jacob opened the door, letting everyone go through ahead of him. Gallus, Sweet Pea, Matt, and Ebony. Not a big group. Would they be enough? He hoped so. Jacob, get over here, the fat lady said when he stepped into her cabin. She held out clothing and armor to him. You get to wear Dimitri's old stuff. Ebony gave Jacob a wistful expression. It'll be nice to see you dressed up like your father. We only wish he could be here. So does he. Trust me. Enough chit-chat, the fat lady said. We've got a damsel to rescue. She handed Matt his things, then pushed the brothers down the hall. Through that door. Aldo's in there, but he won't mind. Jacob shut the door behind him and his brother. Aldo was sitting at a desk and looked up in surprise. Tomorrow you come with hair." Matt only smiled briefly at the old man before turning to Jacob. "It's kinda creepy with him here." "Oh well," Jacob said. "Just hurry." They changed quickly. Jacob had a hard time not stopping to admire the armor his father had worn. It was surreal. A senior executive for a financial firm who used to fight in battles and lead armies. How crazy was that? The things fit him almost perfectly. His father must have had more muscle back then, and Jacob, having just gone through a growth spurt, wasn't far behind in mass and height. He smiled, looking down at what he'd just put on. "Dude, these are freaking awesome," Matt said, looking at his own clothing. They were dressed nearly the same. Black clothes covered them from neck to ankle and wrist. The armor they'd put on wasn't bulky. It was designed to fit snugly and was black with subtle accents and designs. Matt's accents were dark blue, and Jacob's were blood red. Black leather gloves and hardened leather boots completed the getup. "We look like ninjas," Matt said, and Jacob had to agree. They strode into the front room to a silent group. "Wow," Ebony said. "Wow, you really look like your father. He always was a very handsome man." Matt snorted. "Have you seen him lately? He's going bald and thick around the waist." "Doesn't matter. I'm sure he's just as commanding now as he was 17 years ago." She held out some black cloth to Jacob. "Would you like to wear the cape?" Jacob flushed and shook his head. Wearing the armor was enough to make him feel like he stood out. A cape would just add to that discomfort. "Catch," the fat lady said, tossing something long to Jacob. He caught it and nearly fell under the weight of one of the coolest swords he'd ever seen. He held it up to the light, admiring the gems and jewels embedded in it. Then disappointment flowed over him. "I won't even be able to use it," he said. "Haven't learned." "That's right," Ebony said. "Only Dimitri can instruct him sufficiently on the sword." She paused. "Another reason we hoped he would have taught you earlier." She smiled to show she wasn't upset. "He tried. None of us took it very seriously." "How good are you with a knife?" the fat lady said. "Pretty good, though I've never actually fought with one." She strode forward, knocking over a large stack of papers in the process. "Put this there." She handed him a 6-inch blade and pointed to a slot inside Jacob's boot. She then handed him a 12-inch knife. "And this here." There was a spot where he could strap a knife on his thigh. "At least you'll be prepared in case this group can't protect you." "Hey," Sweet Pea said. "With me and Ebony there, no one'll get to him." Gallus cleared his throat, and Sweet Pea cast him a glance. "Oh, and him too." "I've got the extra protections here," the fat lady said. "Put them on." She motioned for Matt and Jacob to come to her, then handed them huge, thick leaves. "They're from the 4 trees that produce the flower bud. They're chock full of Kaede sap, and will help protect you. Hopefully." She had them loosen their armor and showed them pockets they hadn't noticed while dressing. Big, flat ones on the front and backs of the shirts, and lining the pants. Jacob and Matt pushed the leaves into the openings. Nearly everyone gasped when Jacob's were in place. The leaves began to glow wherever they touched him, shining through the edges of the pockets. He felt his body energize, as if he'd been zapped with a powerful current. It tickled, but made him feel much stronger. "Why are they doing that?" he asked. "Matt's aren't glowing." "It's a good sign," the fat lady said. "It means the Kaede sap Kenji put in your blood when you were a baby still courses through your veins. You are one lucky guy and practically invincible now." She stepped toward him, forcing him to back against a wall. Leaning over, close enough for him to see the pores on her face, she wagged a finger at him. The swirling colors around her face changed to an orange red. "Don't let it go to your head. You aren't immortal, and if you do something stupid or don't pay attention, you'll still die." "Okay," Jacob squeaked. The fat lady stood over him a moment longer, making sure he knew she was serious. then moved away, her intense colors changing to light blue. Jacob motioned to Matt. What about him, though? The fat lady raised an eyebrow as she scrutinized Matt. Oh, there's enough Kaede sap in his leaves to protect him. Just make sure he doesn't do anything to put himself in danger. Same as you. She jerked a thumb over her shoulder at the others. Let them do the fighting. Wait a second, Matt said. My younger brother has to protect me. He laughed. I'm captain of the football team. It'll be the other way around. The fat lady also laughed, slapping her leg. Oh, what a funny boy you are, she said. Matt glared. Yes, Jacob has abilities that you don't have. And vice versa. But he's naturally more protected than you. Remember, however, it's not you the Lorkon want, but him. You'll probably end up having to save his skin. More likely than not. She gave some of the leaves to Gallus, who put them between his armor and skin. Ebony and Sweet Pea already had theirs. All right, you're ready to go, the fat lady said. Oh, but wait. Some of you still need to take the potion, don't you? Ebony nodded, and she, Gallus, and Sweet Pea stepped forward. Matt looked disappointed when none of them had as strong a reaction as he'd had to the stuff. The fat lady and Ebony embraced. It was a weird thing to see. A woman well over 6 feet tall hugging a lady who was just over 4 feet. He was surprised to see tears in the fat lady's eyes. After discussing it over with Hazel and promising to let her see Aloren as soon as possible, Jacob left the Minya with the fat lady. He didn't want to risk leaving her in Myvril City. He pulled the key out and reached to put it into the lock. But Gallus stopped him. That's not part of the plan. He looked at Ebony. Ebony shook her head. Jacob, we can't enter the city with the key. It's too much of a risk. We have no idea what's going on in the village, in the buildings themselves, and it was decided we'd go through the wall instead, with you leading us, of course. But that's 10 times as long, but safer, and gives us more of a chance to make sure nothing is waiting for us when we get to Myvril City. With the key, we go in blind. Jacob growled. All right. He pocketed it. The fat lady gave them dried fruit and beef jerky, bags of it, instructing Matt and Jacob to eat on the way. Then they set out. Chapter 38. It didn't take them long to get to the scented air. Jacob wanted to run the whole way, but Ebony was insistent they conserve their energy. He could see the wisdom in this, but it drove him nuts just the same. Nearly an hour after leaving the fat lady's place, they reached the wall. The hill near which Jacob, Akano, and Aloren had eaten last time had a fresh pile of dirt next to it. He ran to inspect it, the others following. It is a tunnel, he said, motioning to the dart hole. Great, we can go into the city this way. No, we can't, Gallus said. Ebony agreed. We have no idea where it leads or why it's here. Jacob sighed in frustration. He didn't look forward to going through the wall again. Gallus motioned to everyone to come closer. He turned to Ebony. Now what? He asked. Oh, I know this, Sweet Pea said. Jacob leads us through the tunnel into Myvril City. We keep a lookout for the Lorkon. Then we sneak to the town hall, grab the girl, and key back to the fat lady's place. Would it actually work? It seemed too simple. Gallus frowned. That's it. Apparently he too was expecting something a little more complex. Ebony smiled. Basically, yes. That's the plan. Sometimes simple is the best way to go. The group entered the tunnel in the wall, everyone holding hands. Jacob steeled himself when the sunlight disappeared. Ebony and Sweet Pea, would you light up the tunnel? He knew what he'd see. At least this time he was prepared for it. Blue light shone on the walls around him, revealing the bodies, faces, hands, frozen forever in stone. He came to a halt, clamping his eyes shut, trying to control the panic. He had to get over this. Aloren, she needed him. She needed Gallus and needed to be removed from that horrible city. He looked forward, ignoring the feeling of lifeless eyes watching him. Determination forcing him to take a step, then another. He could do this. It was odd that even though two Makalos were shining light, the glow still wasn't as bright as when Akano did it. Akano's abilities were so much stronger than the other Makalos. The dimness wasn't as bad as it could have been, though. Instead of creeping Jacob out more, it made it easier to focus on where he was going. After several minutes, he paused. "How are you guys doing?" "Not good," Ebony said. He turned to watch them. She was right. They were really fighting to keep moving forward. "You're all doing great," he said, trying to lift their spirits. "Yeah, right," Matt said, breathless. Jacob struggled onward. He found himself adjusting to the feeling that people were staring at him, and he started to make good headway. Finally, he felt a draft of air on his face, signifying the end of the tunnel. "Turn off your lights," he whispered. "We're at the end now." Jacob approached the last corner of the tunnel. He looked out the exit into the forest and breathed a sigh of relief that no one was there. The others in the group stepped out of the tunnel, happy to be out of the dark. As Jacob turned to check on them, however, movement at the corner of his eye caught his attention. A male turkey stepped out of the forest and strutted toward him. "You guys have turkeys here?" "Turkey?" Matt asked. "Where?" Jacob pointed. "Right over there." Everyone stared where he had pointed, but they looked back at him in doubt. "This isn't good," Jacob said. "If you guys—" His suspicions as to why they couldn't see it were confirmed when the turkey opened its mouth and roared so loudly his ears rang. Gallus gasped. "A bald Henry! Jacob, back into the tunnel. Now!" Jacob didn't hesitate. "Grab my arms again. Hurry!" He pulled the group into the darkness, almost tripping in his rush. He caught one last look at the forest in time to see at least 5 other turkeys step out of the trees. This made him run even faster, and the others had a hard time keeping up. Jacob bumped into a wall and asked Ebony and Sweet Pea to light up the tunnel. He didn't know if the bald Henrys could follow, but the more distance he put between them, the better. "Now what?" Jacob asked once they'd reached the other side. "We have to use the key," Ebony said, trying to catch her breath. "We have no other choice." Jacob frowned, which means back to the fat ladies since that's the nearest door. Exactly. Why could I see the bald Henry this time, but not last? "Maybe there's something about the air in that city," Ebony said. "It disgusted me, and we were only there for a few moments. Whatever the Lorkon did to me when I was born really messed me up." He couldn't help it. A chuckle broke through his concentration. "What's so funny?" Sweet Pea asked. "Nothing really." Then Jacob shrugged. "Bald Henrys are turkeys. How ridiculous is that? Something so deadly as one of the silliest looking creatures in the world, or in both worlds." Matt was the only one who laughed. The others didn't seem to find this remotely entertaining, and Gallus even gave Jacob a disapproving glance. "It doesn't matter what they look like," he said, "only that they exist and are dangerous." Jacob turned to walk forward again. I know. He allowed himself a quiet chuckle, though still enjoying his little joke. Chapter 39. "Thank you, Eakin." The voice was gravelly and deep. "We will come soon. Can we trust you to hold her there?" "Yes, of course." Eakin twisted one side of his mustache. "Then we shall see you shortly." "How long?" "Oh, I don't know," K2 drawled. 2 or so hours, perhaps." He laughed, causing Eakin to cringe. "Why? Do you have somewhere you'd like to go?" More laughter. Then the fire beetle in front of Eakin burst into flames, ending the conversation. Eakin leaned back in his chair, resting his trembling arms on the surface in front of him. What had he done? He pounded his fist on the desk, angry at himself for his moment of weakness. He'd done his job, that's all. But moments later, the doubt returned, and he didn't want to be alone anymore. Eakin returned to the main room and leaned over the table where Duana and Aloren sat, conversing in hushed tones. The girls ignored the angry yells from outside. A pain in Eakin's chest made him catch his breath. Was it from the guilt, or was this a real pain? He wasn't sure. "Father," Duana said, looking up at him. He shook his head. He couldn't meet her eyes. What would she say if she knew he'd practically thrown her new friend to the Lorkon? And what would she say when he explained he had done it for her? Would she believe him? He turned away. Nothing. It's nothing. She pulled him back. Have you been crying? He took a deep, shuddering breath. I'm fine. Just thinking about your mother again. She nodded. Let me get you a bowl of soup. There's some left. Eakin avoided looking at Aloren. She'd most likely see the betrayal in his eyes. And why was he thinking of it that way? He hadn't betrayed her. He'd done his duty. Protected his family. Aloren stood, staring at the door. The pounding. It stopped. He cocked his head to the side, listening. She was right. Not one sound came from outside. Why? She asked. He didn't answer. He wasn't sure he cared. Duana finally returned and made him sit at the table. She placed a steaming bowl of carrot and potato soup in front of him, and his mouth watered at the smell. Eat. He grabbed her hand, bringing it to him, then pulled her into a hug. Thank you for being my daughter, Duana. I love you. She laughed. Why so serious? She patted his back when he didn't answer, probably sensing his melancholy. I love you too. She paused. Please eat your soup. He smiled at her insistence and focused on the bowl in front of him, not listening to the girl's conversation. The soup was perfection itself. Duana had quickly exceeded her mother's talents at cooking. He savored each bite, willing the clock to speed up until the Lorkon arrived to get Aloren. He'd nearly finished eating when Duana sat next to him. I'm bringing the dishes in from the porch. His back stiffened. No, absolutely not. You saw what happened last time. We'll need something to put the food on later. We can't let them starve. I'd rather they starve than you come in harm's way. She patted his arm, trying to calm him. It's our job here, to take care of them. She stood. Come see. They're perfectly fine now. He dragged himself to his feet, following her to the window. She parted the curtain for him, and he looked through the glass. She was right. Only a few women were outside, and they weren't even close to the porch. He watched his daughter's face. She was eager, awaiting his permission. Saying no to her had always been so difficult for him. He sighed. Are you sure? Of course I am, but I will do what you think is best. She looked up at him with such an expression of trust that his heart softened. All right, you may get the plates, but the door will stay open, and I must be right next to you. Okay, you block the way to make sure no one tries to get in. He agreed, helping her pull the table back. Aloren stayed near the entry to the kitchen. The way no longer blocked, Ekan inched the door open, watching through the widening crack. So far, so good. He stepped onto the porch and checked the area. The women ignored him as they usually did. It felt okay, so he moved over to make room for Duana, then backed up to stand in the frame. He kept his eyes on the women in front of them, watching for any sudden movements. He noticed a short creature walk around the side of a building down the street. What was it? Then another quickly followed, and another. Pretty soon, there were close to 50 of the creatures. Ekan grunted in frustration when he recognized the little beasts. Dusts. He hadn't seen one in years. Why would the Lorkon bring them to Myvril City? Duana was on her second trip to the porch when one of the women screamed. Ekan startled, trying to see what had made her cry out. He looked where she was staring and saw the reason for her fear. At least 20 men were rushing at the town hall from the side, where he hadn't seen them. They were holding knives, sticks, and pitchforks. They jumped the porch and fell onto Duana before Ekan even had a chance to react. He roared, jumping into the middle of the men, flinging them off his daughter with a strength he didn't know he still possessed. He punched, kicked, and clawed his way through the people until he finally reached his daughter's motionless form. With a yell that would burst an eardrum, he pulled her from the ground. The villagers scattered in fright. He swung around, punching and kicking them even farther away, roaring again. He jumped through the door, still holding Duana, and slammed the door shut. Eakin fell to the floor, cradling his daughter in his arms. Blood. Blood was everywhere. He couldn't focus on it, could only watch Duana's face. He barely noticed Aloren rushing around him, checking the wounds. Duana's eyes fluttered open. Then her body became limp in his arms. He pulled his daughter close and wept. Eakin held Duana for as long as he could, brushing her hair from her face, trying to massage the life into her hands, calling her to come back. Tears fell from his eyes, blurring his vision. He brushed them impatiently from his cheeks. What he didn't wipe away soaked into his mustache. Regret filled his heart, adding to the intense pain he already felt. Why had he allowed her to step onto the porch? Why hadn't he been more careful? If only he'd followed his instincts. The banging on the doors and windows increased to a violent level. It didn't matter what happened. His daughter had left, had joined her mother. He wailed, rocking back and forth. The years of loneliness filled his body, making him ache everywhere. Guilt from his choices made him moan. If he'd only stayed with the villagers instead of choosing to obey the Lorkon, he'd still have his beloved daughter. He'd been so worried about physical corruption that he'd never considered spiritual, emotional, and mental depravity. He buried his face in Duana's hair, fresh tears surfacing. This time they were tears of shame, mingled with the pain. The price he'd paid to keep his family physically healthy had been high, too high. He'd allowed himself to become truly horrendous. Finally, when the tears had subsided, Eakin gently placed Duana on the wooden floor. He wished he could have done more for her, more to make her happy. Oh, how he would miss her smile. He stood, his limbs protesting from being cramped for so long. "I'm really, really sorry, Eakin." He whirled. He'd forgotten Aloren. His face lit up when an idea hit him. Gave him hope that maybe things weren't too late. There was one last thing he could do for Duana, something which he knew would make her happy. "They'll be here to get you soon," he said. Excitement crossed her face. "Jacob?" Deacon shook his head. "No, the Lorkon." He spoke rapidly when she started panicking. "Aloren, I had to do it. There was no other choice. There are consequences to disobeying them. They don't look lightly upon betrayal. They would have killed Duana." His voice cracked, and he looked down at his daughter. "If I hadn't done it, if I hadn't turned you in, how much longer? Any minute now." Aloren visibly shook. "I'll do anything, Eakin, please." "We have to act fast," he said. "They don't have to get you. You must hide." Aloren jumped at the urgency in his voice. He grabbed her arm and pulled her into the kitchen, then pushed her into a large cabinet, shutting the door. "Eakin." Her voice was muffled through the thin wood. "How will this work?" He paused. "I don't know." He turned his head, listening to noises outside. Things had stilled. He ran to the front room and looked through the curtain. 2 Lorkon were only a block away. Eakin raced back to the kitchen. "Quiet. They're almost here." He returned to the main room, making sure to leave the door to the kitchen wide open so as to avoid suspicion. He left Duana on the floor, refusing to look at her. The noise outside the town hall changed. The villagers moaned, pleaded, begged. Eakin parted the curtain. The tall figures were nearly at his door. They were surrounded by men and women who'd prostrated themselves on the ground, grabbing the feet and ankles of their masters. Eakin let the curtain fall shut when one of the Lorkon kicked a man away. He felt sick to his stomach just watching it. He stood in front of the body of his daughter, facing the door when it swung open. "Where is she?" the first Lorkon said. "You can't keep the villagers in this condition. They're dangerous. They want their freedom and the lives of those who are strong and healthy. You have to allow them to. Shut your mouth. The Lorkon stepped forward. We don't care what they want. Only what His Majesty desires. Where is she? They killed her. He stepped away from Duana's body. When she went out to get the dishes, the villagers attacked her. It was a trap. They saw her once, a couple of months ago, and killed her. The Lorkon glared down at Ekan. Why didn't you send a message? Ekan faltered and looked at the girl on the floor. Thinking fast. I thought maybe you'd want to retrieve her body either way. She only died a little bit ago, after you were already on your way here. What would we do with a dead body? I don't know. Use it to get the boy? He'll come. He can't possibly know she's dead. The Lorkon looked at Duana again. Dispose of it properly, he said to Ekan. Ekan nodded. Yes. I'll do that. He frowned. You have to give the villagers more light. They can't live this way much longer. The Lorkon who'd been speaking sneered. I'll be sure to bring your petition up with K2's. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anything to make your life more enjoyable. The Lorkon stepped closer to Ekan. If we learn you are lying, fool, we'll kill everyone here. You included. Ekan maintained eye contact, not wavering this time. I understand. He couldn't believe the Lorkon had accepted his lie about Aloren. It had been several years since he'd received a visit from any of them, aside from K2's. They wouldn't have recognized Duana anyway. Good. Let us know if anything more happens. You've been an excellent servant. The Lorkon stormed out of the town hall, slamming the door behind them. Ekan rushed to the curtain, making sure the disgusting beings were actually leaving. He watched in satisfaction as villagers swarmed all over the Lorkon, forcing them to take a smaller street to avoid the majority of the people. They might not live in Myvril City itself, but they weren't completely free of its inhabitants. Chapter 40. When Jacob and his group arrived at the fat lady's cabin, they held a quick council, trying to figure out what to do. Gallus, Sweet Pea, and Matt all wanted to key into the city, but Ebony still didn't like the idea. What if we hiked over the mountains behind the cabin, she asked. The fat lady shook her head. Can't. The wall prohibits any entrance from this side of the hills. That's stupid, Matt said. We could use your tunnel and head back to the castle, Jacob said, though I wouldn't know how to get out once we've gotten in. Plus, there'd be Lorkon, Matt said. Using the key of Kilenya is the only thing that will work, Gallus said to Ebony. The fat lady rubbed potion on her bottom teeth. She did that a lot, and Jacob figured it was what made them sparkly and nice. No other option. Ebony sighed. I guess so, she said. We'll need to hurry. It's already much later than we planned. Jacob agreed, but at least they were all on the same page. The fat lady said she'd inform Brojan and Kinji of everything that had happened, and she and Ebony hugged again, this time laughing about another goodbye. Jacob put the key in the lock. Myvril City, vacant house. He stepped through, crutching. It was a different place from last time. The floor had a layer of dust nearly an inch thick. It hadn't been disturbed in some time, perhaps years. After they made sure the house really was vacant, they tried to figure out where they were. Jacob didn't recognize the street and wasn't sure he'd be able to find his way to the town hall. Gallus stared out the window. It's been years since I was here, but I believe I remember the way. He opened the door. Follow me, he whispered. They filed out onto the street, everyone wary. Jacob was extra alert, especially after the last time he'd been here, but there wasn't anything around. The place was like a ghost town. They walked several blocks and didn't see anyone. After 5 minutes, Gallus breathed a sigh of relief. No one's here. I wonder where they've all gone. Does it matter? Sweet Pea asked. Just so long as they're not bothering us. Ebony scowled at him. Of course it does. Did I neglect that part of your studies? Never trust a false promise. What? She shook her head and strode forward to walk next to Gallus. Sweet Pea caught up with her, and Jacob and Matt glanced at each other. Jacob didn't want to walk in the back, and it looked like Matt felt the same. They caught up to the others. Jacob felt a sense of security being so close to Gallus, Sweet Pea, and Ebony, though he knew it would most likely be short-lived. If only these people had been with him and Matt the last time they'd come to my Varel city. Perhaps they would have escaped with Aloren, and not just a burned back and a broken leg. After passing several more streets, Gallus paused. "I really don't know where we are," he said. "This part of town has changed." "It all has," said a voice from a building to the right. An ember god stood in the doorway. The colors swirling around him alternated between light blue, light pink, and light purple, calm, bored, and distracted. "You didn't expect it to stay the same, did you? Cities change when the people inhabiting them change." He stepped off the porch and peered at them. "Can I help you?" "Yes," Ebony said. "You can take us to the human girl." "That can be arranged," the man said. He pulled 2 swords from his back where they'd been strapped. "As long as you were dead first." He pointed a blade at Jacob. "Except the boy, of course." Ebony, Gallus, and Sweet Pea formed barrier in front of Matt and Jacob. "Oh, come now. Don't play games with me. I might even allow the other boy to live." Gallus pulled out his sword. It wasn't nearly as long as Jacob would have liked. But then Gallus flicked his wrist and the single blade separated into 3, attached to the same handle. Definitely cool, but Jacob wasn't sure how much good it would do against the Ember God. He just laughed. "Two can play that game." Flames burst from his hands and trailed down his swords, dropping into the dust of the street. He swung his swords around his head a few times. The blades became blazes of red and orange, fire flying off and all around. A second Ember God stepped from the shadows, lighting up his twin blades, his feet flaming. Jacob felt a cold sweat pass over his body. Ebony pulled out 2 daggers and Sweet Pea his mace. Gallus pushed Jacob and Matt against a wall. "Stay here." He then faced the first Ember God, and the fighting began. Jacob's jaw dropped as he watched. Gallus actually knew how to fight. There was no doubt about it. His 3-bladed sword flashed in the dim sunlight, becoming an instrument of death against anyone less formidable than the Ember God. The leather-clad man was quick, darting around Gallus's sword, jabbing and swiping expertly. Gallus whipped around, blocking the attacks and making his own. They parried like this, neither gaining advantage over the other, while everyone watched. Then they started fighting so fast that Jacob got dizzy and had to look away. Apparently, Ebony, Sweet Pea, and the other Ember God felt the same. They turned to face each other. The man grinned. "Let's see what you little ones can do," he said. Sweet Pea growled and jumped for the Ember God, who met him, his swords clanging against the mace. Ebony joined Sweet Pea, and they fought together as if they were one, blocking attacks, striking, their daggers and mace whipping in and out. Jacob had thought Gallus was quick, but he was nothing compared to Ebony. She followed a complex pattern of footwork, almost like dancing, taking her close to the Ember God, then out of reach, then close again. Sweet Pea followed a similar pattern, but he wasn't nearly as graceful. The first blast of flame actually directed at someone showed why leaves had been such an important part of everyone's armor. The fire engulfed Ebony and Sweet Pea. Jacob jumped forward, but Matt stopped him. "Hold on a minute." A whoosh came from where the Makalo stood, and Jacob's mouth popped open when the fire dissipated, blowing straight away from them. The leaves glowed bright blue, and light shone on his friends' faces, hands, and everywhere the leaves didn't actually cover. They were unburned. "Wow," Matt whispered. The fighting continued, more fiercely than before, if possible. Jacob's amazement grew as he watched Gallus's ability with his sword. It seemed to know exactly what he wanted and needed, right when he needed it. 3 blades became 1 as he knocked a particularly deadly blow away, then became 3 again as Gallus spun, the blades barely missing the Ember God's face. Jacob's heart nearly stopped when Ebony's opponent broke through her defense, his sword aimed straight for her stomach. The sword just bounced away from her, though rebounded by the leaves protecting her. It became evident this fight wasn't going to end anytime soon. Ebony and Sweet Pea seemed to be powered by their resin and didn't tire. The Ember Gods drew upon their fire for energy. Jacob couldn't figure out where Gallus's came from. He simply did not stop fighting. Anytime one of the Ember Gods came close to the boys, they were stopped in their path by one of Jacob's friends. Matt turned to Jacob. "Let's go find Aloren," he whispered. Jacob nodded. He and Matt dashed around the corner of the wall they'd been leaning against. The sounds of battle grew fainter as the brothers scurried through the city, crossing small canals and ducking under bridges. Jacob didn't have a clue as to where they were going, only that they seemed to be headed farther into town, where the hall was. Jacob ran in front with Matt close behind, but he stopped abruptly, his arm pushing Matt back. Hundreds of turkeys strutted the area before them. "Bald Henrys," Jacob said. "Everywhere. What do we do?" "Not go this way." Jacob backed up, then ran the opposite direction when he was sure the turkeys weren't following. He and his brother turned a few corners, winding in between buildings. He was shocked there were no people. Where were the villagers? They ran down an alley, but Jacob again had them back up when they came across more turkeys. Just how many of these things were there? He finally saw the town hall and discovered where the villagers had gone. They were attacking the walls and doors of the building with axes and clubs. Bald Henrys and Dusts wandered the courtyard between the brothers and the hall. Jacob and Matt backed up into a small stairwell to plan. What were those ugly things? Jacob frowned. Turkeys? You saw them? No, the short creatures with gross hands. Those are Dusts. Oh, okay, let's figure out what to do. Jacob rubbed his face, thinking. He looked around the corner to the town hall. The villagers hadn't made any progress on getting in, but they hadn't given up either, and the Bald Henrys followed the Dusts around the courtyard. Jacob backed up to sit next to Matt. What if I attacked the Dusts and you went after the Bald Henrys? Matt asked. Jacob shook his head. No, the turkeys would destroy everything before I could get to them all. Matt frowned in concentration, and Jacob waited. His older brother had always been good at these sorts of things. Why not just key in? Jacob hesitated, considering Matt's question. No, Ebony was right. We need to make sure we don't head into a trap. Matt nodded. Well, we could always make a mad dash for it, run past the Dusts and Bald Henrys, push through the villagers, and use the key to get in the town hall. Jacob thought about this plan. It might work. He hesitated. I don't know, Matt. I just don't feel good about it. If something happened, one of us tripping, or a Dust figuring it out, or the villagers turning on us, we'd be completely stuck. He turned to watch the creatures, and an idea occurred to him. You know what? He faced Matt, feeling a smile cross his face. The Bald Henrys are following the Dusts around. We could draw them away from the town hall. Like, trick them away. Yeah. Okay, it might be our best bet. It's worth a try, Jacob said. What about the villagers, though? Matt shrugged. They might just follow as we're leading everyone else away. He stood. We'll have to make sure to do it perfectly the first time. I doubt we'll get more than one shot. I'll run, take those little beasts on the adventure of their life, and you get to the town hall. You don't want me to lead them away. I can see the Bald Henrys. You can't. No, if the turkeys are following the Dust around, they should chase after me too. And the girl knows you. She doesn't know me. I'd freak her out. What if the turkeys attack you? Don't worry about that. I'm fast enough. They won't be able to keep up with me. Jacob took a deep breath, thinking it over, then agreed. There were probably a ton of flaws in this plan, but he didn't want to take the time to come up with a different one. Jacob stood too, on the count of 3. Yes, Matt said. 1, 2. Right as they were about to jump forward, shadows appeared on the ground in front of them, and they scrambled to hide in time. Jacob gasped when 2 Lorkon passed by, coming from the direction of the town hall. He clamped his hand over his mouth, and Matt glared at him. The Lorkon paused, but when they didn't see anything, they probably brushed it off as a villager and continued on. That was way too close. Who knew how long the Lorkon had been inside the hall? What are those? Lorkon, Jacob whispered. Matt exhaled, his eyes as round as oranges. Wow, they're huge. Jacob shook his head in astonishment. Good thing we didn't use the key. Without a Kano, we wouldn't have gotten away. His heartbeat refused to slow. Everything had come so close to falling apart. How had the Lorkon missed them? And there might be more of them in the town hall. A loud bang startled the brothers, and Jacob peeked around the corner. One of the villagers had somehow gotten his hands on a huge axe, much bigger than the others, and was pounding on the door to the town hall. The brothers waited a few more minutes, making sure more Lorkon didn't come out. Then Matt dashed off, waving his arms and jumping around like a lunatic. The Dusts and Bald Henrys went berserk and Matt took off down the street, the creatures on his heels. Jacob turned to face the town hall. Now, to deal with the villagers. Chapter 41. Ekin ran into the kitchen to help Aloren out of the cupboard. She was shaking with fear, tears running down her cheeks. She started pounding him on the chest, anger and panic making her words come out in a jumble. How? How dare you put me in this situation? I trusted you. He let her continue hitting him. He deserved much worse than this. I know, Aloren. I know. She crumpled to the ground, sobbing. He didn't know how to make things better. Had to protect my family, was the only thing he could say in his defense. His argument was weak, especially now that Duana was gone, dead. The word hit him hard and tears sprang to his eyes. It's not too late, Aloren. I can still help you. Please, let me. She watched him quietly for several moments, and he waited patiently. Finally, she nodded and sat up, wiping her face. A calm expression replaced the panic. I watched, could see through the crack. They didn't even look at the body. Why did they think it was me? They've never seen you before, and haven't seen my daughter in years. He helped her to her feet, then into the front room. But I don't think they believed me. I need to get you out of this place. Aloren stared at him, her lip quivering. I just don't understand. Why turn me in, then try to help me? He sighed, not meeting her eyes. I've been a coward far too long. Could have saved her life. Selfish. He stepped away from her. A crash on the door made them both jump. The tip of an axe appeared in the thick wood. The villagers had found a better way to attack the town hall. Aloren shied away. What do we do? If I can get you out of the city, will you know where to go? Yes, but I can't get through the wall without... Don't worry about that. Ekin grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the stairs leading up. Where are we going? Trust me. She jerked her arm out of his hand. How can you say that? He turned to her. Feeling shame spread through him. He grabbed her shoulders, looking her in the eye. If I swear on the body of my daughter, on her memory, that I will do everything I can to get you out, will you believe me? She watched him, didn't let him look away, and took a deep breath, exhaling in a rush. Yes. Then come with me. He pulled her up the stairs, down a hall, and into his quarters, shutting the door behind them. She only hesitated for a moment before allowing him to lead her across the room, past the bed, and to a poorly fashioned door. He flung it open, revealing another set of stairs, these leading down. A great crash and a cheer from the front of the building made them both jump. They've broken in, Ekin said. Down now! She started down the stairs and Ekin followed, closing the door. The only sound for a few moments was their feet on the wooden stairs. Aloren gasped, and Ekin heard her stumble. He couldn't stop quickly enough and tripped over her, landing roughly at the bottom of the stairs. He pulled himself up, his joints groaning in protest. Then he fumbled in the dark, reaching everywhere, trying to find her. Aloren, he whispered. Aloren. Here. Her voice was just a breath. How badly are you hurt? Don't know. She took his hand, letting him help her up. Can you walk? He felt her moving forward. Yes. Then, let's go. The air streamed past them as they ran blindly onward, Ekin trailing a hand against the wall. Relief poured over him that he'd constructed the tunnel so smoothly, there wouldn't be anything to trip them along the way. Last he'd checked, a day ago, animals hadn't found it yet. Noises behind them. He looked back. A light at the end. The villagers had found the tunnel. He wasn't surprised, since many of them had helped dig it. They hadn't known what it was for, though, and couldn't figure that out on their own. The few who'd helped toward the end, Eakin had released as a test, making them promise to return. When they never came back, he didn't send more. A pulsing across his entire torso made him stumble, then fall to the ground. Aloren screamed. He forced himself to his feet and lurched forward a foot or so more before collapsing again. Eakin, come on. Aloren tugged on his arms. Something's wrong, he said, out of breath. Why was it so difficult to move? Go, girl, run. The dim light revealed the confusion in her eyes. She looked down the tunnel, first one way, then the other, and back at him, indecision and panic on her face. Chapter 42. Jacob sneaked forward, keeping tight to the wall as he neared the town hall. The villager with the big axe struck the door again, then kicked his way through the hole. All the villagers poured inside the building. Jacob waited several seconds. No one stayed outside, then dashed forward, eyes wide open, looking for any sign of more bald Henrys. He had to go fast before Matt returned. They'd planned it so Matt would race around the town for 10 or so minutes, hopefully giving Jacob enough time to run in and out with Aloren. Doubt crept into his mind. How was he supposed to go into the town hall, grab her, and get out with people all over inside the building? He pushed those thoughts aside and trotted up to the front door, peering inside. The room was empty. He paused, except for a girl lying on the ground. What if it was Aloren? Jacob ran to her and rolled her over, then jumped back in fear. It was Dwana, dead, bruised, barely recognizable. His breath caught in his throat and he stepped away from her, wiping his hands on his jeans. No color swirled around her at all. He'd gotten so used to seeing varying shades of the rainbow on people's faces that it disturbed him to see someone without it. Noise upstairs made him jump and he stepped against a wall, flattening himself. The sounds dissipated. After giving the rooms on the first floor a cursory glance, he decided to go upstairs to find the source of the noise. Nothing in the first few rooms. Then he turned a corner and saw the back of a villager as she disappeared into a room at the end of the hall. He scurried forward and looked into that room. Remembering the knife in his boot, he pulled it out, holding it close to him. The woman disappeared down a set of stairs opposite Jacob. He crept across the room and glanced down. It was dark, but not so dark that he couldn't safely follow. The stairs had seen quite a bit of use in the last several minutes. There was fresh mud on the steps, and a lot of it. He reached the bottom, where a long, tall passage opened up before him. Man, Aloren loved tunnels. At least he could plainly see everything in it. A whole ton of villagers were crowding, pushing forward, carrying torches. And there, way ahead of them, barely visible, a hunched-over figure, no two, running toward the opposite end. Jacob's heart felt like it was trying to exit his body. One of the figures was a girl, he was sure of it, Aloren, and the other a larger person, possibly Eakin. But how was he to get to them before the villagers did? He'd have to push through the people, and somehow he knew they wouldn't be okay with that. Then he remembered something. The freshly dug tunnel on the other side of the wall. That had to be where this passage led. From what he could tell, the direction was right. If he hurried, he might make it there to meet Aloren and Eakin. Jacob sprinted back up the steps, down those at the other side of the town hall, then dashed out the front door, only checking briefly that no one was outside. Back at the stairwell, where he and Matt had arranged to meet, he waited a couple of seconds for Matt before getting too impatient. Then he raced down the street, not caring who or what saw him. He heard footsteps above him and looked up. Matt jumped across the roof of the building next to Jacob. Matt, Jacob called up to him, again not caring who heard him. His older brother darted to the edge of the building, jumped onto the roof of a porch, and shinnied down the support pillar. Where are the Dusts and Bald Henrys? Jacob asked. Back there, Matt said, motioning. Where's the chick? Almost to the main wall now. The villagers are chasing her through a tunnel. We've got to get to the other end to help her. Jacob and Matt tore off down the street, nearing the location where they'd left the others. They halted at the sound of running feet, hiding behind an old outhouse. Jacob looked around the side of it. The Ember Gods were coming down the street, heading in the direction of the town hall. Jacob and Matt fled the other way, around the back of a building, and watched as the men went past, swords still in hand. Jacob's breath caught in his throat. There was only one reason the Ember Gods would have left the fight. His friends had been killed. Hurry, he whispered. They darted down the street, ducked into an alley, and collided with someone rushing in their direction. Jacob looked up, relief making him forget his panic momentarily. "Did you see the Ember Gods?" Gallus asked. "They took off at a run. Don't know why." "Ebony and Sweet Pea?" "Are fine. Just a little tired. Where's Aloren?" "Being chased by the villagers. We have to go. Now." Gallus nodded, and the three of them dashed back to where Sweet Pea and Ebony waited. Jacob pulled the key out, shoved it into the lock of the nearest building, yelled, "The fat lady's house," and swept them all through to her cabin. She looked up in shock from her dirty couch where she was talking to Hazel. "Did you get—" She didn't even have the chance to finish before the group had exited through her door. Hazel flitted close to Jacob as he pounded down the trail, exertion making his side hurt. "Where's Early?" he gasped. "Here," Early's impish voice said from somewhere near his right. "Make us go faster, Matt and me." Seconds later, Jacob felt warmth spread across his legs and back, giving him what felt like limitless energy, and he and Matt left the others in the dust. They tore through the scented air, barely keeping from plowing the people down, and raced to the hole in the ground. Jacob jumped into it first, Matt close behind. They stopped, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. There, a couple 100 feet ahead of them, were Aloren and Eakin. Aloren's back was to the brothers, and Eakin was on the ground. They were backlit by the torches the villagers carried. The people were 30 or 40 feet behind, and no longer running. It looked like they were struggling to move. "Aloren!" Jacob called. "Jacob." Her voice was distant, but it was hers. That was enough motivation for Jacob to run again. He reached her in record time, Matt struggling to keep up. Aloren burst into tears, myriad colors dancing around her face. She dropped Eakin's hand and threw her arms around Jacob. He held her tightly, too happy to see her alive to care that his older brother was watching. Matt pushed around the two of them and reached for Eacon. He called over his shoulder, "Lover boy, get over here and help me!" Jacob let go of Aloren and grabbed one of Eakin's hands while Matt took the other. They tried to pull the large man to his feet, but he barely moved a fraction of an inch. "What's going on?" Matt asked. "The barrier," Eakin groaned breathlessly. A very deep shade of purplish blue swirled around him. Despair. The Lorkon must know. "Stopped me." He reached for Aloren, looking her in the eye. "Please, Aloren, go." "I can't just leave you here." "Yes, you can. I'll be fine." "They'll kill you." "I'm dead already," he said. Jacob was shocked to see tears flow from the man's eyes. "Are you sure, Eakin? We can figure something out." A whooshing sound came from behind the villagers and they screamed, falling to the ground. Fire flowed along the ceiling over their heads. It dissipated and the Ember Gods stepped through, their hands and feet glowing, striding toward Jacob and the others. "Oh, dang it," Matt said, voicing Jacob's thoughts. "Hurry!" Eakin yelled. A blast of flame shot down the length of the tunnel. Jacob dropped to the ground, covering Aloren with his body, Matt alongside them. Jacob felt the flames above him and tried not to breathe in the smoke. The heat wasn't as bad as he'd expected, and he looked at his arms. His skin was glowing blue, and the leaves were so bright he had to shut his eyes. Laughter floated toward them. "Turn yourself in, Jacob, and we'll let your friends go. Put up a fight, and none of them will survive." When the flames died down, Jacob, Matt, and Aloren jumped to their feet and started running as fast as they could away from the deranged men. Jacob felt the blast before he heard it. There was no way they'd make it in time. Eakin yelled out in pain, and something in Jacob snapped. He let go of Aloren's hand and spun around. No more. The Ember Gods would no longer terrorize the people of this city. "Leave him alone!" Jacob yelled. The flames stopped, and Jacob saw Eakin slump in relief. "Come with us, and we will." Jacob glared. He grabbed Matt's knife from where it was attached at Matt's outer thigh, pulled out his own, and ran down the tunnel yelling, "Jacob!" Aloren screamed. "No!" Matt yelled. The Ember Gods laughed, each of them pulling out their swords. "How darling," one of the men said, then turned to his companion. "Sanso, the human wishes to fight us." Sanso grinned, beckoning for Jacob to come forward. Chapter 43. Jacob jumped over Eakin and met the swords with a clash of metal. He swung violently, dodging the attacks. The Ember Gods barely did anything, though, and he recognized they were just playing with him. "Stop messing around." He pushed Sanso as hard as he could, nearly knocking him to the ground. "You wimps! Cowards!" Sanso's color flickered between boredom, the purplish pink, and irritation. A dark pink, like he was trying to maintain control of his emotions. Jacob pushed him again. "Coward." The air around Sanso's face flared bright red, and Jacob knew he'd gotten what he wanted. Sanso glowered. "You really want us to fight? You think we're afraid of you? We could smash you like a fire beetle right now. Never mind what's intended for you. You couldn't hurt me if you tried, and you're just a puppet of the Lorkon. They tell you what to do, and you do it." The other leather-clad man growled, his color changing to match Sanso's. "Let's show him the true power of an Ember God." Sanso nodded in agreement, and they jumped forward, a new energy behind their strikes. Jacob wasn't able to block everything, and he felt the Kaide leaves heating up. He trusted they'd do their job and keep him safe. Every time the sword struck, a flash of blue light burst from his skin or armor. He blocked as many attacks as he could, doing his best to keep pushing the Ember Gods away from Ekin and the others. Sanso roared with frustration, becoming even more ferocious in his advances. After several minutes, Jacob felt his armor begin to wear out. The strikes started to hurt, and he couldn't tell if they were piercing through. Sweat dribbled into his eyes, making them sting and get blurry. The scenery around Jacob changed drastically. He froze, still holding his knives. The Ember Gods, the tunnel, the darkness, all of it had disappeared. Instead, he was surrounded by mountains so tall he couldn't see the sun. No, no, no. Jacob shook himself, punched out, kicked, tried to get over whatever his body was doing to him. The mountains didn't disappear. No, I can't hallucinate now. A gust of wind brought snow flurries with it, and Jacob realized he was shivering. He spun and ran up the side of the mountain nearest him. He threw rocks, viciously stabbed snowbanks. Nothing he did jolted him back to his own reality. He'd failed. Sanso would take Aloren and Matt to the Lorkon. Devastation hit him, and he fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands, squinting to keep the tears from dropping from his eyes. What was wrong with him? Why, during the most important fight of his life, had this happened? Jacob! The shriek made him raise his face. A flash of light replaced by blackness, then a burst of flame as an Ember God blasted him with fire. He was back in the tunnel. Relief poured over him even as he realized he didn't have much time left. How long would the armor last? Sanso was still attacking, though he was starting to favor his left shoulder, the one Jacob had stabbed when they first met. Had he and his companion even noticed Jacob's episode? Matt and Aloren were screaming at him from behind. Jacob jumped to his feet, thrusting forward with his knife. It nicked Sanso in the left shoulder, and he screamed in rage. "Pile of beetle dung!" he shrieked. "Worthless human!" If things hadn't been so insane, Jacob might have laughed at the pathetic insults. The Ember God grabbed Jacob and flung him over Ekin, at least 20 feet down the tunnel, toward Matt and Aloren. Jacob slammed against the side of the passage before falling to the ground. The power of the leaves dimmed to a nearly imperceptible level. He only had a few moments of protection left. The Ember Gods sent a blast of flame, and Jacob jumped to his feet, bright fire roaring past him on either side. His armor barely held the heat back. "Early!" Jacob called. The Minyas appeared next to him. "Give me strength, both of you, and help me push forward." The Minyas nodded and disappeared. 2 spots on his shoulders warmed where the Minyas touched him, and he broke into a sprint, then a fast lope. The blaze stopped and he raced toward the Ember Gods, his mind clearer than it had been since entering Aloren. He put his hands in front of him, wondering what would happen if he tried to mold the air. Was it possible? The flames were just erupting for a second time when Jacob leaped over Ekan. The air in front of his hand started to ripple and bounce. There was a flash of light as the fire touched Jacob's palms, and his hands started glowing such a bright blue that he couldn't look at them. The inferno flared around him, not burning him. He continued running, letting the Minya's energy help him push forward. The strength behind the Ember God's power grew as Jacob neared, but he didn't stop. Taking advantage of their surprise, Jacob jumped through the last of the flames and landed in front of the Ember Gods, letting loose a wild roar. The men looked up in surprise. Blinded by the searing light, they hadn't seen him coming. Instinctively, they raised their hands to blast him, but Jacob was ready. He concentrated as hard as he could, sensing power originating from the Minyas. He drew on this and held the intensity inside himself. Then he released it at the same time the fire exploded from the Ember God's hands. Jacob's power was stronger. The Ember Gods cried out, and the force behind Jacob's attack blasted them back. He heard his brother and Aloren calling him to come, but he ignored them. He wasn't done. Drawing from the Minya's power again, he reached into the sides of the tunnel, using the air shield he'd created as spatulas to pull out huge chunks of earth. Then he dug into the dirt above him. The sides and top of the passage collapsed, filling in the tunnel, and Jacob jumped back. He concentrated one last time, sucking power once more from the Minyas, and molded the entire mound of dirt into a huge stone, barring the way. His arms fell to his side, the job finished. Matt and Aloren reached him at the same time. Both were panicked and screaming. Jacob searched the air, looking for the Minyas, but couldn't see where they'd gone. He looked down and gasped. Early and Hazel lay on the ground. "Oh, please don't be dead." He gently picked them up and carried them out of the tunnel. Chapter 44. The group caught up right when Jacob exited the tunnel. After a joyful reunion between Gallus and Aloren, Ebony ordered the teenagers and the Minyas to go to the fat lady's cabin while she, Gallus, and Sweet Pea stayed behind to see to Ekan. Jacob couldn't remember a time when he'd been happier to see the fat lady's messy interior. He was exhausted but couldn't help smile at what had happened. He'd sensed the Minyas' power and had been able to draw from it. Was it a new ability? It had to be. He could now feel the magical skills of those around him. The fat lady actually had a gift when it came to potions. That was why they worked so well. Her gift was the final ingredient. He wondered if she knew that. Matt and Aloren had the same feeling, and Jacob understood why. They were non-magical humans, but had taken the same potion. Matt recently, and Aloren several months ago. And the Minyas. The poor, sweet Minyas. They'd survived, though they'd been unconscious most of the time while Jacob had carried them back. He watched over them as Matt helped Aloren clean up the cut she'd sustained during a fall in her escape. When she was ready, Jacob returned her bag. She smiled at him gratefully and pulled out Hazel's container, gently placing the Minya inside. The fat lady dug through her cabin for several minutes, trying to find a box for Early. She finally emerged, her bun coming loose, a metal tin in her hand. "This should do the trick," she said. "Haven't used it in years, but that doesn't matter." She handed the silver container to Jacob. Jacob gently slid his fingers under Early's still form, placed her on the cushioned material in the box, and closed the lid. "Don't touch those for at least half an hour," the fat lady said. "Any movement will set the Minyas back, and being so close to death, it'll most likely kill them." Jacob pulled his hand away from the container. He'd feel awful if Early died because he knocked her box accidentally. Ebony, Gallus, and Sweet Pea arrived, out of breath, and slammed the cabin door shut, deep yellow swirling around their faces. "Phew," Sweet Pea said. "That was close." "What happened?" Jacob asked. "The Lorkon showed up right as we were leaving the tunnel. We barely beat them here." The fat lady looked out the window near the front door. "Yup, they look ticked. Good thing the spells on my cabin are stronger than they are." Aloren stood. "Ekan?" "We had to leave him behind," Ebony said. "We couldn't move him. Not even an inch." Jacob nodded. "The Lorkon barrier," he said. He hesitated, glancing at Aloren, then back to Ebony. "Is he alive?" "Yes," Ebony said. He should be fine in a few hours. His injuries were mostly minimal, exhaustion and burns, which we treated with kaede sap. She sat down, wiping sweat off her forehead. I just don't know what to do, though. He's stuck there. Can't go forward, can't go back. He'll die unless someone checks on him regularly, gives him food, and so forth. Wow, that's going to be awful for him, Matt said. Ebony nodded. We'll make him as comfortable as possible. Gallus looked around. How are all of you doing? Matt and I are fine, Jacob said. He nodded to Aloren. She could use some kaede sap, though. She's got cuts that don't look good. The fat lady and Ebony worked together to mend Aloren's wounds, and Jacob rested his forearms on his knees. He looked up when Ebony gasped. Oh, wow, Ebony said, holding Aloren's arm. How'd this happen? Sanso, the Ember God, burned me, trying to get me to talk. Let me see, Jacob said, his voice tight. Aloren approached him, a hesitant expression on her face. She lifted her sleeves, revealing white patterned skin on her upper and lower arms. Jacob stared at them in horror. It's like he tattooed you. How'd you handle that? She shrugged. Same as how I lived through watching my mother die. There wasn't anything else I could do, and I wasn't going to tell them about you. A strong emotion flowed through Jacob. He wasn't sure what it was. Pride. She'd defended him. He felt his cheeks redden. She's got some pretty tender bruises and other wounds, the fat lady said. But we fixed her up the best we can for the time being. She'll be fine. No broken bones. What she really needs is a good, long night's rest. The fat lady pointed at Gallus. You're next. I'm fine. Didn't get hurt. Just tired. Same here, Sweet Pea said. Well, shoot, the fat lady said, looking disappointed. How'd you guys get off so easily? Gallus smiled. We were evenly matched against the Ember Gods. They couldn't get an upper hand on us, nor we on them. He paused. We'll need more on our side if we fight them again. When more likely, Ebony said. The fat lady inclined her head. We need shingles. She motioned to Jacob. He needs them. Jacob frowned. Why would I need shingles? And aren't they extinct? It had been a long time since he'd last heard them even mentioned. Gallus leaned back in his chair. They're wise, powerful beings, and will better be able to help you develop your abilities, he sighed. And no, they're not extinct. They're stuck in August Fortress where the Lorkon imprisoned them so many years ago. Jacob's eyebrows shot up. Had they been there this whole time, since I was a baby? Yes, Gallus rubbed his face. There wasn't any way to release them, Ebony said. We tried, but the Lorkon stopped us each time. Realizing we were worth more to the shingles alive than dead, we gave up. Jacob felt himself flush. Gave up? Yes, Gallus said. Not forever, of course. We need to get them out soon. Are they even still alive? Matt asked. Gallus snorted. Of course they are. Matt frowned. How do you know? They're shingles. Matt rolled his eyes. That doesn't mean anything to me. Gallus sat down, leaning back in the chair, eyes closed. You can't just kill a shingle. It takes special weapons to get rid of them permanently. They're not immortal, but they do live for a very, very long time. The group was silent for several moments while the fat lady brought out drinks. Matt took his cup and sniffed it. Please tell me this won't taste anything like that disgusting stuff you made me drink last time. The fat lady laughed. Worse. It's made from the juice of apples. Oh, okay. Matt downed the entire glass and asked for more. Jacob turned to Gallus. What made the Ember Gods run away from you guys back in Myvril City? I'm not sure, really. We'd stopped fighting for a moment, and there was a pop and a small burst of flame in front of the Ember Gods. The flame went away and a black object floated in front of them. Couldn't hear what was happening, but it looked like they were talking to the thing. Then a pop, a burst of flame, and the thing disappeared. The Ember Gods ignored us and raced down the street. Fire beetles, the fat lady said. They're new, come from a different planet. Another planet? Jacob asked. Yup, the same planet where pulsars and turners originate. I've done my research since you and Matt tried to get Aloren last time. Fire Turner, by the way, is the correct name for these Ember Gods. From what I've heard, they enjoy their nickname, but we don't need to be building up their egos. Beetles are the equivalent of a minya on that planet. though they're only good for one conversation. They appear, the people talk back and forth through them. Then the beetles burst into flames and die. They die? Matt asked. Seems kinda extreme. Sure is. The fat lady sat on the couch. The Lorkon have discovered many things that are foreign to us. I've done my best here researching and trying to figure it all out, but with only a little luck. Wait, Aloren said, turning to Jacob. You tried to get me once already? Jacob nodded. Yeah, we weren't very successful though. The fire turners burned my back and broke Matt's leg. Ebony was able to heal us. Gallus stretched, then got to his feet. I'm ready to head home. We should report to Brojan and Kenji and Jacob. I'm sure your parents want to hear from you too. Chapter 45. Jacob took Gallus home after they'd met with Brojan and Kenji. Once they were inside the shop, the taller man turned and offered his hand to Jacob. I owe you an apology for how I've treated you. Jacob shook his head. No, you were right to be upset. It was out of your control. I couldn't have done any better than you did. He paused to take off his armor. When he looked at Jacob again, his eyes were glistening. Thank you for getting Aloren back. No problem, Jacob smiled. It felt good to be on the man's good side again. They exchanged goodbyes. Then Jacob returned to Taka. He and Matt went with Aloren to her tower to get her things. She'd decided to take a Kano up on the offer to live with the Macalos. After dropping Aloren off at the tree, Jacob and Matt keyed home. Brojan decided Jacob could keep the key, since Aloren had been rescued, but he made the brothers swear up and down not to do anything stupid and to talk to him before going anywhere. Jacob was just fine with that. What happens now? Aloren asked Jacob, pulling the coat she wore closer around her. Any big plans? They leaned against the ledge of one side of the canyon in Taka, watching the first snowflakes fall. Macalos bustled around them, readying the village for winter. Basketball tryouts are coming up soon, Jacob said. I need to get ready for those, and I'll be helping to get the Sheen goals out of August Fortress. Gallus is organizing that. He paused, then glanced at her. You? She sighed. Explore your world eventually. Forget about the past. And my brother. Live a normal life. She turned to him. I want to help Eakin somehow. I know he didn't do very many good things, but he did save my life. More than once. Jacob nodded. The fat lady had gone to the tunnel to check on the man, but he wasn't there. She guessed the Lorkon had taken him back to Myvril City. Tell me about the town hall. Jacob paused. He wanted to tell Aloren how happy he was that she was back now, but he wasn't sure how to say it. I'm really glad you made it. Gallus was so angry with me for a long time. Aloren laughed. Oh, I can imagine how he responded. He can get pretty intense sometimes. She faced the canyon floor below them again. It's really good to be with you again. And Jacob, I missed you. A lot. It was weird to me how much. I mean, my mom has been dead for nearly 6 months now, and I miss her too, but it's different from how I felt while being in the town hall. I knew you were still alive. Prayed you were, and held on to. That more than anything else. I even wondered what you were doing more than I wondered about my brother. They fell silent for a while. Jacob mulled over what she'd just said. She'd thought about him, probably as much as he'd thought about her. He sneaked a few glances in her direction. Wondering what she was thinking now, a half-smile slowly crossed her face, showing her dimple, and a warmth flowed through him. He remembered how irritated that smile had made him when he first met her, but now he knew it would never annoy him again. Her hand rested on the cement barrier near him. He looked at it, then glanced at her again. He almost put his hand next to hers, but hesitated, not sure how she would react. She pulled away when excited voices drifted toward them, her eyes lighting up. Jacob turned to see where she was looking. Jacob! Matt called. You've got to see this. Akano was running toward them without a limp. Aloren laughed. Then a solemn expression crossed her features. "About my brother and mom. I'll always love them. I'll always hope to find my brother someday. But there's so much to enjoy in the present. Why stress over what's been done in the past? The things I can't control. And maybe he'll find his way to me if I stop running all over the place, searching for him." Jacob agreed, but then looked over the canyon again. How different his situation was from hers. Nearly everything depended on learning from what had happened in the past. He smiled, put his serious thoughts away, and turned back to the approaching group. For now, he was content with simply enjoying the friendships he'd forged. This has been Ember Gods, Kilenya Chronicles Book 2 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening.